Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending today's Board of Supervisors meeting. Call to order at 9 o'clock. But before I do that, can we have a pledge of allegiance by Supervisor Hernandez?
Chairman?
Thank you. Okay, speakers on.
Ready? Salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. And now, could I have an acknowledged certificate of posting?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Well, now we'll have Gracie relayed to the public under emergency orders on how to conduct the meetings.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the public who wish to speak on an item not on the agenda can do so. If you are calling in, please press *9. If you are on the Zoom app, please go ahead and press on the raise your hand icon. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracie. Presentations and recognitions? We have none. Public comments? This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954-2. Do we have any speaker cards?
B. Gonzalez, please state your full name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hi, this is B. Gonzalez, Supervisor-elect. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make a comment about transparency and making sure that when we post agendas, that they are accurate. There was an issue with the Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee meeting that was held last night, yesterday evening. This is the second time in a row that the agenda has been wrong. There's a segment of the population that is accusing us of not being transparent and conducting business outside of their purview. And this mistake falls right into that narrative. I called into that meeting and I tried to make the committee aware, and I was mocked as I made that comment, so I exited the meeting. But that was very unprofessional. We have to be inclusive. We have to make sure that we are conducting county business in the public so that they can attend. And since this COVID-19 and these Zoom meetings, it is imperative, and I stress the imperative, that the information on the agenda is accurate so people can attend if they so choose. The affordable housing item is very, very dear to my heart. You guys are going to be deciding on something that's going to be concrete in terms of numbers and how many units must be set aside. And you need to make sure you have everybody included in that conversation to the extent possible. That's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Next speaker card.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. Elia Salinas. I would like to address the email addresses of the Board of Supervisors. Each individual supervisor has a different supervisor address, some of them on their personal addresses. And I've been told that there's a technical reason why each supervisor doesn't have a District 1 email address, District 2 email address, and it just makes more sense. I don't know what the issue is, but we do live right next to Silicon Valley, and we have a lot of people, so I don't understand. It's so much easier. People out on social media ask, well, what's their email address? So I have to go and I have to cut and paste. And it's just not for me. This is for all your constituents, that if they live in District 2, that they know that their supervisor in District 2, their email address is District 2 at whatever address, or however you guys want to do it. But it's got to be specific. It can't be Jaime de la Cruz at Gmail, and it can't be Peter Hernandez at iCloud or something like that. It's got to be consistent. This is, we're in 2020, and it doesn't make sense for supervisors to conduct business, excuse me, in your personal email. It also has to do with when you request a public records. If you're using your own email, it's very sensitive information that you conduct your own personal business, and then you've got a public records request where people are going to come in and they're going to want the stuff, and you've got to go in there, you've got to clean it up. If someone's going to request a public records request and it's already a county email, then it's directly handled through the county employees and not directly through each individual personal supervisor's email, where they have to then send those emails that they're requesting for public records. So it's just for transparency, and it's for protection for each individual one of you to have an email. Everybody else does it. The city of Hollister can do it. I don't understand why the Board of Supervisors with the county can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. We'll make sure the next year's board looks into that. Thank you very much.
Why next year's? Let's start now.
Yeah. Next speaker.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Okay. Anyone from the audience? None? Okay, we'll continue. Next item is department head announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have an announcement out of administration. I'd like to introduce our new clerk of the board. We have a new clerk is Jennifer Frechette, and she actually comes from administration. She was our assistant clerk of the board when Janet was here, and we're excited and happy to have her on board, and she is taking the bull by the reins and really moving forward with things, and we're very excited to have her. So I want her to say a few words to you, Jennifer.
Good morning, supervisors and members of the public. I am Jennifer Frechette, and I am the new clerk of the board here for the county. I have been working in the admin office for the past year and a half as the assistant clerk of the board. I'm very excited to start my new role. I love what I do. I love where I work. It's very important for me to work and serve in the community that I live in. That being said, I hope to bring new changes to the clerk's office and stay transparent with the changing of times. I do have some goals that me and our assistant will talk about afterwards, but that being said, I would like to introduce our new assistant clerk of the board. She has been in our office, and I'm very excited to have her on our team. She's going to be a good asset for our clerk of the board's office, and that is Gracie Rodriguez.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. I would just like to say thank you. I am very excited about this new position. I've been with the county for a little bit over or less than a year. I was raised and born here in Hollister, California. I had left for about 4 years to go to college at CSU Chico State. I graduated with my bachelor's in business administration, and I decided to come back to serve my community. So I'm very happy about this new position, and like our new clerk of the board said, we do have some goals in mind, and we hope to not only serve our colleagues, but to also serve our community. And now, to our clerk of the board.
So as a new clerk of the board and assistant clerk of the board, the last couple of months we have been in the process of implementing a new program called Next Request. It's going to be a platform easier for the public to make public records requests. I felt that was one thing that we could improve on. We will bring this item back at a future agenda as a presentation to show the board and members of the public how to properly use Next Request and to be able to turn in a request. It's going to be on our county website, so it'll be very easy for the public to access.
Another item we will be bringing to the board is the laserfish. We are working with laserfish representatives to digitize all of our resolutions, all of our ordinances, as well as our contracts. We are doing this in hopes of making everything transparent, more easily accessible to the public, and hopefully reduce those public requests. We are here to help the community help themselves in locating these items. Now, if they need further help, then we are definitely here for that. Thank you.
And we just want to thank you for having us, and we're very excited to bring new changes in the clerk of the board's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Mr. Chairman, I think we got a real good 1-2 punch. A couple of very, very capable young women handling the clerk of the board, and I'm really excited for the future of the information from the clerk. Thank you very much for taking that challenge, and welcome aboard, Gracie.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're very excited to have both of them. With that, I do not have any more department head announcements, so I'm going to pass it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
No, nothing, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Patello?
Nothing this morning, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
The only thing, just one item to share on, Supervisor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is as you know, we approved the $400,000 to be dispersed between the three different, right, the nonprofits and I can't remember if it was the rental assistance, and then the third layer would be the business community. And I and Supervisor Patel have been involved with that. And long and short, I just wanted to give you an update. The city's finalized their traffic study, it sounds like, and we're on to the next phase of basically designing this program to help the downtown businesses. So it's pretty exciting to hear that there's really good momentum. There's been a lot of conversations with the businesses, and they're all really supportive of it. This is something that's been long and it's been long and awaited process. Basically, all these businesses have been really hungry for this. So to see a revitalized downtown, I think is going to be good for our county, for the whole economy, and ultimately for even the sentiment or the esteem of the community. I know that they want to see something that's outdoors. I know that we just opened up parks. So as things are opening up, outdoors becomes respective of following the CARES guidelines and supporting basically the sentiment. So I just wanted to give that update to you guys, and I'm probably giving you the 10,000-foot view because there's a lot of details. Ultimately, we've been working really hard to make sure this thing is a success, and it involves the city of San Juan also. So they're going to get a direct benefit of this program also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. I have no comments. Is there any of the supervisors wish to pull any of the consent items?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to pull 2 and hear it after item number 20, and pull number 15, please.
15.
And 15.
Any other one? Any other?
Pull 2 and read it after 20.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone from the public?
Members of the public who wish to pull an item, please raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Courtney, please state your full name for the
My
record.
name is Courtney Evans. I would like to request my 3 minutes. My hand was raised during public comments and I wasn't called on. And I'm not the only person in the community that had that issue. And this isn't the first time. May I have my 3 minutes from public comment?
Yeah, I would. In the spirit of working together, I would allow it. Go ahead. Give it 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would first like to thank B. Gonzalez for calling in and calling for the board to be transparent, that meetings and this business that you guys are carrying out is not being shared on the agendas, and then when the supervisors have their turn to speak and report out, they're not doing it. I've been watching archives from the last 7 months, and you aren't reporting the meetings that you're having. You're not including the people in their own business. I would like to also bring attention that it is time to nullify this invalid and unlawful local emergency. I would like everyone to please look at actual government California law, code 8630. I would like to remind you that the Freedom of Information Act applies to all government entities regarding the people's business. We have something on the agenda today for almost $2 million of taxpayers' money, and I don't remember any time being informed of when these conversations were going to happen regarding the people's business. I want to see the evidence. We've public record request death certificates from the coroner's office, from you. We want to know the evidence of this local emergency. Did you know that it is 100% the public health department and all first responders, our hospital is 100% immune to malpractice under this government emergency? In this government call 8630, you are ordered to terminate this emergency order at the earliest possible time. So since you're going to continue it, I've public requested all emails that have gone through from our public health officer, our public health director, to our board of supervisors. The language that you're using is just duplicating from around the state. You're regurgitating what is being put down into emails. What you're doing is unlawful. I've asked for emails from Ray Espinoza in regards to COVID and the conversations that's going on behind the doors. Transparency is essential. And I am pleading that we do not have to take this farther because you are liable legally. Federal law and California state law, you are breaking. The people are getting together all over the state. There are certain law firms that are taking people one at a time because our rights and your dedication to the Constitution is non-existent.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Elia, you want to pull any of the items out of consent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull item 9, and I've been given a little bit of information on it, and I just want to make the information public so that we're aware what this item is.
When we
Thank
get to
you.
that, we'll ask for you to come to the podium. Anyone else from the public wish to pull any of the items? Excuse me? Only to pull items, not for further discussion.
Members of the public who are only pulling items, please raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Deanna, please state your full name for the record.
Hi, Vidiana Freitas, resident San Benito County. I too had my hand up at public comments, and I'd like to have those 3 minutes back in the interest of, as you say, Jaime, working together and computer glitches.
No, it's not going to happen, I'm sorry.
And if it's regarding COVID, there's an agenda item regarding that.
Yeah. If it's related to Corona, we already have it on the agenda. Do you wish to pull any of the items out of consent? Guess not. Okay, next person.
Jackie, please state your full name for the record.
Hi, good morning. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, constituent District 2. I too had my hand up for like about 10 minutes now, computer glitches. My comment is not about any items on the agenda, therefore I'd like to proceed. I don't need the full 3 minutes, Chair.
I am sorry. I'm sorry, my hands are tied. We cannot do that. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on any of the consent items if they wish to pull out. It's not for discussion.
I just told you what the
Mr. Chair, would you like to continue if it turns out that somebody is saying that they
Actually,
public comment to do it at the end of the day instead of going back now since we've already passed it?
No, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to conference with county council right now. Thank you, Gracie. Okay. In the interest of trying to hear members of the public, I have decided to have the public session at the end of the meeting. So we will give the public the opportunity to speak after the board meeting.
At the conclusion of the regularly scheduled items, because we've already closed public comment, we're going to reopen it at the end of the board meeting. It should be noted that these hands were raised
Right.
after you closed the meeting, and so we're going to reopen it to allow the people that didn't get their hands raised before
Right.
it was closed to
At the-
comment.
At the end of the meeting, correct? Yeah. Excuse me?
There currently is 3 hands up. Do we want to see if they want to pull?
List the names.
Yeah.
So Jackie Morris, or do you want to listen?
All the public comments should go at the end unless they're trying to pull an item from the consent.
Yes.
Members of the public who are pulling an item from consent, please raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. If you are interested in making a public comment will be open by the end of the agenda.
After the meeting, but before closed session?
Correct. Correct.
Jackie, will you like to pull an item?
No, I would not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done.
Vienna, would you like to pull an item? Vienna, please unmute yourself.
Do you mean Donna?
Ideally, I'd like to pull all the items since we were denied our right to speak at the beginning of the meeting.
That's your
Except for number
prerogative.
17.
That's your prerogative.
More Tiff, if you would like to pull an item, please state your full name for the record. More, please unmute yourself.
No? Okay.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have item number 2, number 9, number 15 to be pulled out of consent, with number 2 being placed right after number 20th. Is there a motion to approve?
Was there any public comment, like that one individual that indicated that they wanted to have public comment on consent? They could do public comment on the group consent if they wanted to? Was there one person that wanted to pull a consent item? I wasn't clear.
One person wanted to pull every item out.
Yeah, we're not going to pull every item out, but you could open it for 3 minutes if somebody had to comment on the group consent items. You don't have to pull the consent.
If they want to pull if they want to speak on an item consent, they need to pull it out.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion to approve as amended, the consent items?
Make a motion to approve as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, number 9, that was
Ms. Salinas.
miscellaneous, that's number 9. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I requested item number 9 because I was a little confused on exactly what was going on. I had some explanation on it, and it was that this is the San Felipe County building, and the rent there, where are we going? The lease goes back to, I guess, what the state is owing. The San Benito County was backdated to October 2018. I'd like an explanation as to what happened, why the state was not paying the county. We have a reason for that. And apparently the state owes us $3441.12 from October 18 to January 2020. And then beginning on February 2020 through June 2023, the rent decreases, and I wanted an explanation on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Casey Astorga, the Deputy Director of Finance and Administration from the Health and Human Services Agency. I can answer the first part of the question about what's really happening with this lease agreement. Historically, the county had a sublease agreement where CSDC, the landlord at 1111 San Felipe Road, the landlord had a lease agreement with EDD, with the state of California. The county was a subleasee. So this is reversing that. So now we are the leaseholder with CSDC, and we will be subleasing to the state of California. And there will be roughly $100,000 in past due rent that'll be paid to the county after this agreement would be executed. In terms of why the lease amounts are changing, I think it's related to the square footage and who has what access to not only the office space within the AJCC, but also their shared space, like a lobby, et cetera, storage. So those, I'm here for any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Elia? No? Good. Thank you. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Well, anyone from the public?
Can I make a comment, sir?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with that explanation, ma'am? Okay, I'll make a motion to,
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or raise your hand icon. We have no speakers on this item.
make a motion to approve Health and Human Services number 9, approve the sublease agreement dated May 28th, SBC file number 130.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Now we'll go to number 15, Supervisor Botello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out, this is on the consent agenda, but it's really important for the public to understand, because there's a lot of misinformation on the Strata Verde project, as well as the processes that it has to undergo as that project moves forward through its application if Measure N in November passes. And as we stated at the a couple of meetings ago, the project, even if the voters approve N, it still needs to go through a process, environmental impact environmental impact process, and that this is what this consultant is doing. The money that was deposited earlier this year by the project applicant. This is not a taxpayer-funded contract. It's a contract that's funded by the project applicant. And this is just getting started with the environmental work that is going to be very, very extensive in order for this to move forward. So I just wanted to make sure the public is aware that there's a lot of people out there that say that this is a shortcut process through the electoral initiative, and that's completely false. And there's a long ways to go, and everybody, the county, the future board, and planning commission, the applicant, the public has a lot of opportunity to review what's going on. So that's what I just want to point out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Medina?
And I just want to reiterate, and sorry to be redundant here, Anthony, is number one, the county pays for no expenses. This is all paid by Strata Verde. Secondly, is we're in no way, shape, or form liable for any type of recourse, meaning if the measure fails or the CEQA/EIR comes back with negative impacts to them, they can't sue the county for any reason directly related to that. This vote here.
That's correct. We are under no obligation to approve the project, even though we're engaging the CEQA process. The reimbursement agreement indicates that it could be disapproved by the board at any, I'm going to paraphrase here, even before CEQA started. We can take, or during the CEQA process, we have the ability, or at the conclusion of the CEQA process, the board has the ability to act on the project in its sole discretion. Just because they process the EAR gives the board no obligation to proceed forward with developing or approving the project.
So I just want to reiterate that this vote has no say on a vote later on saying we have to approve this project or we don't have to approve this project.
That's correct.
Because they've done the EIR and the CEQA.
That's totally correct. The CEQA has to be done before the board could act on the subdivision map, but the board has no obligation to approve a subdivision map at the conclusion just because the CEQA has been prepared.
Thank you very much. Sorry to be so petty. I just want to make sure we all understand what's going on here and the information that is provided to the constituents. Thank you.
Questions from the board before we open it up to the public?
I had one question, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Barbara, you mentioned subdivision map. Can you elaborate a little bit? I mean,
Yes, I want to, basically the developer submitted its application in 2019, and that was for, the entire part of the project, which would have been a general plan amendment, a zone change, et cetera. Now, they're going under two paths right now. The first path is the developer-sponsored initiative, which if approved would make the general plan, approve a specific plan and the zoning code amendments. But there's one thing, well, there's a couple things that they can't do through an initial process, the main one being the subdivision map, because it's a legislative approval. It cannot be done through an initiative process, and it's a discretionary approval that has to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. So even if the initiative is approved, they still have to come to the board after a CEQA process to get the subdivision map approved. Now, if the developer initiative, so if the initiative's approved, they still need the CEQA to get the subdivision map. If it's disapproved, they still have the right to process their application through the Board of Supervisors for the whole project, and which would include the general plan, the zone change, and the specific plan. Yes, Joel, if you could elaborate.
Joel Ellenwood, Assistant County Counsel. The term subdivision is frequently misunderstood. What it means is a division of land into smaller parcels. The Strata Verde project consists of 3 very large parcels, and before any part of it can be sold or financed, there has to be a division of the land into smaller parcels that could be sold or financed. So subdivision doesn't mean residential subdivision. You can have commercial subdivisions just as well, and there could be confusion about that in the public. In this case, any subdivision would be for commercial projects only. No residential development is permitted under the Strata Verde specific plan.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank
That
you.
was where I was alluding to, because when you hear subdivision, it already creates an assumption, and I didn't want to allow that assumption to stay out there without a clarification. And just one other quick question, because I know part of it's supposed to be a preserve, right? So a certain element, certain amount of that, and that would be also a consideration of how you would have to subdivide it to allow for that specific section to be preserved separate from the other parcels, correct? Or am I? So yes, if you're saying we're gonna preserve this property, we have to subdivide it for that specific reason, is what I'm understanding.
Especially if they wanted to transfer that land to some sort of land trust.
To a trust, yeah, okay. So that's just part of the process to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
So subdivision in this context is completely different than anything having to do with residential.
Because I think that you said that there's only 3 large parcels in there. They're gonna have to split them down to smaller parcels to be able to sell or lease them.
Or for the park.
Yeah.
Or for the park.
Yeah, well, and I think because it's such a hot topic, it's good and I appreciate the sentiment of Supervisor Medina that it's okay to beat it up to death, to clarify that the whole element of subdividing this property is commercial specific, and it allows for even the preservation of that one parcel that would basically, that they would have a environmental focus, right? Preserving the environmental impact, or the wild, I think it's gonna be a wildlife preserve, if I'm not mistaken.
Agricultural, yeah.
That portion of that property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Barbara, I got a quick question. I was reading this and just, so if the measure fails, the applicant still has the right to come before the board.
Yes.
Does the clock starts just like any new application, or do they already have some advantages? In other words, if they already proceeded down the road, like completing the EIR, completing initial studies, do they have any advantage over any other original applicant?
It's gonna be treated like any other application.
So it'll be right from the start. In other words, it's like a fresh application.
Go ahead. They've had their application since.
They've had it
I think,
in, they've
May
been
of
working on it. That's what you
2019.
see before us today is the sequel. This is all part of that process. So they've already started this.
But they're treating like any other project that's applied in 2019. They're treated like any other project, whether, if the initiative fails, they're not given any
So
special treatment.
if it fails or passes, this will still move forward. And this will be available if it passes or if it fails, right? It'll still be available for both options.
Right, there's still gonna be an EIR prepared whether or not it fails or passes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that makes a good point, Mr. Chair. To a certain extent, right now, it's use-specific, this initiative, in that the specific plan requires it to be a commercial project. And so technically, the risk to, which is the constituents or the public's concern, is housing. The risk to that increases if this initiative fails. Passing this initiative would actually protect the interest of the public, which is concerned about housing.
All right, let me open up to, I'm sorry, Supervisor Patalo?
Yeah, Supervisor Hernandez made the exact point why this is so important with the initiative process. It really ties the hands of the property owner, the Board of Supervisors, to make sure that it stays as a commercial property. If it fails, then they can go back and have a portion of it be residential or other uses, and I'm happy you made that point.
Okay, let me open up to the public. Do you have any speakers?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers on this item.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further.
Actually, we have some.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Supervisor Hernandez, thank you for bringing up the subject because a lot of people are not sophisticated enough or confuse the word subdivision. So that was a great point to bring up. The fact that this people think that subdivision means housing and it's not, unless you know land use or something like that, or you work in real estate, you know what the difference is. And there are people that are in real estate that are actually against this proposition or this measure and are giving out false information. There is no housing involved. And just to be specific with, it's not this specific project that has to go through the CEQA process, the EIR. All projects have to go through an EIR. There are over, Barbara, is it 5 or 10 acres? Something like that. There is so that the public is aware that there is, this is not special to Strata Verde. No one is treating Strata Verde any special than any other project coming through. That's all I'm trying to say. And the specifics on an EIR, as whether they're starting to do it now, it is on the project developer to do it. It's never on the county. So this is not something special that Strata Verde is also doing and making it appear like, look what we're doing. Everybody has to do it. It just never comes from the counties, from the pocket of either the county and or the city. So the municipalities are not involved for any of the costs on the CEQA other than it goes forward through those agencies. So I just want to be specific out there because a lot of misinformation is putting out there that this project is giving special treatment, and it's not. It's following the law, and it's doing everything that it's supposed to do, and it's gone beyond. It actually didn't even have to go to a measure, but it went to a measure, and here we are today. And that measure, like it was brought up earlier, that and we all know that it has nothing to do with housing, but the misinformation out there that's being placed is that it has to do with housing. Also, the Strata project has to do, the egress and ingress has also been taken care of, and if anybody wants to take any information, there's a town hall video that people can go out there and reach out and take a look and listen to what this project and all the plans are specifically to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jackie, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, Jackie Morris Lopez, constituent District 2. I came late to this agenda item. I'm assuming by the conversation, this is regarding the Strata Verde or Measure N initiative, correct?
No.
No.
Anyway.
It is?
Strata Verde.
I apologize. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's the CEQA. It's
So
the
what
CEQA.
The CEQA has to be done.
Agenda item, please. What is the agenda item, please?
It's the contract for Denise Duffy and Associates to prepare an EIR.
Item number 15.
Okay.
On consent.
All right, so I have less than 3 minutes, so I'm going to tag on the conversation that I've heard, or the thread of conversation. And I think that what I've heard the previous speakers, including the citizen and also the supervisors, that I think we all know that, yes, this project is a humongous project that is in an area that is open rural land. It's a subprime, it's grazing land, it's open land. And I can't understand why we are even entertaining to put a project of this nature in that location. I'm not against commercial growth or development. I think you already have 1,500 acres that is available near the airport, near infrastructure, near the city of Hollister, that would not impact Highway 25 or Highway 101 near my community, San Juan Bautista, the northern part of the county. I believe that using language like subdivision and disclaiming that it's not going to entail any future housing is not correct.
It will, If I could, do you want?
Are you done, Jackie?
Sounds like she dropped.
Lost your connection.
She lost the connection. Okay, if she comes back, I'll give her a minute. She still had a minute. All right, any other speaker card? Any other person?
We have no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Arva?
Okay, I just wanted to reiterate, this does not include residential uses, and residential uses would be specifically prohibited under the initiative if it passes for a 20-year period. Under the application, there's no residential that's proposed. At this time, they could, if they were going to amend their application at some point in the future, they could potentially do that, but that's not what's being processed at this point in time. I wanted to state that the EIR, the point of the EIR is to establish what mitigation measures are necessary to mitigate the effects of any significant effects on the environment. If there are going to be any significant effects that can't be mitigated on the environment, then the board would have to make a statement of overriding consideration. That's the whole process of the CEQA process. So if you have any questions, let me know. Joel,
Okay.
did you have anything else to add on that? No.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we're trying to kill a minute to give Ms. Morris an opportunity, or no? But I was
no.
out there on the site yesterday with scientists as far as, how they're going to handle their water and wastewater. And it's a autonomous vehicle innovation park, but that's not the end of it. It's the innovation goes on how to manage our resources and enhance our Colorado River and our habitat and the environment. And I was out there with NASA Ames research scientists as far as how they're going to handle the water and integrate that through the whole property. My understanding is that it's only going to be about 6% of the land mass in that project area that is going to be developed. And so, but this is why we need to do this environmental impact report and the CEQA and get the application under consideration to have actual studies and real mitigations to protect what we all want to protect. And we kind of got ahead of ourselves with the hazard assessment study, and that's probably have to be redone again as well in this process. And we just need to
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID.
Go ahead.
Okay, we just need to see what the application, see if the public is interested in doing this zoning, this
Enter your
commercial
participant
project.
ID followed by pound.
Or,
Otherwise, just press pound to continue.
See if we want to
You
go
have
in this
joined the
direction.
meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anthony. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right.
We do have some hand raised. I think
We have some what?
we have some hand raised. We lost connection.
Okay.
You have entered the meeting as a panelist.
Okay.
Attendees can now hear you speak.
So should we give Jackie the
Yes, you give her the minute, absolutely.
Thanks. Thanks, Sarah.
So Jackie, please unmute yourself. Jen, can you give her a minute on? Jackie, please unmute yourself. Jackie, you are still on mute. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Go ahead, switch her to another person. Yeah.
David, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak. David, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Mr. Chair, can you give us a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
While we work on this
Take a 5-minute break.
technical?
Leak the water.
And there's like
All right, we'll continue from that quick 5-minute break to item number 18th. Yes,
Two? Because I know that was
item 2 will be after 20.
after 20.
Yes, sir.
It's consent.
After 20,
So you guys switched it to regular?
yeah.
No, we're still continuing, I think 15,
Yes.
right?
That was part of the motion
Excuse me?
We have 3 speakers still that
for 15.
Oh, we still have
15.
3 speakers? Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, we're still in number 15, and we still have 3 speakers, good. All right, go ahead. Yeah, Peter.
Idena, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I just wanted to let you guys know that the sound went out mid Jackie's call, so we didn't get to hear anything after that. Jackie gets a chance to speak again.
We'll give Jackie a minute. Jackie, you have 1 minute remaining from your previous time. Your time starts now. Jackie, please unmute yourself.
That's fine. I'll save it for another agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. And then next speaker.
David, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello. Yes, my name is David Serena. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just wanted to comment also that all of a sudden from the previous speaker, the noise went out, or I couldn't hear anything the rest of the meeting until you guys took a break. On item 16, I'm asking you guys not to spend any more time or resources in processing the Strata Verde project until the county has adopted a buffer zone around the chemical plant pursuant to the general plan, which was approved by the board unanimously. After the voters weigh in on this project, regardless of the outcome, the county will be reimbursed for costs incurred. You know that the county has limited resources and time. Its time should be spent on fixing traffic issues, not creating more traffic issues that will obviously result from commercial development on Highway 25. The county has to start protecting the public from health hazards and tragedies. I really think this is where we ought to spend more time doing this. I know that from everything that I have read and everything that I know is we're going to have a lot of increased traffic from Highway 25. And I can tell you that coming into Hollister on many occasions, I have to take 2 hours to get here because just from San Juan to Hollister, it's bumper to bumper traffic. And the same thing on 25. So I think we really need to mitigate these issues of traffic before any kind of development is pursued. This needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next speaker.
Valerie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, this is Valerie Eglin, San Juan Bautista, District 2. And I wanted to express my appreciation for the explanations of subdivision for the public. It's really important to demystify the image that developers have received. It's difficult to imagine that the world could single-handedly develop things if we had individuals building every business or every home. What kind of disarray would there be in the public? So I really applaud the fact that the Board of Supervisors has made that clear about zoning, rezoning, what development is, and what a subdivision is. So thank you very much. It's going to be an excellent project, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Thank you, Valerie.
We have no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion amongst my colleagues, I'll make a motion to approve a contract with Denise Duffy and Associates in preparation of an environmental impact report and associated CEQA supporting documentation and notices not to exceed $703,921. Authorize the RMA director to execute the contract upon receipt of all contract documents required, and authorize the RMA director to issue contract orders in the amount of $70,392, 10% contract contingency.
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 4-0. We are done with consent. Actually, that's not true. We still have one more. We will now go to number 18, regular agenda. Council of Governments, Mary's on the line. Make presentation on Highway 25.
Yes, good morning. This is Mary. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, and I believe you can see my screen. I have an update this morning for the supervisors on some recent COG activities, primarily focused on our Highway 25 project, but I'm happy to answer questions about any other COG that we're doing, of course. Sorry, just let me... Okay, so I'll give you a brief update on Measure G, talk about Highway 25, and also that relates to our San Benito, Santa Clara Mobility Partnership work that we've been doing. As far as Measure G, we are happy that the local agencies, including San Benito County, as well as Hollister and San Batista, are all working on local road projects using our Tier 2 funding for the measure on those local projects. And we're supporting the local agencies for that work. We are also primarily focused at COG on the Highway 25 project, which is our Tier 1 project, and pursuing funding for the widening of that project. So on that note, I wanted to talk about the different improvements that we're pursuing and our approach to that. COG recently took some important actions, and we're happy to be able to be moving the project forward. So as everyone who lives in San Benito County knows, this is a rural highway, and truly we need these improvements for safety, as well as goods movement and access. And I just want to let the supervisors know and let the community know that we are out there advocating for this project at a statewide level. We meet with the California Transportation Commission regularly, and we sort of, this is our presentation to them, saying that this is a project that's important to San Benito County, and that we need the support of the state for us to have a safe and more or a less congested way of travel for our citizens here. But we're also looking at a multimodal approach. And by multimodal, what we mean is not just driving alone. We can't solve the problem on this highway with everyone individually driving in a car. So we're also pursuing options for potentially someday passenger rail or better bus service along the corridor. And just making sure that this improvement is supports the community and benefits our community here in San Benito County.
Hey, Mary, can you do us a favor? Mary?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You're beginning to sound kind of rocky. Can you call again? Somehow.
Sure. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was having some issues earlier. Okay, sure.
Well, hold on a minute.
A lot better right
A lot better, right? A lot better right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There you go.
All you gotta do is say that. Hey, I take everything back I say bad about you.
Oh, really?
Oh, there you go. You sound much better.
Okay, how's it?
You sound much better.
Okay, sorry about that. All right.
That's good.
Thank you. Okay, so this is our approach to the project. These are our goals. Of course, creating 4 lanes on the highway is most important, but if we want to reduce traffic, shorten the commute, build an interchange at Highway 25 and 156, and have better transit connections. We are also, so when we expand the highway, we're looking at 4 lanes from Hollister to Gilroy. These are our project goals. We want to limit the on and off highway points, and that means closing driveways and intersections. So that's kind of one of the primary features of a project like this. We're not just going to put 2 new lanes of pavement down. We need to look at access and make sure that there's fewer conflicts. Santa Clara VTA is working on a new interchange project at Highway 25 and 101. And so that will be a new overpass that will help prevent collisions and improve travel time. And then again, with rail and bus transit, this is a priority for the state of California. It helps us to reduce emissions. And by pursuing those types of projects, not only does it benefit the community, but it also brings new funding opportunities to us. So putting into perspective a little bit, this is just, this slide shows the development of a California highway project. So you can see there's a lot of steps that it takes from when we identify a need and initiate the project to when we're actually in construction. As all of you know, and we've all been working on this project for a long time. I think I started working on it about 20 years ago. So it's, we've identified this need a long time ago. But funding is usually the problem that we see. And luckily, with the support of the voters, when they passed Measure G, we now have some real tangible funding for the project. And so we're able to start to move these different phases, such as project initiation, environmental, and engineering through more quickly now. So we appreciate that support, and we're doing our best to expedite the schedule. We had done a value analysis process, and I think I presented on this potential to the Board of Supervisors a few months ago, but we did work with a diverse group of folks, of engineers, planners, and others to look at the highway project as it was kind of being conceptualized and see where we could save money and improve the value to the community. So we're very excited about the work that was done and are glad that as a result of that, COG was able to take some important actions for the project. So at our last meeting, COG approved a project approach, which includes phasing of a project, a funding strategy, and our coordination and public outreach plans. So this is our approved project approach. We've divided the project area into 2 segments, a north segment and a south segment. In the south segment, and that'll be our primary focus, and I'll show that on the next slide, we'll be focusing on the Highway 25 156 interchange and constructing a new highway alignment with northbound and southbound from about Hudner Lane to San Felipe Road. And then the northern segment would be our second phase of the project, and that would be constructing only 2 new northbound lanes and using the existing highway for southbound lanes. And so the point of that is to save money for the project. So to build 4 new lanes of expressway and leave the old highway behind as a frontage road would be much more expensive. So we're in an effort to save costs. That's we've proposed this phasing. And so again, with our focus being on area number 1, which is the interchange at 25 and 156, that will be the safety improvement as well as help to reduce some of the congestion that happens in the, and keeping in mind that the 25-101 intersection is also, or the interchange is also being pursued. That will help do congestion as well. So we're trying to tackle different choke points essentially, and make the best improvement for the commuters out there. And then we would be looking at the area number 2, San Felipe Road, to the interchange, and making those widening improvements. And so part of the reason that the interchange portion of the project is important and something that we can look at in the early phase of the project is that it's also a benefit to the Highway 156 corridor. And with that, it brings some additional money to San Benito County. So, we made a commitment to voters with Measure G that we will be maximizing our state and federal commitments to the project. So by virtue of making improvement on 156, Caltrans has more funding available to that highway than they do to 25. And I can take questions on that if it's if you have any. But this talks about our strategy. We're, again, our commitment to the voters and to the community is that we want to maximize, we don't want to only use local funds on the project, and we are pursuing all these different federal, state, and other local programs that we can to make sure this happens for our community. So that is our Highway 25 project. Again, I'm happy to report that the COG board did take those actions because it's really important, and it helps us to set the stage for our next steps. Another important piece of work that we're doing is we've been working with Santa Clara County on our mobility partnership, and I think several of the supervisors, actually maybe all of you today, have been on this mobility partnership at some point, but this is with the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, and it's an important partnership. We benefit from our relationship with VTA in terms of getting funding into this area. Of course, if you're taking 25 from Hollister, you're likely going to also drive on 101 in Santa Clara County. So it's important that we make sure that we're pursuing improvements in that area as well. So Santa Clara County VTA is well underway with the Highway 25-101 interchange project, replacing the existing overpass there to make safety improvements. And they're pursuing construction funding for that project. We'll find out in November if that money was awarded. But another piece is the new Highway 152 corridor. So this is the concept of realigning Highway 152 to a different area. So this slide shows the different alignments that were under consideration. The mobility partnership at its last meeting actually took two of these alignments out of the running, so to speak. So alignment 1 and alignment 4, which are kind of shaded out in this slide. So those have been sort of taken off the table, and now we're focusing on alignment 2 and 3, both of which are in San Benito County. And also importantly, they also intersect with Highway 25. And so as a result, that's part of why we're looking at the northern segment of Highway 25 as a later piece of the project, because because we want to make sure that we include this alignment in there. There's going to be a lot of need to make sure that we have highways considered before we make major improvements and make major investments. So again, alignment 2 and alignment 3 are sort of what's left on the table, and BPA and COG will be working together as we look at further study and design for those areas. In terms of schedule and next steps for Highway 25, again, COG took some important actions at our last meeting. We're now sort of on this focus of putting an agreement together with Caltrans for our environmental study and finalizing the preliminary project design. We'll be programming state funds, so that's where we get the funding available to us, and working on the environmental phase in the spring of next year. But I just also, for some perspective, I mean, we've been working on all these things for a number of years, and a lot of things are, we're really ready to go, and it's just, some of this is more of the technical steps that we have to take, but nothing, we want to avoid as much as possible any kind of project delays, because this is really important to us to get this project moving ahead. The public is invited to look at our highway25.org website. It's got more project information and maps, and a lot of what I've just shared this morning with you. We also tomorrow, I want to invite all of the supervisors and the public to our project initiation ribbon cutting. We're holding that tomorrow at 11 a.m. We'll be out at the Sheriff's Office Training Center off of Highway 25. And just, it's an opportunity to celebrate the fact that we've taken these important steps, that the COG board was unanimous in their approval of this project approach, and it sets the stage for us to move the project forward. And in general, anyone is invited also to join our monthly COG meetings. We meet the third Thursday of the month at 6 o'clock. Our next meeting is October 15th, and then my contact information is also here. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for the time this morning to update you on what we've been up to.
Thank you, Mary, for that presentation, and I just want to share with my fellow supervisors that it's very important that we've all talked about you know, our local roads, and Measure G is gonna finally be able to provide, a good portion of that money for our local Highway 25. Due to very expensive road, the committee decided to build it out in phases, and with the hope that the federal and state government, including Santa Clara County, will come in and start putting some of their funds into Highway 25 expansion. And I just want to give some kudos and some thanks to the following individuals. Supervisor Anthony Patalo for taking the lead and helping us out, making sure that we can at least put Measure G on the ballot. Tony Beck, the gentleman passed away. He was also part of the group. Jim Gilliel was also, when he was a city council member. Myself, and then the mayor Ignacio Velasquez. All five of us, we discussed issues and options, and finally, at the end of the day, we all determined that a 30-year 1% interest was in the best interest of the community, and we're about to see the fruits of those discussions and taking it to the public and getting their support and their blessing on this great thing. If there's anything, especially you, Supervisor Patel, and myself, that we're about to, you know, move on to the next phase of our life, 16 years as county supervisors. If anything, this is one of those things we can hang proud. You know, expanding Highway 25 and to make sure that it provides a better transportation mode for our residents and members of our community. And I'm proud to say that I was part of it, and so were you. And the mayor too, Mayor Ignacio Velasquez. We all played a big role, and the entire committee too. They play a bigger role, because if it wasn't for them to go out and get signatures, it probably wouldn't pass. So tomorrow is basically the cake. Tomorrow we'll have this ceremony, and I wish that all the board members will show up tomorrow, because it will probably be one of the greatest accomplishments in San Benito County. Any comments, Mr. Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the kind words, of course, Mr. Chairman. But I think tomorrow is just kind of the beginning of a very long and hard process. And I appreciate Ms. Gilbert's report to us this morning on this. This is a very huge issue to many of our residents here in Hollister. And, you know, I think this project is going to probably evolve a little bit as it goes through the process, and as we work with Santa Clara County and VTA on the northern part of the highway. And one of the things I want to ask about, though, is that new overpass or interchange at 101 and 25. Is it going to roughly, Mary, be kind of the same design as what we got out there? Just the only thing that's really going to be different is the off-ramp. It will be extended quite a ways to carry more cars off of the highway, a lot more safer. It's a miracle that we don't have more accidents on 101 as it sits right now, because all of us get stuck in that. But it's still going to be a stop on the overpass as a left turn to go south on 101?
Yeah, there is some stop control areas on the interchange. So VTA is still refining the design and working to minimize the impact to traffic, but there are still some things like that are part of the project.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I want to really point out to future board members that are going to serve on this committee, is that that's kind of that kind of has to be resolved, I think, more efficiently before we could even begin to talk about bringing 152 into the 25 corridor, because that's even more cars that will be lined up to make that a southbound direction on 101 that have to stop. And then you got to wait for the good graces of somebody going through that, going onto the overpass in order to get on the on-ramp to go southbound 101. So that's very concerning to me. And then the other thing I kind of wanted to ask about, let's move a little bit further south on 101 to the options of 2 and 3. And, you know, if that helps pay for the 342 million that's kind of projected in cost for the 25 alignment, and are we kind of figuring in our phases to hold back expansion in those areas, to see if we have partners in covering the cost? Right now, I think way we're moving forward is that we're just kind of moving forward with the highway on our side of the county line, as you know, in 4 phases, and we're covered the whole cost. Is that kind of accurate, or am I mistaken?
I hope I heard exactly the question, but I think it is accurate. So the point of looking at some of these project phases and the value analysis work that we did was to bring that $342 million cost down. And to capitalize on the sharing of the corridor with the 152 project. So the costs are less. The total project cost for our first 2 phases is not the full 342 million.
Okay. Yeah, and because
does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question, but then leads to the next question as far as, do we have a timeline that VTA, Santa Clara County, to make a decision that, yes, we're go forward, we got the funding, and let's go, and widen 25, or do we have an option that, you know, what our late RMA director was advocating, let's just put another 2 lanes in there and alleviate congestion right now, and it'd be far cheaper than the expressway that Caltrans would like to see. Because we could wait for Santa Clara forever.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, I mean, Santa Clara, you know, they are really focusing on that 25-101 interchange now, and so that will be a big improvement that they've taken the lead on. But that is part of our phasing is looking at just the 2 lanes, and so that was something, yes, that Mr. Mavrogenis had advocated for, and we looked at with our value analysis, and we did see some. The group saw value in perhaps only constructing the 2 lanes of the new expressway in more of the northern part. I can. I'm not sure if I can share my screen back again, but to show the slide again. But that's kind of what we were hoping to accomplish there, to save money and build the project more quickly. So it's still a long process to build a highway project, as you know. We've been working together for a long time, and we're just still hoping to get the 156 project under construction. But so we know that these things take time, but we're trying to accelerate our development schedule as much as possible to start building, especially. But again, we will focus on that southern portion of the highway from the interchange to San Felipe Road first.
Okay, and lastly, and I appreciate the time and answers to the questions, I think the future COG boards and Board of Supervisors have to keep very close eye as far as how these costs and moving forward with these highway projects and the phases changes, and we really need to kind of have some flexibility at some point in the plan. We can't go on Caltrans time with this. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Patel. Supervisor Hernandez, being a member of COG.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to repeat too much of what Mary said, but it's really exciting times, and I plan on being there tomorrow. Ultimately, there was a very strong focus of maximizing dollars. I guess is a strong component, because I know Measure G funds are, sounds like a lot of money what we're getting, but at the end of the day, especially with time being a big factor and trying to make sure that we're ahead of the curve with trying to get, basically not deal with the implications of increasing costs as time goes by with construction costs. So yeah, this has been a really strong focus. We've actually had pretty back-to-back meetings, not just with COG, but then we've also had mobility partnerships. There's all these, I guess for the sake of digestion for the public, there's different moving parts working parallel, and to a certain extent we have to be very diligent, which I know Mary's been really diligent of making sure that those three are merging, the 25-156 interchange, the 101 interchange with the mobility partnership and the flow of traffic, and then considering the trade corridor along with the strong focus of Measure G to support the widening of 25 and decreasing traffic. So it's been a heavy lift, and it's funny because I'm the newest guy in the group, but it's been a lot for me to digest. And right now, from what I'm seeing, is there's a lot of consensus. And I would say that one of the most exciting parts that I noticed was even with that mobility partnership, the fact that we eliminated two routes from the 4, which those 4 have been in existence for how long, Supervisor Bertello?
Oh, geez, maybe 10 years or longer.
Yeah, so that's a monumental lift, the fact that we're now officially filtering it down to really getting to the core of how to advance this project forward, all these different elements together. And now, ultimately starting to figure out what it means to have the public informed, which I appreciate. Highway 25, the website, I was looking at it right now, and it seems pretty informed. So it's going to make for good conversations, and for the public to really see their dollars actually be used at a time like this when we're dealing with a lot of issues. This is the silver lining that our public really needs to hear about. That's all I have to share, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing, sir.
Thank you. Let me open it up to the public.
Mr. Wolf, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Wolf, please go ahead and unmute yourself. We have no more speakers on Zoom for this item.
We have a member from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Supervisor Bertello, you bring out a really good point that with regards to the bottlenecking. I'm old enough that I grew up in Gilroy, and we had Blood Alley, and everybody complained. So now we have the new bypass, the new freeway, and it's backed up. And at the time when they were planning that part of Cochrane Road all the way up to, which is now 85, and it bottlenecks there again, it was going to cost an extra $2 million. And they were, obviously, we all know that, that we were talking about this project in the 60s. And in the 60s, it was going to cost an extra $2 million for making it 2 additional lanes, which they should have. But in hindsight, they should have, but it was too expensive at the time. And that's exactly what Supervisor Bertello is saying, is that you need to plan for it now. We know the expense. Even though they're saying it's 10 to 10 years, it's going to take longer than that amount of time. Realistically, we're having problems right now with 156, or was it 152? Anyway, we're having problems with it right now because, it's great to say, hey, we're going to get going, and tomorrow you're going to have this party, but it's too soon. We really don't know how long it's going to take to actually negotiate with all those property owners along 25. That hasn't been done yet. That is a big delay, and it's unfortunate that when the landowners start seeing this and they start getting $1 and somebody gets $1.25. Well, hey, so it's going to take longer than that. So the public needs to know this highway is not going to be done in 10 years. It is going to take longer, and maybe I'm the Debbie Downer here, but I want the people to be realistic. It's going to take a lot of money, and right now it's costing $5, but because it's going to take so long to get all those property owners to agree to sell their properties, how this is going to get planned out, those $5 are going to expand to maybe $20 or $25. So we're not talking about a $300 million project. It's going to increase. That's the reality of this. So if it's going to get done, and people complaining, you get the 2 lanes right now. I can see it at 2 lanes backing up. It's going to get bottlenecked. If it's possible, think of what this is going to look like in 50 years and 60 years when we're not here, but that road is still going to be here, and that's the plan that has to be done. It has to be planned out what this road is going to look like in the next 50 years to 60 years when they start complaining then that the road is too narrow. Think of it, it's got to get done, and if it can get done, get it done now. It's going to cost money. We know it's going to cost money. And right now, we're in an economic crisis right now where people are really not on the road that much. So that G money is not really coming in as much as they thought it was going to be because a lot of people aren't traveling because a lot of people have lost their jobs. There's a lot to consider. And the reality is it's not going to take 8 to 10 years. It's going to take longer, and it's going to take a lot more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Do you have any? We have speaker. Okay, go ahead.
Valerie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, Valerie Eglund, District 2, San Juan Bautista. I worked on the Measure P, and that committee worked diligently to try to get the tax dollars we needed back then. And Ilya is saying, the cost of things have kept going up. And finally we got Measure G, and then we have COVID. So to look realistically at the time frame, looking at the charts there, I'm hoping 10 years that, wow, I congratulate all of you for the patience and diligence this has taken. Amazing. It's just amazing to watch and to have been involved in over the years. So hang in there. Hang in there. We can do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers on Zoom at this time.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. This is more information.
One
Yes.
more element, Mr. Chair, that I forgot to mention. I know a big part, I mentioned maximizing dollars, maybe I didn't clarify. When we talked, Mary mentioned the 4 different phases when it came down to the decisions that was made and how the route went. I know we don't have the PDF up, but basically the thought is how could we maximize the trade corridor dollars to make sure that Measure G's dollars go farther, and that being the case, there is a potential for those $2, basically those 2 different pools of money, making it that the Measure G dollars have, to a certain extent, we're not having to use as much of those and possibly using those funds for local roads. So I think that's a huge important piece, which is why all these different parts working together is so important. And when I look at the trade corridor, the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, and I don't want to be too redundant. Oh yeah, so the flyer is up, or the slide. Thank you, Dulce. So the way that route is going, it's not only maximizing the 25 route itself, but it's kind of almost like merging into that trade corridor element, so the trade corridor dollars could be a portion of that, right? It's the new 152. I know the District 4, I believe, is really excited about ultimately us, using a little bit more of a southern route, and that route by default means those dollars come with it, and those dollars basically maximize the 25 Measure G dollars, and those Measure G dollars can now be used locally, potentially, right? I know that there's a lot of still property acquisition, which was mentioned, but at the end of the day, we really are doing our best to make sure that we put our heads together and our dollars together, so that and that by default means, I think, not only it happens feasibly, but it happens more expediently. The process is faster. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Supervisor Hernandez. I see, incorporating the 152 realignment, but the downside for us to understand is that it will, in all likelihood, extend a period of time that we had hoped to get 25 widened. And the other thing that I can't emphasize more, because the way it's planned right now, that interchange at 101 and 25 is inadequate, flat out inadequate. And if they go forward and build that interchange, we should not accept that traffic, because it's a plug 101 up. It's just because the car's turning left at that stop sign. I do that all the time. I almost do it every other day. And it's just because of kind drivers, and they shouldn't be doing it, but they let you in. And we have more traffic that wants to go on with that realignment of 152, instead of taking 156 and fighting 7 stoplights or 8 stoplights when they do the Buena Vista stoplight. They're trying to come across on the 152 realignment to get on 101. I don't know. It just seems like my plead is that make sure our partners and us do it right.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well,
Thanks.
that's a really good point, Supervisor Botello, and just to mention, I know in the mobility partnerships, and it's funny how I'm remembering these things, so I'm thankful that I'm remembering, but basically, from what I was shared with in these meetings, a lot of that traffic is from the northern side, from basically the Gilroy, San Jose side, and there's a huge bottleneck that they have issues with, which is part of the whole, the flow of traffic issues going into the 25. So from, basically the interchange all the way up to, what is it, like, I want to say at least 1st Street or 10th Street, right? So all that is a backlog, and so their focus is not only the realignment on the interchange, but it's also that flow of traffic, because I know one of the conversations that we had, and I believe the mayor was the one that made mention of it, is why don't we have basically like a flyover, something that drops off, but in order for them to do that, they would have to buy that winery location, or it's like a venue location right there, right on the 101 interchange. So they said that it's for, I can't remember the specific reason, but it didn't seem feasible. But ultimately, yeah, there's still an opportunity for that flow of traffic to increase, and that's the focus, is not just the 101 interchange, but all the backlog traffic going to 1st Street, So it's they're addressing it at different layers, and I think it'll create but you're right, and ultimately what Mary did mention in closing is basically that it's still not final, that design that we're talking about, that I agree could be a concern. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good discussion. Okay, this is more informational. Now we'll move to item number 19. Barbara?
Yes, I'll provide the introduction. I'll provide the introduction. Can we confirm that Exponent is available on Zoom? And then I'll do the formal introduction.
Okay.
What is the name?
Dr.
Medicare.
On the day and Dr. Mahedekar.
Tracy, can you announce it if you are this person, if you could raise your hand right now?
Exponent.
On the day has been promoted to panelists.
Okay. Paul, do you have Exponent on the line too?
I'm sorry, Dr. Medikar, are you online? Dr. Medikar.
Dr. Marikar, if you can raise your hand by pressing *9 of the raise your hand icon.
Is that it right there? Okay.
There he is.
Okay, then I can go ahead and start.
Okay,
the
yeah, go
introduction.
ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, the application for the Strade Verde project was filed in 2019. This prompted the review of the hazards buffer necessary under General Plan Policy HS 6.9. A contract with EMC was executed for this work at the end of 2019 and in early 2000 amended to perform the required buffer analysis. The hazards report and off-site consequence analysis performed by EMC was reviewed by the Board of Supervisors on August 4th, 2020. The buffer recommended by EMC was 3.5 miles and did not differentiate between day or night and did not include any mitigation measures. This was the distance modeled for the sudden rupture of a storage tank, releasing chlorpicrin to form a liquid evaporation pool, I believe of 500 meters squared. ABSG performed a peer review work of the work that was performed of EMC. The analysis by ASBG indicated that the AEGL3 distance for daytime activities was expected to be 0.3 to 0.4 miles, and the AEGL3 distance for nighttime activities was expected to be 1.5 to 2 miles. ASBG work did not model any actual mitigation measures, but discussed how mitigation measures could affect the buffer. For example, a measure which would reduce the evaporation rate by 75% of chlorpicrin was leaked could reduce the nighttime AEGL distance to 0.8 miles. Today, the board is receiving a report from Exponent as a result showing what its analysis has been. Exponent was retained by TriCal. Exponent is a very reputable firm that the county had previously considering for its own analysis. In addition to its analysis and its own modeling, Exponent has proposed some potential mitigation measures, which, if implemented, could substantially reduce the AEGL3 distance for the chlorpicrin release. The board is requested to receive the report by Exponent. However, no action is being proposed at today's meeting.
Okay, Dr. Medakar, you could proceed with your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you for allowing us to present this. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to be presenting a set of slides, and I expect my presentation to be about half an hour. I will answer questions after that, and I also have Paul Naday from TriCal to answer questions.
Okay.
So Exponent.
That's what we'll do.
Exponent did a. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'm acting chair. The Supervisor De La Cruz stepped out for a second, and we'll wait and hold our questions till after your presentation.
Okay. So should I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So Exponent was retained to do a peer review of the OCA analysis done by EMC, and we also did an independent evaluation of that. So as a brief introduction, Exponent is a company which is a multidisciplinary engineering company and scientific consulting firm. We are headquartered actually very close to you in Menlo Park. I am actually speaking from the Exponent's Irvine office in Southern California. Our staff is a highly technical staff. Most of them have doctorates or masters. And we focus on looking at engineering and science and regulatory issues faced by our clients. As a background, I am a licensed chemical engineer with about 25 years of experience in reviewing and evaluating process designs. I have performed over 200 plus risk assessments, including off-site consequence analysis and other reviews and quantitative risk assessments. I do risk assessments and failure analysis, and I look at alternative designs and strategies to mitigate the likelihood of future failure. I've also served as expert witness and worked on a number of litigation matters. And more relevant to this, I have done a number of OCAs, QRAs for various submissions for PSM and RMP submissions. These are for OSHA, EPA, fire departments, and also to international clients using FAST and other risk tools. So Exponent was asked to evaluate the EMC report and the EMC modeling, and we concluded that the EMC report modeled the scenarios incorrectly. And this was in part due to the poor assumptions they had made, and this led to unrealistic scenarios, incorrect scenarios, or scenarios that are not physically possible. The EMC report also used incorrect physical properties into these models that also had the same effect of being unrealistic or incorrect. Subsequently, Exponent was asked to perform an independent evaluation, an independent modeling of these hazard scenarios. And we modeled similar potential hazard scenarios at the TriCal facility. And for our modeling, we used both Aloha, the code that was used by EMC, and our own code that we prefer, a commercial code called FAST. And we compared the results from both these models using assumptions that we believe are supported and using the correct properties for this chemical based on missed data and additional verification. And when we run these models using the appropriate assumptions and the correct properties, we find that we get significantly different results, which I'll show you as we go along. So the models used by Exponent, as I briefly mentioned, were Aloha and FAST. Aloha is a standalone software that's developed by US EPA agency and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. This is a free code. It's publicly available. So that's why most of the regulatory agencies are able to have this code with them for their use. While it's free and easy to use, it is limited in the set of things that you can do. You have limited input parameters, and you have limited models, such as you cannot account for rainout. FAST, on the other hand, is not free. It requires a license to use it, but it is the industry's leading accepted standard software for such evaluations. It's tailored for scenarios such as these, including discharge, dispersion, fires, and so on. The model is more sophisticated than Aloha, has many more input parameters, many more sophisticated models that accounts for things that would be of importance here. Exponent use both of these models. We use Aloha and we use FAST, and we get pretty good result comparison between these two models in our analysis. The hazards that were evaluated by Exponent included the 5 main hazards that were done by EMC. And these included, 1, releases of chloropicrine from chloropicrine tank, releases of chloropicrine from a rail car, a release from phosgene release from degradation of chloropicrine. This scenario we think is unrealistic, and we don't believe that this is plausible, but we have modeled it just to show comparison between what EMC did. EMC modeled a DCP release and a fire, and postulated that such a fire could affect the chloropicrine tank, cause the chloropicrine to degrade into phosgene, and the model its dispersion under a very strange condition. So we have modeled a similar scenario, but we don't think that is realistic. We also modeled methyl bromide release from rail car and release of 1,3-DCP from a DCP tank. So let's go into the aspects that we found to be concerning and incorrect from EMC's modeling perspective. The first and foremost is that when they did the dispersion, they mixed 2 conditions. They used a high daytime temperature, 104, which would be close to a recorded 3-year maximum temperatures at the site. These maximum temperatures would occur at daytime conditions. However, they used that daytime temperatures with a stability class of F, which only occurs at night. The stability class F has a solar radiation of 0. So if you look at tables that define the stability class, you will see that if you look at wind speeds less than 1 meter per second, you get stability class of F only during nighttime conditions. If you look at daytime conditions for low wind speeds, the stability classes range from A to B, and they do not go to stability class of F. So this combination of high temperatures, daytime high temperatures of 104 cannot coexist with the stability class of F. If you want to use the high daytime temperatures, you have to choose a stability class of A or a B. The other thing that they used was a surface roughness, which of 20 mm. Although this is not that big a difference, we use the standard guidance of 30 mm for open terrain or grass with few isolated objects. We would argue that, for closer to the release with tanks and walls and vessels and rail cars, this could be higher, going to maybe the next category of 10 mm. But we stayed at the guidance of FAST and also Aloha of 30 mm. EMC used a slightly lower number of 20 mm, which is closer to the open water or mud flats. So when we look at the comparisons of parameters between EMC and us, this slide kind of summarizes it. I'm showing here the various parameters that EMC and Exponent use. I'm also showing you what ABS used in its peer review of EMC's work. So EMC used a combined scenario which had a high temperature of 104 degree F with a wind speed of 1 and a stability class of F, which I just explained cannot coexist. So we split this into two, a daytime condition of 104, but with a stability class of F, and a nighttime of 70 and a stability class of F. So our daytime is 104 with a stability class of B, which is possible, and a stability class of F only for the nighttime. ABS uses a similar breakup. The temperatures are a little bit different. We use the same temperature of 104 as EMC for comparisons. For nighttime, we use a temperature of 70. I believe the average temperature at night is in the 50s for that site, but we use the higher temperature of 70. What other property that was of concern was the vapor pressure. We believe that EMC used incorrect input parameters, and that resulted in an unrealistic, larger evaporation rate of chlorpyrifene. Here's a screenshot of the chlorpyrifene Aloha, which EMC used, along with Aloha Simcoe that Exponent used, and we see that for the ambient temperature of 104, the vapor pressure is significantly different and higher for the EMC case. Other point to note here is that if you look at the combination of 104 and stability class F, as shown in EMC, the note here that says there's a user order. So Aloha, when you input temperature of 104, and it automatically selects a stability class of B, which is the most common combination for a daytime stability class, and you have to choose a user override to change from a stability class of B to an F. And it says, are you sure you want to go there? Is it because that's not what they would typically estimate? Whereas when you go from 104 and stability class of B, you don't get that user override. So when we look at the input parameters that Aloha, that we use and compare with what EMC used, we find that the properties that they use for chlorpyrifene were not correct according to the NIST data. This table kind of summarizes the various properties like critical pressure, the critical temperature, the ideal heat gas capacity, what we used and what EMC used. And we see differences in the use of chemical properties for chlorpyrifene. The other chemical properties for DCP and phosgene and methyl bromide, we don't have any significant discrepancy. But this property choice for chlorpyrifene, we feel that it led to an incorrect vapor pressure and incorrect evaporation rate. The The EMC choice of chlorpyrifene properties resulted in an evaporation rate that's about 4 or more times higher than what we can predict using the NIST or the STS data of chlorpyrifene. So this results in a much larger release of chlorpyrifene that is physically possible for those temperatures and conditions. In EMC report, in their appendix, they also used another code called BREEZE to do additional calculations. In those calculations, we find other sources of error. For example, they use and model 100% chlorpyrifene gas as the source term. They are releasing chlorpyrifene gas at this 4.3 times higher rate into atmosphere directly, not using a pool to calculate the evaporation rate. Such a release of chlorpyrifene gas is only possible if it's a boiling point temperature, and the chlorpyrifene is boiling at 233 degree F. At temperatures closer to 104 or even higher temperatures, chlorpyrifene would remain a liquid, and it would not be released just as vapor, 100% vapor. There are additional errors in the EMC BREEZE report. For example, when you look at the chlorpyrifene tank scenario with 1,000 meters square, if you look at how much chlorpyrifene vapor they're putting in, we get a number that's more than the 100% inventory within the tank. So the maximum the tank can contain is about 62,000 kg. And if you look at how much they have put into the atmosphere for that scenario, is close to 160% of that number. So that's not correct either. When we did our chlorpyrifene modeling input, we modeled the chlorpyrifene properties from reputable sources like NIST and the manufacturer SDS. Instead of having a combined 104 and F, which cannot happen, we split them into daytime and nighttime conditions. We did a release, one for the tank, which is of 10,000 gallons, and one for rail car, which is close to 12,700 gallons. We did a complete release, that is 100% of the release instantaneously into the bund, and we allowed the bund or the pool which was formed to evaporate as its physical properties would allow. The bund for the tank case, we took a scenario of 159 meters squares, which is the largest bund we have, which can actually hold not only the 10,000 gallons, but actually 3 times or 30,000 gallons, accounting the fact that there could be 3 separate tanks in there. For the rail car, we looked and talked to the TriCal operations, and we understood that a rail car release during loading operations would be contained, if needed, by using 8 feet wide trench along the length of the rail car, and this would lead to a bund area of about 37 meters square. Okay, so this is the assumptions for chlorpyrifene. I will just go through all the other scenarios before showing you the results. For methyl bromide case, they also had very unrealistic assumptions. That is the EMC report. The EMC report modeled the methyl bromide as a complete release of 175,000 pounds of methyl bromide as vapor in 10 minutes. We conclude that this is physically impossible. It is physically impossible that 175,000 pounds of rail car pressurized liquid methyl bromide can be released as a vapor in 10 minutes. Even if you look at a worst case scenario in a rail car derailment, where you could postulate maybe a rupture in the nozzle or a crack in the inner and the outer shells, and you have methyl bromide coming out, even in this case, it would be unrealistic to even get this liquid out of the rail car in 10 minutes. If the rail car is pressurized at 80 psig, a quarter-inch leak would take over 28 hours to de-inventory the entire contents. If you have a much larger 1-inch leak, which is not very likely, you still need 2 hours to empty this rail car. Furthermore, as this liquid methyl bromide comes out, it will flash, meaning it will separate into vapor and liquid phase. This causes what is known as choke flow. And this choke flow situation limits the release rate of vapor into air. For a complete release of 175,000 pounds of methyl bromide from rail car to atmosphere, the release duration would be close to multiple hours in just 10 minutes. And then only a small fraction of this released liquid would flash into atmosphere in 10 minutes. And we are not even accounting for the fact that as the release occurs, the pressure inside the rail car would drop from 80 psi-G and keep dropping and further slow this release. So we conclude that 175,000 pounds of rail car liquid methyl bromide cannot be released as vapor in 10 minutes. Okay? So what we did was we released the methyl bromide. Again, we did separate day and night, just as we talked for chlorpyrifos. We had 104-degree high temperatures, but stability class of B, a nighttime temperature still conservative of 70 F, and a stability class of F. We still did the entire release. We released the 175,000 pounds, the complete inventory of a rail car at 80 psi-G. We looked at two releases. One is a release from about a 1-inch hole in the rail car, and second, a more drastic, catastrophic release. The entire inventory comes out. The release is at ground level. There's no bun, but we allowed the release to kind of take the physical properties as how it would go into the vapor phase and not force it to be released 175,000 pounds in 10 minutes. The next is the phosgene release. So I already mentioned that we consider a phosgene release as unrealistic. What EMC did was that EMC assumed that phosgene is created at site. Phosgene is not being stored at the trical site, but what they postulated is that there is a chemical 1,3-DCP, which is like a diesel type heavy hydrocarbon and can ignite. They assume that 1,3-DCP leaks. It has a rupture, the tank leaks, spreads out in the tank or a pool, has a fire, and that fire creates radiant heat and causes heat to impinge upon either the chlorpyrifos tank or chlorpyrifos which is out spilled itself somehow. And this radiant fire causes the chlorpyrifos to degrade. Now this degradation is unlikely when it occurs at very high temperatures, and you could get phosgene, but it is more likely that the phosgene will further continue to degrade at those temperatures into its more elemental states like nitrous oxides. And but in the strange scenario that the EMC assumed, DCP fire causes the chlorpyrifos to degrade, but then it kind of freezes. It doesn't degrade any further. And more importantly, instead of modeling the dispersion under those fire conditions, which would have high temperatures, very unstable met conditions, and very hot, buoyant vertical plumes, as you would expect when a raging fire, they model the dispersion under a very, very stable nighttime, low temperature conditions. So we believe that if you were to model this under the right conditions, we would get much lower distances and much higher dispersion. But we kind of actually protest, and we say this scenario is not realistic. The TriCal doesn't store phosgene. This scenario of creating a phosgene under this situation is very unrealistic. We are only doing this modeling to compare our results with what EMC did. So we modeled the scenario again. We break it down as daytime, and we use a more unstable conditions like 104 degrees, but an A, which is unstable conditions, or use a different wind speeds like 1 meter per second. That is in the EMC report, but also more likely a higher wind speed. It would be 5 meters per second or even higher when you have vertical buoyant plumes under the fire situations. We did the same modeling. We released the same amount of phosgene, using the EMC assumption. EMC assumed that 1% of chlorpyrifene is degraded to phosgene, so they had about 10,000 gallons of chlorpyrifene convert into 824 pounds of phosgene. This 824 pounds of phosgene is released directly into atmosphere in 1 hour. So we did the same thing. Although we don't believe that this is physically possible, we still modeled the same release of 824 pounds of phosgene in 1 hour from the top of the chlorpyrifene tank. For the 1,3-DCP modeling, we did the same thing as EMC. We don't have significant concerns about this. We released the entire contents of a single 32,000 gallon DCP into the bund area of 167 meters square, which can hold the entire 1,3-DCP release. We did the modeling similarly. We split into daytime and nighttime conditions. The entire volume of the largest tank of 32,000 gallons. The release was catastrophic, meaning it came out completely into the puddle. And we modeled the puddle at ground level with a bund of 167 meters square. Besides the modeling the scenarios that for the EMC, we also looked at mitigation alternatives that are available at the site. These mitigation strategies, they are different. We have many different strategies that we can use for further mitigation of the hazards. And what I have to point out that we have not identified which strategies or which combination of strategies, but here's a list of the mitigation strategies. One, we can spray water on any potential chlorpyrifene spool. Secondly, we could partition the common bund into smaller bunds. For example, the largest bund is for chlorpyrifene tank that holds 3 10,000 gallon tanks, and there is a common pool area. We could partition the bund into 3 bunds so that the area for evaporation is reduced. For the rail car, we could put impoundments or dikes around the unloading facility. We could also install some at these loading and unloading facilities. We could also consider not having rail cars on site for storage, but instead having smaller containers. So these mitigation strategies could be used in itself or by combinations. And these mitigation strategies further reduce the impact distances. For our present evaluation, we have just used and addressed one particular type of mitigation. We looked at, for example, the spray of water, which is actually very easy to implement. If you can spray water on a release, and we did it only for the tank case, if you spray release in the bund where the liquid is coming out from the tank, water being lighter and chlorpyrifene, it will stay on top of chlorpyrifene. Chlorpyrifene also does not have very good solubility, so it will not mix easily, and water will stay on top. This presence of water layer on top of chlorpyrifene will effectively cut out the evaporation of chlorpyrifene. Chlorpyrifene already has a very low vapor pressure, and it is not boiling. It stays as liquid. It is not prone to sudden release of vapor into the space. Having a water on top will cut this evaporation. For this calculation, we have assumed that even though we can flood the water on the pool of chlorpyrifene, we assume the 90% mitigation when the surface is covered. So I will show you the results, a comparison of results. These are results at AEGL3 exposure levels. And I'm using results from EMC to compare with our exponent results. I'm also putting in what ABS did as their peer review that you were presented a couple of weeks ago. So I'm looking at scenarios in the first column. In the first row is weather conditions. And as I mentioned, EMC and Aloha or Breeze, they used a kind of an incorrect combination of a daytime high, recorded maximum, 3-year maximum of 104, but a nighttime stability class, which only exists at 0 solar radiation, which cannot exist, but with 1 meter per second wind speed. And we split our into two, daytime with 104, but stability class of B, and nighttime of 70 and stability class of F. And we did it for both Aloha, that matched what EMC did, and FAST, that we did and we believe to be a more sophisticated model that was also used by ABS. And we looked at scenarios that are shown in the first model, the chlorpyrifene release from a tank, then a tank with a mitigation of water spray, which is the second row. We did a chlorpyrifene release from a rail car. We haven't done a mitigation, but we could do the same thing or other mitigations if needed. We also did a phosgene release due to a fire in a nearby tank. We did a 1,3-DCP release, both from a toxic and a food fire. We did a methyl bromide release from a catastrophic release of methyl bromide, and a little bit slower release, a 1-inch leak. And when we compare our results, our predictions with EMC, we find that we get significantly lower impact distances, especially when we look at, if we take mitigation into account. Our results actually match closely when we put the right properties. Both our Aloha predictions and our FAST predictions matched quite closely. And our FAST predictions are kind of consistent with what ABS had presented to you as a peer review. If I kind of summarize these results more graphically, this chart may make it easier to kind of look at. So here are the same scenarios that I presented. Again, the same AEGL3 impact distance for various scenarios. The first scenario is a chlorpyrifene tank release. The second one is the same release, but with water mitigation. And I'm presenting results for EMC, for ABS day and night conditions, for exponent Aloha day and night, FAST day and night. So the chlorpyrifene tank shows that all the releases are much significantly lower than the 3.5 mile EMC proposed buffer zone. If you have the chlorpyrifene tank with mitigation, it drops even further with that mitigation. The rail car, the same scenario. Our results using Aloha and FAST are significantly lower than what EMC has done. The phosgene release, again, is much lower than, although we kind of protest that such a release is not physically possible, but even if we model that release using Aloha and FAST, we get significantly lower impact distances. The 1,3-DCP fire and the DCP toxic is kind of very low and does not really impact. The methyl bromide, again, our model releases are significantly lower than what EMC predicts. Even our Aloha and our FAST releases are significantly lower than the EMC for the catastrophic case or for the 1-inch leak. As a point, when you're looking at a buffer zone evaluation, we think that you are kind of doing an implicit risk assessment. Risk, in our opinion, is a measure of potential human injury or environmental damage or an economic loss in terms of two things: the incident likelihood and the consequence. What I would like to point out that in this study, in the EMC report, in the ABSPA modeling and our exponent evaluation to date, only a consequence analysis has been done. No likelihood evaluation was done. If you truly want to address risk, if you truly want to address meaningfully the risk, you have to take into account the likelihood of these scenarios. These scenarios could be very unlikely to occur, and you need to take into account these likelihoods before you can address risk. So an evaluation of a buffer zone without evaluating the likelihoods would be incomplete. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is that exponent was asked to evaluate EMC report and its modeling. We have done that. And what we conclude is that the EMC report modeling was done incorrectly. And it was done incorrectly because of the poor assumptions and the incorrect physical properties they put into the model. And this led to an unrealistic, incorrect, and very oftentimes scenarios that are not physically possible. Subsequently, when we did the modeling, and we did the modeling using both the Aloha model that EMC itself has used and the FAST model that we believe is superior and also has been used by the peer reviewer ABS. And we use the assumptions that are supported and the correct properties for these chemicals. We find that we get significantly different results. Our assumptions and the correct properties and the correct modeling gives us a significantly different results than what has been put forward in the EMC report. At this point, I'll stop my presentation and I will be happy to take questions. I and Paul from TriCal will be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the board if they have questions. Supervisor Hurtado? Hurtado.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions, but I just wonder if Mr. Naide of TriCal has any comments, because this whole issue has been surrounded about his facility. I appreciate this report. It paints a real clear picture of what really is the true risk that is out there, and hopefully the public now sees that it has been exaggerated by the EMC report. We still have to do, of course, further studies as time goes on, but I think that it's very debatable what has happened up to this point. I don't know if Paul, he's on our panel.
Yeah, I'm on. I'll go ahead now, and thank you, Supervisor Botello. Just to reiterate, our property is and always has been safe and secure and beneficial to the community. We consider ourselves to be good neighbors, and we're going to continue to do so. One of the things that has come out of this is obviously the mitigation measures. And, as we learn about these mitigation measures, we will adopt whatever we can to further reduce any potential. And as I think Dr. Medikar has stated, and I believe even ABSG stated, was that mitigation factors can be taken, and we will take what's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had a question. Mr. Medikar, Dr. Medikar, you mentioned that likelihood should be taken into account, and that this, when you're saying that, are you saying that even the EMC report and ABS doesn't take into consideration likelihood? It just creates scenarios of how risk can happen, but not necessarily the likelihood of that risk. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if you can hear me, what you said is correct. The evaluation is done by EMC, and the peer review by ABS did not address the question of likelihood. So what was presented to you was only a consequence analysis. The likelihood, or how often can a rail car rupture or have an unloading incident, or how likely is that you could have a tank of a fluorpropylene leak, what is the likelihood of a failure of, would it be a quarter inch, and what is the likelihood of the wind speed in the direction of the to the south or to the west or the north? What is the likelihood of having the high temp? None of the likelihoods were addressed. So the question of likelihood was not even touched upon by either of the evaluations. And we believe that if you want to measure risk, you cannot do it by looking at the consequence, because one can think of a consequence that can be a doomsday scenario type of consequence, which would be unrealistic, unlikely to happen, would have a very low probability of occurrence, but you would not know it because they have not done the evaluation. They have only done a consequence analysis. it is okay to do the consequence analysis, but you also need to do a likelihood evaluation and present those together to have a picture of risk. And one of the studies, including ours, has addressed a likelihood of these scenarios.
Thank you, Dr. Medikar. Yeah, so the reason why I mentioned that is I know at a previous meeting when we had, I think it was the initial meeting with the EMC, I asked the question why we didn't have mitigation addressed, and correct me if I'm wrong, what the answer was is, well, that's not what we were asked to do. Irrelevant of that, I mean, the reality is us as board of supervisors, we have to consider that. And my point is all this controversy and the issues that we've been dealing with this surrounds a project that really has nothing to do with chemicals, has nothing to do with the risk of those chemicals, right? The Strata Verde project is separate from risk. Risk is associated with the project TriCal, and but ultimately the board of supervisors, I don't want to speak for you, but I know just even the information given, the intent, and even TriCal's intent is to educate the public and ultimately give them the information necessary to understand that they've been around not only for a long time, but their whole focus is supporting and protecting the public that they're a part of, to make sure that they are mitigating risk. And even with Mr. Medigar's comments, I think it actually gives us that information we need to make sure that if there is any other future support needed to mitigate those risks, that we have that information, right? So we don't ignore the risk, but we're addressing it, and at the same time, we're separating the two companies, because one is a project that wants to just basically do a commercial development, and this, TriCal, which is already, I want to make sure I iterate that we've been good neighbors. As far as I know, we haven't had issues, but now that we're dealing with this, we're talking about it, I think it puts us in a good position to stress to the public that we're not ignoring risk. We're actually front and center, willing to address it and make sure that we address the concerns of the public. So I just feel like that was really important to mention, because there's so much convoluted information out there that's creating. I know when I got the mailer Strata Verde Hazard, it was very insulting to me as a board of supervisors, because there was no truth to that as far as it having to do with the proposed chemicals exposure. And I think that's why I've been pretty clear. For me, it's not about protecting or opposing Strata Verde. For me, it's about making sure the public has the right context of what they're voting on come November 6th, or November 3rd, I'm sorry. So I just want to make sure that the public understands, right? So that way they know that whatever they bought for, whatever they signed up for, is exactly what they're getting. And that's really, I think, our due diligence is to stress that to not only TriCal, but to also Strata Verde, that as you develop, if the community supports you, that you're doing what you said you were going to do, and that from TriCal's side, that we protect the public interest and protect their health. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Okay, open it up to the public.
Members of the public who wish to make a public comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon.
Waiting for the Zoom?
No, go ahead.
Okay, sure. Thank you, supervisors. My name is Ron Sahu. I was involved in the EMC report. I don't know how much time I have, so I will just keep it short. I did earlier today send you a written set of comments on the ABS analysis, which I was here for about 2 weeks ago. I have not prepared a similar one for Exponent, and which I will do so, and just for the record, give it to you so you can see. I sat through Dr. Medikar's presentation. I have had a copy of his presentation from late Friday when it appeared on your website, so my comments are based on that. I want to start with what County Council said earlier. The EMC presentation and conclusion of 3.5 miles is not just based on one single scenario, namely chlorpicrin from 500 square meters. It happened to have that particular number, but it's a collection of all the analysis we did. And in the written reports I submitted to you. We have a chart showing all of our scenarios, and you can see that. The EMC analysis is not doomsday. We only analyzed one tank for chlorpicrin, one tank for T-lone. There are multiple tanks in very close proximity. We did not consider things from the many pressure vessels that are on the property or tanker cars. The EMC analysis also did not include cascading failures when one thing leads to another. It's important to note that the EMC report, which I don't believe in complete form has been released to the public, has numerous accident histories. When you deal with chemicals, it's important to have some humility about what can occur. I know you want to look at more realistic, what's been called more realistic or credible scenarios, small leaks and so on, and I don't doubt that they will happen and they will have significant impacts. But we specifically make it clear that it's high consequence, low probability events. Whether it's a Beirut or a pandemic, these things do happen, and you have to look at those impacts for public health protection, which is what the EMC report was designed for. The analysis for EMC analyzed AEGL 3 and 2. Dr. Medicar's analysis was only for AEGL 3. He omits AEGL 2. Even for chlorpicrin, his analysis includes just the release into the smallest area, the bund, not even the 500 square meters, mistakenly believing that the bund is going to remain intact under any possible scenario, including catastrophic scenarios, and that is not true. So we do reject, categorically I might add, the conclusions. You have the presentation before you. If you do, I will point you to a very nice summary, the summary that Dr. Medicar showed on slide 19, where the table showing the different results. I think one thing that is pretty clear is if you look at the fast comparisons, which now you have from ABS and from Exponent, other than the chlorpicrin release, and we have no idea what the actual modeling was because we don't have the report. In all of the other three scenarios, side by side, fast versus fast, nighttime versus nighttime, or daytime versus daytime, the results are very different. So that model is not credible, as we've been saying.
Wrap it up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will submit some written comments. I'm here to answer questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Charlie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Charlie Bedolla with the fire department, the fire marshal. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Although I do appreciate this presentation, I'm here with the fire chief and one of the battalion chiefs, and TriCal, usually our produce packaging plants offer annual training to the first responders, where they train them in all the hazards and the mitigations, how to deal with these emergencies, specifically ammonia. Although we have had outreach to this facility numerous times, we've still been unable to schedule an annual life safety inspection. Although I am for pro-business and expansion of everything, they haven't been good neighbors to the fire department and the first responders. So I've had numerous departments come to us recently and say, what is this TriCal place? What's this TriCal place all about? I've had employees from TriCal and ask me about certain questions, and I say, hey, you guys need to schedule an annual life safety inspection. We don't know what's going on in that facility. We have no idea. We have no idea how to address that facility. So what I'm asking is that we have that they need to have their annual inspections first of all, but then for them to actually host some first responder trainings dealing with rail car and plant emergencies, and post that out to the neighboring agencies. So we have South Santa Clara County, we have CAL FIRE, we have Aromas, as well as the Hollister Fire Department. Everybody's inquiring, but we haven't got any inquiries back. So that's where I'm at with that. I mean, it's kind of hard for us to support it when we don't even get communications back for that, but we do need to make sure that we're able to mitigate any emergencies that are out there, or at least be educated about that. So I'm requesting that they do contact us. They do make some connections with us so we can start our annual. The last time we made contact with them to do an inspection was back in 2016 when we had one employee go out there to get educated on the plant facility. And recently, we've made numerous contacts to try to get an annual inspection and education and to know what's going on. And the only contact we've had is through these presentations and when Harry had brought the presentation to us also. That's my only concern right now.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Next speaker card.
Mr. Wolf, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Wolf, you have been unmuted. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. Videna, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hi, Videna Freitas, resident San Benito County. That was a very interesting report, and I just want to make sure that I understand. I'm reading the agenda here, and it looks, so I'm understanding that this report is a rebuttal, if you will, of a negative report or a more critical report, let's say, that we heard about 3 weeks ago. Is that correct, number one? And number two, I believe this report was funded by TriCal Inc., who is vested in this matter. The previous report by EMC Planning Group, who was that funded by, and who is ABSG that peer refunded it? Thank you.
Thank you. We will respond to those questions after public comment.
Natalie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Guerrero, and I'm a college student. I'm against Strata Verde. I've heard about Strata Verde for a while now, but I feel like I just can't trust what we're being told about it. I feel like out-of-town developers are just trying to sell us on something, and they have presented a giant 140-page proposal to consider, which is a lot in my opinion. But for me, some really important things are missing. They're promising a lot publicly too, but why doesn't their plan tell us who the tenants and businesses will be? They could use the land for many things, but they don't tell us what the exact plan is. It could be nearly anything. I feel like we should know that. There's talk about a lot of jobs as well, but the big plan does not include any commitment to hiring local people, and that just seems wrong. Why was the important study about the horrible dangers of the chemical plant kept such a secret? And it just tells us how dangerous it is to build so close to the plant when an accident can kill a lot of people nearby, and this should have been made public sooner. Even after it was released, there have been complaints, and it should not have been. With so many open questions and important stuff kept hidden, I cannot trust what we're being told. We should not let ourselves be sold on Strata Verde by out-of-town developers who I guess are just in it for the money. This is our community, and I think we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jackie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, San Juan Bautista. So what I'm hearing now from the peer review, the gentleman that just spoke, it sounds like it's reflecting poorly on the initial report. I'm not sure of the full intent of why the Board of Supervisors did request the peer review, but as a public member, I feel like now it's even more confusing to me. The issue, I disagree with Supervisor Hernandez. He stated that there's a lot of convoluted issues and statements being out. Well, I think this just added to it more. And I believe that TriCal does become the issue when you as Board of Supervisors are looking at a project. And I know for a fact that all four of you sitting there, including the majority of the candidates for Board of Supervisors this election in District 4, they're all for it, with the exception of one gentleman. And in my district, District 2, there's one candidate that is not for this project. So it seems to me that it's really top-heavy, that this report that concluded and throws dispersions of doubt in the first initial report is, what you want. It's the answer you want. It punches holes in the initial report. Yes, Tri-Cal becomes an issue, Supervisor Hernandez, when you propose a huge project like you are. You can't predict what sort of activity is going to happen. You can't predict how many people are on that area a given day, if there's not any inherent accident potential with the operations that would be held there. The wisest thing to do, I think, is go ahead, invite Strata Verde to come. Put it over in Hollister. You have acreage there in an industrial area that's not near a potential hazardous plant. You have open land. You have infrastructure. And I appreciate the fireman that just spoke. And it sounds to me like there hasn't been a lot of open communication between this plant and the agency. You know, this poses a huge threat and a lot of doubt as to how we can handle this type of a project there. I think there's other areas that you can look at to invite business. I'm not against commercial business, but I think this is a bad idea in the wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Wolf, you have been unmuted. Please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
If you're also participating via...
Hello, James Starkey Wolf.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Strata Verde has and Newport Pacific have tried to come before and been rejected. This particular issue is part of a complete ill-conceived project. I'm sorry, Supervisor Hernandez, that you were insulted. I don't think that the point of this is anything personal of any of us, but a community issue. And yesterday I was talking to a citizen who was driving by Tri-Cal about 20 years ago when a leak happened, and she reported it and was asked by several public agencies if she was experiencing glandular swelling and headaches, and she said no when she immediately called in. But by the time she got home, she was having a lot of swelling in her glands and an extreme headache. And I think we're not really getting the kinds of reports of small incidents. We know that Tri-Cal in the Great Valley had one employee killed with a leak. And we are looking at worst case scenarios that as we get more people, more traffic, we're going to have worse conditions. And I would like Dr. Ron to explain in a little more detail what it would be like for, say, 5,000 employees to get to their cars and evacuate beyond the death zone of the mile or whatever of the death zone radius, what it would be like to be under extreme tear gas sort of conditions to try to evacuate or try to even operate a motor vehicle. I've been tear gassed at pretty high levels, and it sounds like Dr. Ron agreed that that's what it would be like for a motor vehicle operator. You know, beyond some agricultural workers at a low density, which that would be very bad. But you know, with 5,000 people, I'd like a better picture of what that would be like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. And I just wanted to make a few comments with respect to the report that we just got. I think that this report and the previous report that we got are really self-fulfilling prophecies. I mean, how can you expect the chemical company to come and give you a report that is going to provide anything different than that they're totally safe. And the other thing is that EMC has not been provided the opportunity to provide a written report about what was said at last board's meeting. And I think that's really important for the purpose of the record, that we have these reports documented. You know, anybody who's been a farm worker, who's worked out in the fields and has been exposed to pesticides understands what it is for chemicals to get into your body. And you just cannot understand, if you have not been exposed to any of these chemicals, what they do to you. And methyl bromide and all the chemicals that are there, you know, there needs to be further protection. The fact that the company hasn't allowed the fire companies, the fire stations to come in and inspect them, it should raise a red flag for all of you. But I think that in addition to that, the development of this project so close to the chemical company eventually is going to come back and haunt you. You know, if you allow this kind of development to happen, sooner or later, you know, just because it hasn't happened in the last 40 years, doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. This is earthquake country, and certainly we are to one of the closest earthquake areas. And I think that the board really needs to be careful in terms of what it is that's going on. And again, you know, I think that this report and the previous report are just self-fulfilling prophecies to try to say, hey, it's okay to develop this project, when in reality, when you really look at it, it is not. And I think that that's the feeling of a lot of the members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Giselle, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Giselle, please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Giselle Mayorga. I am a college student and I'm very concerned with the Strata Verde project. I have been following this development closely for the past couple of months, and it is very alarming to see our county supervisors so enthusiastic to put people in harm's way. It was surprising to see some of you completely neglect the hazard report. The hazard report calls for a 3.5-mile buffer that the current Strata Verde development currently overlaps. We are less than a month away from the election date, yet you choose to not establish a buffer and continue to kick the can down the line. You are almost deliberately choosing to keep residents uninformed. There are lives on the line with the project of Strata Verde. There are thousands of acres of farmland on the line, something that takes months, if not years, to change, if it had undergone the normal planning process. There is traffic on the line. There are promises of jobs, but there are no labor agreements. There are promises of releasing environmental data that they will not be required by law to disclose. I ask you, as supervisors, take action and release all information on Strata Verde, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Release it and allow voters to make a decision for themselves once. All facts are on the table. As constituent, we expect you to serve us, not special interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Courtney, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good morning. I want to thank everyone to provide the information and communication regarding the risks and the concern for health and safety of our community. I think that that is really important. My question is for County Council. If you could please define emergency. I'm just getting lots of feedback from your constituents in regards to these agenda items being discussed before what is labeled as an emergency later. So I'm just trying to place the importance of conversation and the importance in health and safety of our community and how that is labeled and put into the agenda items, because it seems to be that this, something that hasn't even happened yet, is more important than something that is really currently at our feet that's labeled an emergency. So if the county council could answer that, I would really appreciate it, because I think health and safety is important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Johnny, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Treviso, and as a young person, I'm really concerned about Strata Verde and its hazards. Politics genuinely aren't really my thing, but the hazards that Strata Verde presents affect the entire community, not just Hollister, but San Benito at large. This developer has deliberately gone out of their way to evade the planning process for reasons that they have chosen not to disclose. This developer claims to still be willing to release pertinent EPA documents without anything to back that up. It's also important to remember that TriCal is not the issue here. TriCal has been there for decades in the middle of nowhere precisely because of its hazards. Some supervisors have even brought the point that there has been a false propagation of information that Strata Verde creates a hazard, but TriCal was already there and you're putting Strata Verde there, which is what creates a hazard. There already isn't development purposely around TriCal for that reason. Supervisor De La Cruz also made a good point at the last meeting, that noting that it would definitely be easier for Strata Verde to build housing once there's commercial development out there. It's also concerning that several supervisors have made the comments about the false propagation of information, because people are just educating the community on the fact that Strata Verde is not a false propagation. The reality is that there needs to be a 3.5-mile buffer zone minimum between TriCal and any development that you have chosen to once again kick down the line. I cannot support Strata Verde, and I hope that you supervisors don't either. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Maria, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Maria, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Maria?
Okay, going once.
We have no more speakers via Zoom at this time.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring you back and see if there's anyone from the public. There's no one from the public. Hey, Barbara, quick question. There's one question I want you to answer. There might be another one potentially. That's up to you. The first one is, somebody raised the question, is who's paying for all these reports? And I think that's a valid question. Do you want to respond to that?
Yes. I should note that both the BG contract and the EMC contract were both contracts with the county. As far as I'm aware, that there's been no reimbursement yet by the developer, although they have substantial fees on file through the application fee and the deposit under the reimbursement agreement. Some or all or some of those expenses for both of those contracts will be reimbursed through the reimbursement agreement. I don't know whether they've been billed. Personally, I don't know what they've been billed as far as both of those expenditures that's been incurred by the county. But expenditures for the project are going to be reimbursed by the county, are subject to the reimbursement agreement.
And then today's report, who's paying for today's report?
Today's report was paid by TriCal.
Perfect.
And as far as the peer review that was prepared by the county, the final report's still being prepared.
Okay. And then the other one is, it's up to you. Courtney, she did ask a question. I don't remember what she asked, but
Oh, about the hazard, about the emergency.
yeah, it's up
that-
to you. It's up to you if you want to
yeah,
respond to that.
That's just how they're placed on the agenda.
Okay.
We had, so this one was placed on the agenda before the next item.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, that concludes the closed session. I'm bringing it back to board. Is this information only? Any final thoughts from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I first want to thank TriCal and Mr. Naide for bringing this expert analysis of potential hazards or lack of, and being that I have used methyl bromide a number of times. In fact, I have a couple 150-pound canisters outside my back door. I know how the differentials in release rates and how it slows in time and temperature and pressure. Being Portuguese, I always try to get the last vapor out to get it into the ground for it to do what it's supposed to do. But, I appreciate this more detailed report. And like I have stated right along, this type of study should be done in conjunction of the project design and application. And if people think that nobody's working out there right now and there's a hazard, they're mistaken. As the last public speaker said, some sort of that strata verde is a hazard to the community. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. The fact is, I hope that gentleman, if he needs, if he feels that it's a hazard, he could continue down the road, commute an hour and a half or 2 hours, and get a job someplace else other than at the Strata Verde autonomous vehicle park, innovation park. TriCal is not in the middle of nowhere. There's major employment just on the other side of the county line, less than a mile away, of hundreds of people in Santa Clara County, of course. We are currently at an imbalance for jobs in this county. There are a lot of houses being built, and every single resident in those houses, in all likelihood, they have to seek for employment elsewhere. There's no benefit to the community that businesses bring and employment brings locally, and we have an opportunity to be on the cutting edge of something really special, a future technology that's going to be developed someplace. A few of the commenters from the public, same bunch, keep harping on it. Think that we have enough locations in the Hollister Business Park. This is different. This is an autonomous vehicle innovation park. They need tracks and tracks of a certain size. And there is no other place within the entire region, much less San Bernardino County, that is just prime for something like this. And it's a bring millions of dollars if it's successful to our county and to the benefit of all our citizens. There's references to the valuable farmland that's out there. You know what that farmland rents for? About $400 an acre at best. And it's not very productive. That's why it's so cheap. And that's probably about the cheapest farmland in Central California, if you call it that. Let's see. As far as I certainly would encourage TriCal to get together with Hollister Fire or Fire Contract and you know, being from that background, I valued my training when I was at Hollister Fire, the pre-planning opportunities, the training in case there is some sort of event is just tremendously valuable. That was one of the reasons I think this board put to the ballot, and fortunately the public voted and supported the business license requirement that everybody in the unincorporated areas are required to have a business license. I think there needs to be absolutely a program where all businesses in the county have to comply with that, and on occasion, and it should be measured by risk. The fire department ought to be out there pre-planning and training. It's a service, should be getting something for it, and I highly encourage that. But that's kind of what I have as my notes. I think this is, I'm very, very much for Strata Verde. I think it's a great opportunity for us to provide jobs locally and in this new industry, and I'm just excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Patel. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing, sir.
Thank you.
Covered it.
Okay. All right, now, that's information only. We're gonna deviate a little bit from our regular agenda. We're actually gonna go to closed session right now at 12 o'clock. And then we'll come back once we're done. Yes.
One member. I've been asked about whether or not the board would be willing to set an estimated or a return time for the people that are on Zoom, so that we could tell them that we, for example, will be back at 12:30 or after, for example.
Okay, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. Do you want me to read the closed session into the record?
Yes.
Can I just say something for the record, if you don't mind?
Yes.
You know, people have been on Zoom since 9 o'clock this morning. We've been sitting in this desk for 3 hours. I think we owe it to our constituents in Zoom to at least hear the next 3 items. Once again, we've been here 3 hours. They've been on Zoom 3 hours. There's a lot of people that want to hear the next 4 items, but completely up to you, sir. I know you're the chair, so.
Well, Anthony, what do you want to do?
You know, I know there's a lot of people that want to hear the next 3 or 4 items too, and even if we had to, I know you're sensitive to food, to lunch and maybe a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break and get a quick bite to eat if you need to, but I think we should plug along. That's kind of how I feel. I agree with
I just don't want it to interfere with your medical.
Yeah.
Peter?
If we need to take a break for you, Jaime, then 5 minutes is fine, but I'd like to, move forward with this,
Okay.
the public.
Okay, we'll continue, and then I'll just jump in and out from there, we'll just do that.
Yeah, we'll just play it by
And-
ear, I guess.
We'll finish.
I just want to say thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
No problem. It's okay. We'll do 20, 20 and 2, 21, and 22, and then we'll break for lunch at that time, regardless of what time it is.
All right, thanks for the compromise.
All right, let's go to number 20. Where's Joe Paul, or?
Gonzalez, clerk, auditor, and recorder.
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
So this item has to do with the reconsideration of the approval for the county elections division budget adjustment, increasing the revenues and expenditures of the elections budget to by $121,793. It requires a 4/5 vote. This item was presented at the last meeting on September 22nd.
and did not achieve the 4/5 vote requirement, and that's why it's here today. It concerns a grant that was provided by the state of state and federal funds being HAVA funds. This grant was provided as a result of passage of Assembly Bill 89 and Assembly Bill 100. So that's basically the request of this item is to, reconsider the budget adjustment.
Thank you, Joe. Questions? Supervisor Hernandez?
So obviously you guys are probably wanting to know what my sentiment was on this vote that I did last time. And, I've had numerous talks. I wish I would have had a little bit more thorough conversation with Joe Paul. But yeah, there was a lot of pieces to this thing. And I've mentioned from the get-go, right after the meeting to folks that I talked to, this is not about turning down money that belongs to us. This money is our money, right? It was an expectation for clarification, because I just know that from the information that I'm getting, and just so you guys know, I was interviewed by the Sacramento Bee, and I had a conversation with other state officials that basically had mentioned to me that there's something going on, and not on the county side. So this is not to indict our own state recorder, our own clerk, but at the end of the day, there was questions about the distribution of the funds. And one thing's for sure that's still a question is our formula of what we were supposed to get. All we know is we're getting $121,793. We don't know how much of that was supposed to be general funds, how much of it was HAVA funds. I know in our contract, which made me very skeptical, is in the contract it actually says that it's all HAVA funds, when we were supposed to get both those pockets of money or pools of money, and we didn't. As far as the way it looks, even if they gave us extra HAVA funds and they kept the general funds, that is the question to the Sacramento Bee and to the state, to the public, is the Secretary of State basically, the assumption is, right, and there still is an investigation, there's actually 3 agencies that didn't get clarity of basically the contract. The state, so I want to make sure that I'm clear. The state didn't get, let me reference really quick so that way I'm being clear. But yeah, the Department of General Services, the State Controller's Office, haven't seen the contract. And the contract that I'm referring to is a $35 million company, or $35 million contract with the company, Knickerbocker, I guess, that's very partisan. And that's the concern, is there was a contract signed, yet we don't see the contract. The way that the funds get transferred into these counties goes through these agencies, and they haven't seen it, which makes it very curious, right? We wouldn't necessarily agree if our CAO brought forward a contract to say, hey, we want you to sign up for giving up X amount of money, but we're not going to show you the contract, right? So that puts us in question to a certain extent, supporting or allowing, right? And I didn't want that staying on the county or on the Board of Supervisors. So I wanted to know, what is the formula that we were guaranteed for these funds? How much are we supposed to get of HAVA exactly? How much are we supposed to get of general funds exactly? No one knows. No county knows. And the answer that the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State gave to the Bee was or one of his staffers was, well, AB 89 basically is the fund mechanism, the way that we're having these funds dispersed. And we actually got reached out by counties asking for our help to do voter outreach for them. And it seems like carte blanche, at least in the article, it mentions that 58 counties agreed to allow us to do, for the state to do voter outreach for us. And I specifically asked my CAO, and he said, no, we haven't had those conversations. And then from what I'm hearing from the due diligence that state folks are doing is they haven't been reached out either. So somehow they're keeping these general fund monies and they're giving us HAVA monies only, and that's the big concerning question. That's, I know that that makes things kind of political. I'm not trying to be, but I just know if this was happening at our local level, you know, this would be a serious issue. You don't just spend money without a contract and clarity on what that means for the sake of transparency. So for that reason, I couldn't just say yes to it. I know Joe Paul didn't mention too much beyond that. I'm pretty sure that he's aware of this whole issue. I know I've had conversations with county council about it. At the end of the day, this is our money, so it belongs to us. But I wanted to make it clear that I'm not just okay with anything going on that shouldn't be going on, and somehow just voting for the sake of, well, this is our money, right? Bottom line is, yes, this is our money, but we shouldn't endorse any kind of misuse of funds. I know we wouldn't support it locally, so I didn't want that to stain our county, and just rubber stamping this vote. So if you guys have any questions, I mean, outside of that, I mean, it's just been, sounds like there still isn't transparency on that contract. And there's, you know, even actually State Senator Shannon Grove specifically sent a letter, not only to me, but she sent a letter to the governor saying, just kill that contract because there's a lot of stuff that's not right with it. And that's you know, that's obviously outside of our control. I'm just mentioning that's how serious it's being taken. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from the supervisors?
I'd just like to make a motion if possible.
Well,
Unless Anthony has some.
I get to
well,
open up to the public.
You know, I just want to say I appreciate, you know, Supervisor Hernandez's diligence on this issue and his thought process. You know, there's a lot of things, as we've said, we don't like what's going on at the state level. I think if you're not a very liberal Democrat, you kind of have a lot of questions what's going on and how these funds are being used and what the you know, communication and outreach efforts and the motives behind it, and I see that as your point. You know, but getting back, and I do share your concerns about that, but getting back to the 121,793, my understanding is that part of that 65 million and 35 million, whatever pot that's coming from, is come into our treasury to help us pay for that real big ballot that I got yesterday, my wife and I got yesterday, and for us to mail it back, and it to help us cover those costs. And if we don't do that, then we still have to cover the costs. So I'm hoping, I'm hearing that you have shook the tree and brought some awareness and questions at different levels, and I, you know, truly appreciate that. But I think we still have to take this grant money and apply it to our expenses in order to protect our general fund. And so I appreciate that.
My only ask, Supervisor Botello, and I appreciate that, is that we draft our own letter. Doesn't mean we're going to get an answer, but we draft our own letter basically asking the governor for an answer on our disbursement of funds. And if he's not willing to do it, then we agree that he shouldn't be supporting a contract that doesn't allow us transparency for our own name's sake, for the county's sake.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. As long as we take the 121,000.
That's my ask.
Yeah, and
Sure. Why don't you make a motion?
So if I can make an amended motion
No,
that we.
not yet. We are about to go to public comments.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
You're right.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I'll open up to the public.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Edena, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you for extending the meeting. I have compassion for you guys sitting up there this whole time. At least we can get up and walk around and eat and drink if we need to. So thank you for doing that. Speaking on this issue, on item 20, it was item 12 on the last agenda, and we had put in a public request on this on 9/22 that we did not receive an answer back from the county. In fairness to the clerk of the board, she has been in communications on this and has explained the systems were down and also asked for some clarifying information. But regardless, this is really uncomfortable. I'd like to urge you guys to be a no on this because it's very uncomfortable what these monies are being used for, especially calling it voter outreach. I see that you've changed the description from the last agenda to this one, so that's kind of questionable to me. But calling it voter outreach by a partisan government who has done a lot of things to restrict our liberties and freedoms. Normally voter outreach is done by nonprofit groups and it's bipartisan and they are a check on each other. So these funds don't make sense coming in. Now, the ballots that are being mailed and paid for, the big ballots that we all got that Supervisor Botello referred to, those would be federally paid for. Using this money, the $120,000, to backfill our budget, we get it. Those of us who are having shortages at home and shortages in our own business, we understand, get that money in to offset expenses. At the same time, the people out here, we are tired of being stepped on, shut down, told what to do, and then you guys are advocating for money that steps on us, shuts us down, and tells us what to do again, and we're not comfortable with that. So this is a big problem at the state level. We're not clear on it, and we don't know what that exactly is going to be used for locally. And we just don't need more stuff, more voter outreach, and more things that are going to hurt our liberties. And so I would urge a vote no on this.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Courtney, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi there, my name is Courtney Evans. I am also urging that you vote no on this. It seems that, again, these conversations come up, that large amounts of money are being allocated in the name of an emergency, and I just would like to maybe bring a little bit of light to 18 U.S. Code 1040, fraud and falsify, concealing, cover-up, scheming, anything in regards to these monies in the name of an emergency holds some pretty serious accountability to go along with that. So I urge no, and I urge more conversations and communications regarding the money that is being allocated.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
After, I got one thing to say. After public comment.
Bob, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, I certainly don't need 3 minutes. This is Bob Tiffany. I'm a longtime San Benito County resident, also a candidate for District 4 supervisor race. I just wanted to say, I think it absolutely is crazy that you would vote no on this. This is money that is for the county to help us get through the pandemic, and it makes absolute sense for you all to vote yes on this. And we need the money, and we need to get beyond this pandemic and to turn away money that is being given to us by the state. Makes absolutely no sense. So I urge you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Anyone from the audience? None? I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Medina?
I'd just like to make one clarification. This has nothing to do with the pandemic. This is to do with voter outreach. Am I correct on that?
Well, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Chair, this is Joe Paul. I'd like to address that question. Yes, this is HAVA money that or at least part of it is HAVA money. The major part of this grant is HAVA money that's coming in from federal government through the state to provide the county with the ability to be able to deal with the COVID-19 crisis. The additional costs associated with providing in-person voting in a safe manner. One thing that we had to do is we had to evaluate our polling place model. Well, in that evaluation, we decided it's not a safe model, so we needed to consolidate those polling places and create these voting locations. And in so doing, it's a very different process. In order to keep voters and poll workers and observers safe, we are instituting a lot of changes. For example, all the drop boxes had to be purchased and installed along with video surveillance equipment. A lot of additional costs associated with doing an election in this manner, and so that's why the federal government provided additional resources. This money comes through the state through Assembly Bill 89 and 100. Assembly Bill 100 basically allocates, creates the authority to be able to enter into contract with counties. 89 allocates the funds. Yes, this is money that the county absolutely needs to get through this November 3rd election. There's no doubt about it. You know, we're using it for, yes, that's true. They call it the flat, which is the large ballot where the vote by mail ballot is in and voter information guide. That came at an additional expense. We had to order additional ballot on demand machines to be able to create the right ballot for each of the voters. And as you know, there are 4 voting locations that are going to be throughout the county. And at each of those 4 locations, any voter from anywhere in the county can go. So if somebody's from Aromas, they happen to be at St. Benedict's, and we're open 3 days before the election, and on election day, they're at their at the hall next to the St. Benedict's Church. They could go there, and a ballot can be created exactly for them, specifically with all the securities required. So that's a very expensive process, and these funds, we were told that these funds were coming, and so in anticipation of that, we had to early on decide, hey, how are we going to use these limited funds in order to create a safe election? And this is the result. This is how we're administering this election. Now, with regard to the question that was posed earlier by Supervisor Hernandez, the funds that are here, the 121,000, only 102,944 are federal funds. The rest, which is $18,849, are state funds. The controversy that you're referring to has to do with the allocation of funds in Assembly Bill 89. The total grant that the county's receiving is, in total 121,793. That's kind of the net amount. That's how much we are guaranteed that the county's getting. What you're referring to is how come that net amount isn't more? That's a different question. And that's, I think that's what you're alluding to, is asking that question at the state level, where's the rest of the money? I think that, I think you're correct in making that inquiry, but this item has to do with an amount that's smaller than what AB 89 allocated for all counties.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
think Peter was going to.
Yeah, I was gonna make an amended motion. Well, just for clarification, I appreciate that, sharing that, Joe Paul. I mean, the big concern with what you mentioned was, and so it sounds like we got 18,000. So there is a formula, but we don't know what that formula is on how the disbursement, right? There's 65 million from the feds, 35 from the state. There's a formula that says you add it all up, times 58, right, the 58 counties, and you get the equal of 65 and the equal of 35. That formula hasn't been released, so I'm curious how we've gotten that math, right? Because then we don't know what we're supposed to get. But it's separate from this, right? So my amended motion, so I just wanted to clarify on my end. It doesn't make what Joe Paul said wrong. It just, there's more questions because of that. And granted, all things considered, that's outside of the realm of Joe Paul's control. But my amended motion is to get clarification. If we could write a letter, if we could support writing a letter to the state asking for clarification on the disbursement of these funds.
Wait, can I offer a suggestion? Let's make a motion what's on the agenda and then direct staff to develop a letter, to sit down with you and what you want in that letter, and then CC the whole board so we can give it our blessing and then send it over to California.
Well, I just want to make sure that the sentiment is public as far as what the substance of that letter.
You could only direct staff. You can't make a motion because it's not on the agenda.
That's fine. Then I just want to make sure that we agree to the sentiment. Otherwise, what we're
We all support you on that aspect.
I completely agree.
So ultimately, and we can bring that language back if that needs to
Absolutely.
be.
If we have to bring it back another meeting, we'll do that. Absolutely.
That's fine. But I just want to make sure that we're clean as far as any issues with how funds are distributed, and us as the county, we're taking funds that belongs to us. And for those that, had mentioned, there was, the way that this is related to the emergency, whatever, these are funds that were allocated to us through the whole CARES process. And while the HAVA funds themselves are separate, but the point is that I think the iteration, the way it changed a little bit, had to address with safety of polling stations. I know certain locations had issues with the amount of traffic flow, and so that's where Joe Paul did his due diligence. But this is our money, and I know we need it, and I'm not going to oppose the money. I just want to make sure that we're clear that we're not going to just be silent on issues that.
We're not.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion that we approve the item
As recommended.
as recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Before we go for a vote, before I ask for a roll call, if the motion passes, right, at the next agenda, put Peter's concerns and start developing some type of format for the letter. Okay? I'm gonna do a roll call.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Dela Cruz,
Yes,
Botello,
Yes.
Medina.
Yes.
motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, fellow supervisors.
Thank you all very much.
All right, now we go to number 2. Supervisor Botello pulled it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to put it behind this item 20 and possibly even, a consideration for even 21 and 22, and make the public aware, that we run a very tight budget. It's a $220 million budget. We provide a lot of services, a lot of social. Of that 220, I want to say there's only 45 it would be considered general fund. And general fund, very simply, is all of the public safety, running the jail, the DA's office, probation, library, parks, economic development, which is this is a part of, and at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot of breathing room, and the rest of the money, the 180 million, all day long in consent, is grant money for very specific state and federal mandates. And, you know, it sounds like a lot. Some of the stuff, we wish we could spin it differently, of course. But we are a arm of the state. We don't get to pick and choose on a lot of the of our spending, and there's a lot of people that need this. And you know, if we start deviating off of the mandates and of the monies that are given to us, we got to take it out of the general fund. We got to take it away from economic development. We got to take it away from parks. We got to take it away from public safety. That's just.
So are we gonna talk about item 2? I mean, I'm a little confused because these are separate items, so we have to deal with them separately.
Well, the
We already
reason I
agreed
pulled
after
it
20
was
would
that
go
if
two.
we're going to turn away some grant monies, maybe we shouldn't be approving.
We don't know if we're going to turn away grant money.
Yeah, well.
It's an assumption, yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to bring that possibility up, that if we are going to, and, you know, and I hope not. So, but a lot of the public, I've received numerous emails to not take COVID grant money for services that we're spending money on. That was my point.
Well, Supervisor Patello, I would really, I mean, if you want to approach it in a leverage way, I would highly recommend that we discuss number 2 after
you-
22.
You guys are already you changed it once.
No,
Now
let's
you're
keep
We
it-
can change it
Why?
again. We
Well,
can
we
change it. We can change it.
It's just-
As the chairman, I can change it. I can change the meeting back.
Yeah.
I would really recommend that.
Well, I
If-
mean, so.
We already
so-
spoke about it.
Hold on, guys, hold on.
Legal counsel? Legal counsel. We've already spoke about it, Jaime. You
Yes,
can't,
we have.
in the middle of something, you can't just change it to the end if you've already spoken about something, can you? Let's get some clarification, because I do not want to do anything that,
I understand what you're saying.
It's.
I understand. Hold on, guys. I understand what you're saying. And, but by simple majority, this thing can be moved around. But Anthony wanted to put it after 20, so you have the floor, Supervisor.
Okay. Well, I'm about done with the floor. I just want to make that point to the public. And I want to make that point to us that, you know, these are services that, and expenses that we've incurred. And a lot of the times, we spend the money to get reimbursed. So we've already spent a lot of this money. And if we don't take this money, we got to come up with an idea and change our entire budget process. 50,000 is not going to cover this. We're talking about $2 million here. And I don't think the public understands that. They think that we get the money, then we spend it. Most of the time, we spend it, then we get the money. That's how it works. And so I just want to make sure people understand that.
Thank you very much. Any comments before I open up the?
Yeah, I think for the sake of clarity, but just to, you know, the reality is, so item 2 was officially a consent item agenda. It got moved to after 20.
Correct.
I don't remember supporting that, which is funny. But the whole purpose of it, from what Supervisor Botello is saying, is to basically heavy-hand it to where it forces me to agree with the fund, so that way I don't turn down item 21 and 22. Because item 2 iterates with all the work and the passion that I've driven forward on tourism, right, which is something that we agreed with. This is something that economic development, under economic development, $50,000 specifically allocated under an MOU to support not just the chamber. I know I've been directly working with them, but it's memberships, it's a partnership, you know, it's with MBEP, Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. So there's other pieces to this thing. It's not specifically one thing, but nonetheless, it's tourism focused. In the day and age of COVID, you're making the argument that we got to backfill these funds, right, that's already being spent for health and human services purposes. I can make the argument just the same, that there's literally now officially opportunities that we're killing if we shut down that, because we already agreed on tourism, but we're using politics to basically say, if you don't agree, Peter, we're gonna kill your tourism. I think that's not a good move. I don't think that encourages unity. I think that discourages unity. If we really want to do what's right, which has always been the context of my dialogue, right? Maybe my conviction is a little different than the rest of the board, but nonetheless, I wouldn't manipulate agendas for the sake of politics. I would want to make sure that we're talking truth, and ultimately that we're making decisions, and in context decisions. Because as I've heard from the public just the same, I agree, we need to have funds to deal with these things, and these were allocated, but we're also talking about things that the public doesn't understand. And I think they deserve an explanation on what it means to enhance detection allocation, you know, or the purpose of these LC enhanced detection allocation or surveillance.
These items.
So all I'm saying is, let's keep it honest, let's keep it transparent. Tourism we agreed with, whether we like it or not, I shouldn't even put it that way, because the reality is that we agree with it. And right now it's a huge opportunity. It's been sad, all the negative outcomes with the fires, but there's people that are hungry. Tourism has grown exponentially. And for us to not support tourism, it makes no sense. It's, I think, just the same. It's like what you guys are thinking, well, if we kill this funding, we're gonna have a backfill of issues. If we kill tourism, we're gonna have a backfill of issues. It's just the reality. With item 21, I want transparency.
We're still talking to item number 2.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just saying, so if they want to have a little bit of a sense of sentiment where I'm at, but nonetheless, item 2, it's all about tourism. It's basically an everyday dig that I've been directly involved with to support tourism. We got a big picture game plan. I've shared with you a lot of pieces of that, and that game plan actually is going to be a huge benefit to San Benito County. And I can't think of one either candidate or elected official that has said, yes, we need to support tourism. So even the idea of killing the momentum with tourism is just crazy to me. Probably as crazy as what you guys are thinking with turning down state money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on, I think, Supervisor Medina,
I have nothing to say.
Supervisor Patel.
Yeah, you know, I probably should have put this behind 22 instead of 20. And, you know, maybe we could handle all three of the items together, and I agree with you, Supervisor Hernandez. My district depends on tourism. I love tourism. We have millions of people come to the mission every year. And I think it's an opportunity with the Pinnacles not being burnt up like the Sierras. But, you know, and I agree, it's a crazy thought, but it's as crazy as considering not taking, you know, the state money. And I don't mind having, you know, our public health officials give the presentation of 21 and 22, and it's completely transparent what's going on. And at that, I'm going to just leave it alone and have some good faith that we'll arrive at the right decisions as we go through this. Because I got to tell you, after the last meeting, I'm somewhat nervous.
Okay, let me open it up to the public. Have any members of the public on number 2?
Members of the public who wish to speak on item number 2, please raise your hand by pressing *9 or the raise your hand icon. Videna, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Vidana Freitas, San Benito County resident. It's funny, we're talking about economic development, and I know that EDC has received $50,000 each year from this body, and ironically, I served on the EDC for about 3 years. The most important thing, what people are concerned about right now is economic development, but not just from a city, county or government level, but their own. You guys are talking about tourism and economic development while you have your businesses shut down, and you don't see the irony in it. And it's really frustrating and upsetting for your citizens. Despite that, the EDC and tourism will outlive the conditions we're in right now. So I would be pro-funding EDC. And tourism is about one of the main things that we can develop in our county with the wineries, the biking, the hiking trail. But I think you guys need to understand that your constituents are pissed. They want their lives back, and you're talking about being arms of the state. You're supposed to be our representative, not the state's representative. And we do understand budgets, and we do understand spending money with the hopes of having income later. And yet you have our businesses shut down, you're masking people, and then you're wanting money for 20, 21, 22, number 2, number 23. And you got to understand, the people aren't having it. They are tired of it. We know this. We are being told we are a vocal minority. I want you guys to please understand that we get hundreds of messages. Thank you for what you're doing. We can't speak out because of our job. We really hate this, and keep going, keep going, keep going. And I wish more people felt comfortable and could get over their fear and speak up and can call in and offset statements like Mr. Bob Tiffany's that it is insane not to accept free money from the state. These are our tax dollars that are being used to keep us shut down. That's insane. So, guys, I am in favor of funding the EDC for the long-term benefits, but please understand the irony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card.
Courtney, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Evans. I also am in support of funding the EDC and always having the conversations regarding tourism. But again, it is completely ironic that you have these conversations, then you turn around and say, wait a second, you can't do this, you can't do that in the name of an emergency. Mr. Botello, you state week in, week again how confused the public is on these things and on the information. So then why don't you invite the public? Our group and who we represent is almost 1,000 people. And if you would like me to collect signatures to provide to you the amount of support that we have, I can do that. In August, you denied our request to come to all these meetings, to hear firsthand information, what is being discussed. You denied that.
Courtney,
you said that we, the
Courtney,
people,
hold on.
did not
Courtney.
have the right
Courtney,
to attend.
Madam,
What? Yes?
can you please refer to item number 2?
This is in regards to item 2. This was in response to Mr. Botello's comments right now in item 2, that the public is confused. But we're requesting presence at these meetings, at all of them. It's not being shared with the public. So then when we come to the board, you can't use all the time in the world to, talk down to us and say, well, we hear the same voices all the time. But guess what? Not everyone can come here and sit for hours upon hours and just listen here. Open it up. Be transparent. We want our communities to be fruitful. We want our communities to make money. We want our communities to be healthy and safe, but we deserve the right to hear the information firsthand.
Next speaker card.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Anyone from the public? None? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve item 2 according to staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Okay, good. Let's move back to item number 21.
Mr. Chair, this item will be presented from our Health and Human Services Agency, and this will be presented from Lynn Mello, I believe. She's on the line. Lynn?
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Board, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about these grants. Can you share screen, please? It's on the desktop.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So difficult.
So if you just go to the desktop. If you go here. We're having a technical difficulty. Please stand by. Or you can go into the, there it is, right there. Okay, we want to put it, you want to click on this. And you want to click here. You want to click here, right here.
Ask them if they can see it.
Yeah, we can see it in their screen. Please put it in slideshow mode. I have to do this. Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. So today I'm going to be talking to you about our epidemiology and laboratory capacity, otherwise known as ELC, for prevention and control of emerging infectious diseases, enhancing detection and mitigation. And we have our program manager, Sam Perez, here, who manages both of these grants. We have our fiscal support, both in the chambers, I believe, Casey Astorga, and we also have Delia Pichardo here, who helps us directly in public health. Next slide, please. There we go. So we know that Congress appropriated, the federal government, the Congress appropriated about $150 billion in response to the coronavirus pandemic, also known as the CARES Act. And it had three parts, and they were assistance to American workers and families, assistance to small businesses, and assistance to state and local and tribal governments. And so can you please move the that top bar so that I can see, just move, there we go. So, so there were $631 million of federal funds specifically for the ELC community-based surveillance, and those were appropriated to the states. California got 41 million, and that went directly to the California Department of Public Health. And that money is going to provide additional resources to state and local health jurisdictions in support of our nation's emergency response to COVID-19. So the two grants, the two items that you see, they're two grants. One came earlier than the other. So the 173,723 came first, and then the 1.8 million came afterwards. And so that's, you know, approximately a little over $2 million allocated specifically to public health. And the timelines are from May 2020 to November 2022. So these funds are going to boost our public health efforts to respond to the overwhelming volume of COVID-19 infections reported to our public health division workforce. And unutilized funds will go back to the state for redistribution. Now, I want to make a point here about our overwhelming volume. So now we have about a little over 1,300 cases, and it's not even been a year. So historically in Benito County in public health, you know, we don't get reports of thousands of cases of anything. We get reports in single and double digits of diseases. So we get, you know, 2 to 3 tuberculosis, you know, infections per year. We get 9 syphilis. We get double digits in E. coli. And occasionally we have, back in the 1990s, we had an outbreak of norovirus at Togo's, if anybody remembers that, of about 400 people. Otherwise, our little health department deals with single and digit numbers of reports of infectious diseases that are reportable by law to us. We have been overwhelmed with the volume of COVID-19 infections reported to the health department. Next slide, please. And so, you know, there's been some question about public health surveillance. So I thought I would put the CDC definition up here, and I'll read it to you. It's the ongoing and systematic analysis and interpretation of health-related data essential to planning, implementation, and evaluation of public health practice, closely integrated with the timely dissemination of these data to those responsible for prevention and control. So this is not about surveillance cameras at Ace Hardware. This is not about facial recognition on people walking in the park. This is not about forcing people to put applications on their phones that track where they go. This is very specific and scientific, related to the reports of diseases that laboratories provide to us because they are mandated by law to be reported. Next slide, please. And so our actions in public health surveillance, we identify patients and their contacts for treatment and intervention. And, you know, we've explained this before. We do this with tuberculosis. We do this with syphilis. We do this with E. coli. We do this with measles. So this is a very old practice that we continue to do, and we have had to do it in mass volume with COVID-19. It also detects epidemics and health problems and changes in health behaviors and trends. It estimates the magnitude of health problems. It determines the direction in which way the disease is going to go. It monitors the changes in infections and environmental agents. It assesses the effectiveness of the programs. We're always, you know, reevaluating what we do and trying to make it better, try to do better. And it develops hypotheses and stimulates research. And I think that you've all seen this on a national level with this pandemic. Next slide, please. So I have blended the strategies from both grants into focus areas. Can you please, so this is focus area number 1. So grants have requirements. We don't get to pick and choose what we want to do with these grants. They come to us with requirements and strategies. So for the first focus area, let me go back to number 1, thank you. We need to provide leadership and support management to public health staff. They're going to carry out these activities. So that means our health officer is part of that leadership. I am part of that leadership. Program management and the program manager that oversees these grants is part of the leadership. And our fiscal folks are also part of the leadership. We are also required to respond to and confirm COVID-19 laboratory reports that come into our data systems, conduct disease investigation and contact tracing to stop the spread of this disease. We also have to partner with our healthcare community to boost and sustain local capacity for specimen collection and laboratory testing. Next slide, please. So the second focus area that the grants require us to do is train public health staff on disease processes, disease containment, electronic platforms for documentation, and data collection for epidemiology. It also requires us to improve our investigation capabilities to mitigate COVID-19 and other respiratory illnesses. And it also requires us to increase our ability to immediately transmit and receive information to and from the California Department of Public Health. Next slide, please. Oh, you're way ahead. And we want to go to number 3. Okay. So focus area number 3 the grant requires that we partner with our local hospital to purchase state-of-the-art laboratory equipment to enhance testing capacity, increase testing volume, and optimize the test results turnaround time. We know we've had a problem with this with OptumServe and Quest Labs, and we're relying on external, an external system to be able to meet the volume of the need here. And what we want to do is localize this and have our local only laboratory in the county to be able to handle these specimens and the tests that need to be processed from them. And then we have to develop mitigation plans and protocols to control the spread of COVID-19 in vulnerable populations in high-risk settings, such as skilled nursing facilities. We know that skilled nursing facilities have been hit super hard by COVID-19 throughout our nation and throughout the world, really. And then our residential care homes, our assisted living facilities. We know that these folks have been hit hard. Jails, and we know that now our jail, we've done pretty good. Prisons in this state and in other states have been hit really hard. Schools, we're getting ready for school to start. And then homeless shelters. We've got to have this lab capacity locally because this OptumServe contract isn't going to last forever, and they are not going to stay in our community, and they're costly, and they're not as effective as it would be if this were done locally. Next slide, please. And finally, the focus area number 4. The grant requires both grants require public health to provide professional guidance and technical assistance to our healthcare community. We're on the phone constantly with our hospital partners, with our skilled nursing facilities, with our clinics, and then not only that, but with our other congregate settings. We have meetings with the Health Foundation, with the Migrant Center, with our agricultural community representatives, and we have to help with those guidances to our partners. And then, of course, we have to serve as the subject matter experts on COVID-19 and other emerging infectious diseases. And we have to update and develop communicable disease and public health emergency preparedness and disaster plans with our community partners. And that includes the Office of Emergency Services. But those partners are everything from faith-based community to the schools to, again, the Migrant Center and beyond. Next slide, please. So the ELC grants takeaways. Public health, so there's a component of public health funds recovery here. So due to the demand of COVID-19 on our workforce, our staff were shifted from other grant-funded programs. And that caused a loss of funds in those programs to public health overall. So we cannot invoice to our chronic disease grant programs. We can't invoice to them because we're not working in them. We have shifted those staff to work as contact tracers and disease investigators. It's been an all hands on deck situation, and we cannot invoice to those grants because we are not putting hours into our time studies on those grants. And we are not giving the community the attention it needs in the areas of maternal, child, and adolescent health, in children's, disabled children's health, in chronic disease around diabetes and tobacco use and nutrition. We haven't been able to, we've had to shift our efforts from there because this has been an overwhelming, daunting task for us in public health to respond to. This also prevents costs to the county general fund. And these monies are going to improve our localized specimen collection, laboratory testing, and test results turnaround times. It's also going to allow for assigning specific and dedicated medical staff to COVID-19 work. And it's going to create more robust outreach effort to the community for the prevention and the spread of COVID-19. And this money is also going to help us do our work to minimize COVID-19 infections, prevent further shelter-in-place situations, and to help revive our local economy and keep our businesses and organizations open. Thank you. Any questions?
Supervisor Makita?
No, I just have a statement after.
Thank you. Supervisor Patel?
I just want to thank Ms. Lynn for a good presentation and clarifying some of the questions that I'm sure the public has. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, I had a question. Lynn, so how does this guarantee that you're going to address the services that basically, from what you mentioned, you weren't doing because of the fact that you were so COVID focused? I know this governor is very committed to COVID, and I feel like by default that means the decisions that are being made is forcing resources to be used kind of in a vacuum where there's other things that aren't being addressed, and that puts us more in a pitted division. Basically as a community, we're pitted against each other because there's going to be a using up of resources that are focused on COVID, and then all of a sudden when money comes our way because of these resources that were normally used for other things, now we can't do those things, or we haven't been able to do those things. So this might help us now. It makes it a lot easier to push through supporting funds when in reality we should have never gotten away from ignoring those resources. I don't want to hear that we're doing that. I feel like that should have been a transparency element from the get-go. Hey guys, by the way, because of COVID, we're directing resources away. So you're probably going to hear complaints from your constituents about certain things not being addressed. It's funny because this is directly COVID related, but it's indirectly hurting the rest of our community. Because what I'm hearing is that's basically the way that this thing was handled, is we took away resources from things that should have never been taken away from.
Correct.
So in answer to your question, Supervisor Hernandez, so these monies will directly fund communicable disease staff, and that would be epidemiologists, nurses, myself, a public health nursing supervisor, and our health officer, and which would free up the nurses that have been taken away from the other programs to let them go back to the work that they normally would do in order to, mitigate the more chronic diseases and to work with the Children's Medical Services Program and with maternal, child, and adolescent health.
I appreciate the answer, Lynn. It's kind of like a reverse statement. It kind of proves the point of how do we never let this happen again? If we have another pandemic issue, how do we make sure I mean, do we have to bring it back as a board as a strategic plan that says resources will never be taken away?
Yes.
We're not gonna take away from child services to focus on what, certain things that are gonna impact those services, right? Because then we're defaulting our own responsibility. And when the money comes, what option do we have besides saying yes? Because now we are gonna get those resources back. I feel like it's kind of, it becomes its own way of heavy-handed forcing us to do something that should have never happened.
Correct.
So Supervisor Hernandez, what you're saying is that they can't compromise one subject area of public services for another.
Yeah, everything was filtered into the channel of COVID.
What it should have been, it should have come to the board, and the board will make those decisions.
Yeah, it proves the
But I
point.
think, you, correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, your staff did come to the board, right? During the emergencies, when we made those declarations of emergencies?
Yes, we've come to the board quite a few times. We had special board meetings. I think we've had quite a few special board meetings. Yeah.
But did we ever say?
We took, I'll sit here and I'll agree with Peter. We did take our eye off the ball. And what we did is we diverted our resources and we kind of left something, not even paying attention to it, and jumped all on one thing.
Yeah.
Where we should have dispersed it, Peter. We should have dispersed some here and some there. And usually in a stressful situation and situations like this, it's all or nothing. That's what people do. What you're saying is we need to step back, and if we do have another pandemic or another outbreak, we need to really break it down and say, okay, well, we cannot lose our core. I'll call it my core business. We can't lose our core, and then we also have to supplement it to the other pandemic. Am I
Right?
Just if I could interject, I got a text from somebody in the public that indicates that they're having some difficulties with the volume. If the board could make sure that they're speaking into the mic. I know some people are,
Okay.
but maybe some people could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ray?
Yeah, I just lost my thought. I was going to highlight that I think that's one of the core issues that we have in our county. We've expressed that through the budget process. And what that issue is we're almost one deep in every department. We're very, very thin, and that's the unfortunate reality that we face in our county. So when a pandemic at this magnitude occurs, the resources we do have, what limited resources we have, are put into this area to address these issues. And so I think I think they're all valid points. I think they're all accurate. What you were saying, Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Medina. I think this is just a way to offset that. I know that there's some funds here to hire another person to address, was it the epidemiology?
Yes.
Staffing, also some other things as well to shore that office up, because it is very limited in staffing. So, again, I think, looking at it, there's definitely a need. I think that's one of the reasons why this item's on here, is to address these funds, to be able to redirect some of those other resources to the other job duties that we've been probably limiting ourselves in because of COVID.
Yeah, I mean, so I appreciate what you're sharing, Ray. I think in context, this is why it's honestly making the case for stronger transparency and dialogue, and not that that was the intention to basically alter the perception of the board. But my point is the simple question would have been hey, by the way, when we're making these decisions related to COVID, you just know that we're going to have to take away resources from our already standing programs that need resources. I think that would have made it a more well-rounded conversation to say, well, then maybe that means that we have a strategic plan that addresses, we have a staffing level for the sake of the needs of our resources. And if a pandemic hits, then we don't just assume that we're going to pull those resources, but we make sure that we preserve those resources. And if that means we have to do a budget adjustment then, and then figure out how the state or the feds are going to backfill us. So we got ahead of it and made sure that our resources aren't, because I just feel like this forces us to accept the funds because we don't have another recourse. Otherwise, we're saying no to programs that right now aren't getting
But
the.
Peter, in fairness, I mean, we're all talking 2020 now. I'll get you more.
Okay, thank you.
But we're all talking 2020 right now. I mean, we took the bold, and I got to commend Ray for taking the bold initiative. Is that if we would have waited for the government and the state, and you know how I feel about the state. They're no friend of San Benito County. You know that. But if we would wait for the state and the federal government to come in, we're never going to get the money, and we're going to have worse than what it was. Even Supervisor Gilio, he took the initiative. Let's use $1 million now and hope that we get reimbursed. I question Supervisor Gilio. Is there any guarantees we get the money? And he told the truth. He says no, but we got to take the initiative and provide services to the public. And sometimes you got to take those faith jumps and say, okay, we're hoping that the state and federal is going to come in with money. They're going to give us that money, and when they do give us the money, we accept it. And then two, we understand there's going to be a compromise. We are intelligent enough, unless I'm wrong. We are intelligent enough. There's going to be a compromise being made. There's going to be a shifting of funds when an emergency hits us.
Yeah,
We got to understand that.
I do, but you're kind of making my argument really, because you're basically saying is we should wait for the state and just ultimately make decisions to redirect resources. Because at the time that we made this decision, we
Never wait for the. I'm sorry, Peter. Never wait for the state or the federal government.
I'm talking about wait for the state to reimburse us. We made a decision with the whole shelter in place to shift resources without even knowing if we were going to get reimbursed or not. And then and by default, that means we said yes. Indirectly, we agree that we're going to go ahead and deplete resources that are needed for other things so that we can focus on COVID. Instead of actually saying, why don't we preserve those resources, we'll have to do a budget adjustment to address the pandemic and do what Jim Gilio said is we're not going to deplete our resources, we're going to take the initiative. We're talking two different things. I'm talking about not waiting for the state or the feds to reimburse us. I'm talking about us making a decision now because we have to deal with the pandemic or the proposed anyways pandemic. But at the end of the day, we got to make sure that we don't hurt ourselves while we're so much of an arm in the state that we pretty much deflect to them with everything. And I feel like you're trying to make the argument against, but in reality, you're making it for.
I think we're arguing from different directions for the same position. So I'm going to keep it at that. Supervisor Medina.
Okay, well, I just want to bring this up. Today, we're voting on 21 and 22. I'm going to put them together. They're COVID-19 related.
Yep.
And it's pertaining to receiving grant dollars in a total amount of $2,024,073. This particular funding we're talking about now, number 21, is $1,850,000. It covers the reimbursement of the Paycheck Protection Program, Healthcare Enhancement Act response activities. It's covered for the period of May 18th, 2020 to November 17th. Now, these funds are intended to provide critical resources to the local health departments. It's in support of the broad range of COVID-19, SARS, CoV-2 testing, and other related activities. So it is, in sense, helping with other departments in that staff. I just want to make sure we all understand this by no means is a left or right decision. This decision is to reimburse San Benito County for additional expenses that we have. I mean, they're real expenses, and we're doing real things with it. There are people out there that feel the governor did lock us down, the governor is holding us hostage, but we have to take that aside and say what is good for our county. 2 weeks ago when this was brought up and we said we would bring it back 2 weeks later, I did a lot of research on this. I elected to talk to no one. I didn't talk to anyone about this. I could have reached out to you, Peter, but there was no reason to try to convince you one way or another. What I'm looking at here is we have dollars out there and we need help. And I'm not afraid to ask for that help, but I don't believe we're held hostage. These are, just like you said earlier, these are our dollars. They're tax dollars. If they don't come to us, they go back to the state, and They're given to the other 57 counties. So we lost out on this. For the last 4 years, I've sat up here, and the county, or not, the state and the feds, they mandate, you have to do this, you have to do that. But they never gave us any type of money back. And you've sat through a couple of those yourself. So here they're actually providing us with a reimbursement. And is it for the right reason? I don't know, Peter, but I know over $2 million is a lot of money. And as I know of right now, there are 58 counties in the state of California, and I believe a vast majority of them accepted this. I know we were talking about, or I had a lot of emails about Placer County. You know, they were like the people that I believe they did something to defy the governor. They accepted this money. I went and watched the Board of Supervisors meeting on video, and unanimously they approved these dollars. So what I'm looking at is we need to forget about, is the governor right? Is the governor wrong? Is the president right? Is the president wrong? We need to look at ourselves and take this $2 million, spend it wisely. And I think you're correct when we say you and I will be here next year. Jaime and Anthony won't. We need to be the leaders, and we need to come up with what if. What if? It's called a contingency plan in your business. You have one. What happens if the power goes out? What do you do? Same thing that we have to do here. If we have another pandemic, what do we do, Peter? That's you and I. We have to be able to stand up and make that. We cannot rely upon two people that won't be here next year. So I humbly ask for you to look at this and really think about this $2 million and what it would do for our department out there. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Supervisor Medina?
Mr. Chair, yeah, my sentiment is, and I respect what Supervisor Medina is saying, is consistent with that. We need to do what's best for our community to unite the community. And I've said that before, and I know some people disagree that that's exactly that's what I'm trying to do. I've always advocated for local control. I know Lynn actually mentioned that it would be a local lab as an example. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. It ultimately assumes, though, the responsibility of our office, and that's to represent the people that elected us. That's the confusion that we're creating, whether we like it or not. And I've heard, you know, my CAO say, arm of the state. I've heard you guys say it. That sentiment is it's contradictory. Not that it's not true, but it's contradictory because it assumes that the state elects us, which isn't true, right? It's the public. So who are we responsible to, right? Who's the one that can either elect us or not elect us? It's that simple. And I'm just using that as a reference point. It's the hand that we've all been dealt. So I'm not saying you guys are to blame for that contradiction, but what I am saying is the implications of it we can't ignore. And that's the strongest point that I make. So when we're dealing with things like this, I don't want to hurt our resources. I don't want to hurt our community and its administration of resources. But I definitely disagree that the health department should have done what they did and take away resources for the sake of COVID, and to the extent that it ended up basically hurting other folks, right? Because I personally know someone that committed suicide, and I don't know what we're doing about suicide and addiction. All these other things, crime, there's direct and indirect impacts that whether we like it or not, it's literally at the core of this issue, and we can't ignore it. So all I'm saying is we have to take the initiative to do what's right, and yes, make sure that we have the resources that we need for our departments, but not be okay with these redirecting of resources and taking it away from the needs that we have in our community. I think that needs to be addressed, and I think there needs to be, honestly, stronger transparency with the health department. I know they've done a lot, but I feel like now there needs to be even more, and I think that needs to be an ongoing dialogue. So those are my comments, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
I'm going to open up to the public, and I'm going to allow it for both 20 and 21 has been requested to pull them together.
Is that all right with you, Peter?
Yeah.
Yeah. 20 and 21 will be, 21 and 22 will be together. Okay.
Members of the public who wish to speak on these items, please go ahead and press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Deanna, please state your full name. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, yes. My name is Deanna Trinidad, and I manage the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program for San Benito County. I live in Santa Cruz County. My office provides advocacy on behalf of older adults and disabled individuals who live in skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities in your county. Now, before I start, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that I believe that folks on both sides of this issue are trying to balance the potential harms that they perceive. Unfortunately, this division between community health and reopening the economy has made it extremely difficult to reach common ground in order to move forward. Luckily, as an ombudsman, I have the luxury of focusing on a single issue: skilled nursing facilities and other congregate living settings. I'll note that local public health department does not have this same luxury. The highly skilled and trained individuals who were hired to keep this community safe are in charge of a myriad of programs, the most important of which right now is keeping the community safe during a global pandemic. So according to the agenda, in early August, almost 2 months ago, CDPH awarded these extra funding to the county to deal with COVID-19. And in early August, we did not have any positive cases of COVID-19 in the facilities that I cover. Now we do. And what does this mean exactly? I'll give you a quick background. CDPH requires weekly COVID testing of all skilled nursing staff. Right now, that's happening. If a test comes back positive, all the residents need to be tested and all the staff need to be tested again. Our long-term care residents have undergone this process more than once. This testing scheme, while extreme, is to keep these vulnerable residents safe. And keep in mind, these people need skilled care. Many of these people live in the facility. They're not there for a week of rehab. The facility is their home. Now, some folks might not understand why so much testing needs to happen, but it's to help stop an outbreak before it gets out of control. And contact tracing and data analysis and staffing is all required for that process. It requires adequate staffing. Our healthcare workers have been on the front lines of this pandemic for 6 months. I see this funding as the cavalry coming to help those on the front lines. These workers are exhausted and won't continue to be able to work overtime, do extra shifts without this relief. And to turn away this much needed relief at this time seems unconscionable. I hope the board allows the San Benito County to benefit from these funds that have been earmarked specifically to boost our COVID-19 response, because we have COVID outbreaks in this community right now. Now is not the time to back off on the response. It's not the time to turn the cavalry away. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Videna, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Videna Freitas, resident San Benito County. Wow. We had a CPRA, a public records request, put in again on 9/22, asking specific information for what these 2 budget items would be for. I just saw from the presentation now what some of that would be, and unfortunately, the public has not been allowed to see that, okay? So moving forward on this without the public understanding what's happening and the presentation from the health department on this, I have a question for the health department. Where were you on SARS-CoV-1? How much testing was done? How many flus? How many hospitalizations? How many deaths? And in fact, we had a public request for information for the last 2 flu seasons. How many people were tested? How many were hospitalized? How many people did we lose? No, 0 information. Nobody knows anything on that. Yet, all of a sudden, COVID is the most important thing. In fact, it's on par with measles, syphilis, malaria, and God knows what else she mentioned. I couldn't write that fast. But the public needs to hear that presentation before we vote on this item. Mark Medina was nailing it, that it doesn't matter what the politics on this, we need to vote. Supervisor Hernandez is nailing it on explaining what this is, public trust, and what has been neglected. Also Supervisor De La Cruz, what was neglected? Kurt Uller at Placer spoke about this specifically, that health departments have become COVID officers, and they have neglected all of the other health needs. And now you're asking for money to expand the health department and expand the COVID testing and expand all of that stuff. We don't need that, okay? You're asking us not to believe our lying eyes and our lying ears about what is going on here. Now, we understand about spending money with the hopes of getting money back. These are federal funds. We get to have this money. This governor does not get to keep this money from us. But something that you guys are missing, specifically Mark, you want to talk about a compromise, De La Cruz? And Mark wants to talk about getting that money back in here and backfilling the budget. That is great. But Placer opened their community. You want to compromise? Declare all businesses essential, and then let's go after the funds and backfill our budget. And you go ahead and shake your head, Mr. Botello.
Yeah,
But the rest of the people in this community are pissed. They want their lives back. They want their kids in school. They want to open their businesses. They want to backfill their budgets and their shortages too. So we want to support you in that, but not at the expense of keeping us closed down and propagating this.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Courtney, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
They can hear me too. Mr. Botello, I am ashamed and embarrassed with your behavior. To shake your head, to throw your arms up during a constituent's comments, that is her right to have her 3 minutes. So since you cannot open your mouth and comment, you're going to disrespect her with your body language? Embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. It is a shame that in the name of COVID and an emergency, you have these conversations 4 hours and 23 minutes after the meeting has started. How disrespectful can you be to these people in this community, in this state? You talk about that we need to separate politics from this conversation. Perfect, let's do it. Let's just talk about San Benito County. And when we're going to get money to our county, you involve the community on how we use this money. In the name of health and wellness, what does our community need? And we can look at the data. We can work together. But unfortunately, you have snuck things into agenda after agenda. You confuse the people. You move around agenda items. You disrespect the people and their time. It is, I am just in awe of your behavior. I ask that if you want to continue to call this an emergency, that these items be placed on the beginning of every single agenda. This is in violation of so many actual laws. How about Health and Safety Code 101080? How about violation of Government Code 37100? Over 38 counties in our state are getting together to stand as we the people. You do not represent the people above you. You represent the people in front of you. Take off that mask. Look me in the face. You prevent people from coming in here and standing there in person, and I'm proud to do so. I am ashamed in this behavior in these 7 months, where we are today, what I've heard. I will continue to fight. I will not back down, and our numbers are growing every single day. That should say something. I'm going to collect signatures so that you can see them as well. I'm appalled. 16 years, what do you have to show for it, Mr. De La Cruz, Mr. Botello?
It's about time that we, the people, vote new
Thank you.
people
Thank
in.
you. Next speaker card.
Jackie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, San Juan Bautista. And gentlemen, I promise not to scream at you or call you out on your track record. Let's deal with the issue at hand today. You're asking for an approval or going to take a vote to increase the budget or accept the money that the state has allocated in the defense of COVID-19. I agree with Mr. Tiffany. I agree with everyone else that stated, Supervisor Medina, that we need this money. And I believe that until you understand, and I'm speaking now as a as a professional healthcare provider, I'm a PA, Stanford trained, so I understand quite well what a pandemic entails. You know, this is something that we probably won't ever see in our lifetime again, I hope. And we were dealt with a hard blow. Hard decisions had to be made. And I don't feel that we put aside other healthcare issues that were not more critical at the time. Coronavirus or COVID-19 is a contagious disease. I don't think any one of you would put a price tag on any lost loved one. 1.8 million, is that what you would put the price tag on? This funding is going to help other family members from our community survive. We're only seeing the tip of the iceberg with the winter and fall season upon us, with the comorbidity of the influenza and the COVID-19. Think about it. And also the one thing about obesity and all the other health issues that we were touched upon. Yes, those are serious health conditions, but we had a pandemic. Ms. Mello highlighted exactly what happened. They have a small staff, they're stretched thin, and they were having to deal with the contact tracing, which is many hours involved if you're contact tracing. They were not hit with single-digit cases of syphilis or tuberculosis. These were double digits, and now up into, in some counties, hundreds and thousands. It's hours and hours of telephone calls and contact tracing in order to contain this infectious disease. And it really disheartens me when I hear my community members, as county members, make this such a political divisive issue. It's very simple. It's a pandemic. It's infectious disease control. We have a very big county now compared to what we had before. You had to shift the priorities where they were needed. We hire experts. We hire trained professionals to do their jobs, and that is in all the departments in the county. We cannot micromanage them, Supervisor Hernandez. We put our trust in their training, their expertise to take care of the community as best they can. If there's this huge diversion from a budgetary item, yes, have the transparency, bring it to the board, bring it to the public. But I think we're losing track here of what really hit us 7 months ago.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Ashley, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Gilmer. I am calling because from what I hear, this money is to create more government jobs with taxpayer money. But yet we are destroying our small businesses and our private middle class jobs. It sounds like there's almost $2 million that will be given to our county by the state. And I'm just curious if we, the people, in the name of health and wellness, will get to have a seat to decide where this money goes. If we're going to have non-stakeholder representation, what that looks like. I'd also like to say that this is my second Board of Supervisor meeting as well. It makes it very difficult to want to speak out, to use the voices of the people that voted you into office. When you do openly mock us, we can see you. You are openly mocking our comments. I am not trying to be political. I am trying to look for a way forward. I am trying to find unity in our people in our community, and to have hands thrown up and heads shaked and mocked. It makes us not want to speak out, and it makes us cringe, and it makes us concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maura Tiff, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Moore, a San Benito resident. I had pages of what I wanted to say, but the health department, Ms. Mello, she, said it beautifully, and hearing from the actual frontline workers, I really don't have anything to add. So I would like to express my support and my thanks to Mr. Batallo, to Mr. Medina, to Mr. De La Cruz. It's so nice and refreshing to see some passion and some fire. And you absolutely are representing the people who voted for you. Please do not listen to the absurdity that is coming from a small faction of this community. Mr. Batallo, you are mirroring the body language that I guarantee most of the people are doing on Zoom, listening to what's coming out of these people's minds, except you can't hear what we're also saying to our computers. Enough is enough. Yes, the numbers are growing, Miss Evans, but the numbers aren't growing in support of you. They're growing with people getting sick and people dying, and that should be our focus. I agree with Mr. Tiffany. I applaud Miss Mello. We did not expect for this to happen. Mr. Hernandez, I feel like you're talking in circles. Yes, hindsight is 2020. If you could go back, I'm sure everybody would have done it differently, but this was unprecedented times. And everybody's doing their best, and I'm sure continuing to do their best. And I just wanted to say to Open SBC and as well to Mr. Hernandez, if you are easily offended, you are easily manipulated. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Thank you. Anyone from the public? None? I'll bring it back to the board. There's been a request to push 21 and 22 together. However, 21 requires two different sets of requirements for motions to pass.
Jaime?
Yes,
Even though we heard them together,
yeah.
I would be glad to do two motions, one on the 21 and one on the 22.
Actually, you're gonna need three motions.
Well, I'm going to do actually four.
Okay, you wanna start on 21 one first?
Is there any public comment for the board? Any additional?
No,
Okay.
no, we're ready to, for
Okay,
motion.
I'd like to make a motion on, we'll start with 21. The first motion on 21 would be to approve and authorize the Health and Human Services Agency Director to accept COVID-19 ELC enhancing detection funding in the amount of $1.8350350,000 with the California Department of Public Health for COVID-19 detection and surveillance on behalf of the County of San Benito for the item for the term of May 18th to 2020 to November 17th, 2020.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 3-1. Okay.
My
you wanna do
second
number
one
20?
is to approve the associated budget adjustment for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 in the amount of $850,000 with this requires a 4/5 vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those I'm gonna do a roll call.
Hernandez,
Yes.
De La Cruz,
Yes,
Sotelo,
Yes.
Medina.
Yes.
motion passes. You wanna go to 22?
Number 22 is, I'd like to make a motion, accept the funding for the CDPH and COVID-19 SARS surveillance-related activities in the amount of $173,723.
Is there a motion? I mean, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries. Go ahead, Mark.
Second one?
Yeah,
4-0.
you got it.
Second one is to approve the agreement with the subcontract administrator, Haluna Health, in the amount of $173,723 for the term May 1st, 2020 to March 23rd, 2022, and authorize the director of our HHSA to sign the agreement on behalf of the County of San Benito.
Is there a second?
Second.
This requires forfeit, roll call?
Hernandez,
Yes.
De La Cruz,
Yes.
Sotelo,
Yes.
Medina.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So both 20, 21 and 22 are passed. Now we will actually go to closed session. Barbara?
Yes. What time will we be adjourning from?
Uh,
Closed session back to the
2:15.
2:15?
Yeah.
This closed session is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision A and D1. Name of case is County of San Benito versus Richard Scagliotti, 6th Appellate District Court of Appeal, case number H045887.
Anyone from the public?
Members of the public who wish to speak on closed item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon.
None?
We have no speakers at this time.
Okay, we'll have lunch and closed session here at the same time.
Yeah, it's easier because we can pause.
Okay, we'll reconvene the afternoon session. Next item on the agenda is number 23, Health and Human Services agenda. Tracy?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for spending a long day with us today. I think Dulce has my PowerPoint.
You could keep it. Yeah, keep it.
Okay, so I just have some really brief updates. Not a lot has changed since the last board meeting. I do know today that they did post some things possibly from CDPH. I haven't had a chance to review them yet, so I won't be able to report out, but it appears that there may be some change in the metrics for smaller counties. We just haven't had the opportunity to review them yet, so hopefully at the next board meeting, we'll be able to review those. Go ahead and advance the next slide. So this is just an update from our dashboard, just showing that we did have one death yesterday that we reported out. I know that that's been the topic of conversation. We do have a death report on the dashboard as well, and we're going to modify it a little bit to bring a little bit more clarity. It seems that it's hard to tell when the data changes based off of the death. So we're going to report it out different. I'll try to have it up on the website today so that you can reflect the actual case information instead of making it a broader spectrum of information. So we'll try to update that today for you. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. This was our data from last week, our case rate and our positivity rate. It's probably posted for today. I haven't had an opportunity again to look. I believe that we are still in the purple tier. Unfortunately, we're hoping that with the lower numbers that we've had within the last week or so, that we'll be able to advance in the next few weeks. Hopefully, we'll be able to move to the red tier.
Hey, Tracy,
So again, I apologize.
Tracy, sorry to interrupt you.
Today, but we are still in the purple tier.
Sorry to interrupt you, Tracy, but it's 6.5 and 4.5. That's the stuff that
That's
was
for
up.
today?
Yes, that's updated today. 6.5.
Thank you.
And 4.5 for positivity. Thank you.
So that's great. That's great. So if we can stay there for the next week, we will advance to the red tier if we can stay at that level. The next slide shows what we need to measure at. So we need to be less than 8% on our positivity rate and less than 7 for our cases. However, I do believe that they're going to be measuring us a little bit differently. But again, I don't want to report it out yet until I have a clear understanding of exactly what the requirements are. Dr. Jean may have a little bit more on that, and he'll be available at the end of the presentation. So the next slide. I just wanted to inform the board and the public that we have approved several waivers for in-person learning at our local schools. There's 9 schools that have submitted waivers, and that has been approved by Dr. Ghilarducci as well as CDPH. I listed the 9 schools here. It's the schools, they've submitted a plan as to how they're reopening. And again, it is just a reminder that it is only kindergarten through 6th grade. 7th and 8th were not part of the waiver. And I know that we approved, I believe there were 5 initially, and 4 that were just approved within the last week. So I know Sacred Heart, the Montessori School, Seventh-day Adventist, and Calvary Christian School were just approved within the last week or so. So they're back in school for in-person learning. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that. And I don't believe we have any pending waivers from any of the other schools as of yet. This is just the data from the OptumServe testing site, the cumulative data as of yesterday, how many tests we've performed. 39 tests have been performed, 6,420 we've received results on, 5,991 were negative, 429 positive. Out of our jurisdiction or from another jurisdiction, we're 2,947, and we're pending 72. We still had a better turnaround rate within 2 to 3 days, so we're hoping that that will advance. And if we can get testing at our local hospital, the machine that they are attempting to purchase turns it around, I believe, within 24 hours. So that would be really helpful. Next slide. There was some new guidance, as Supervisor Hernandez reported earlier. He talked about being open. Several of the playgrounds, there is guidance there. There's also guidance, updated guidance on movie theaters and family entertainment centers, which have allowed some of the pumpkin patches and those types of things to open outdoor recreation. They fall into those two different guidances. We've worked with several of the industries in the county to help them have safe events. We've worked with the fairgrounds as well as Swank Farms and some other local entities. And so we're here to help and answer any questions that we can and elevate the questions if we need to. There's been a ton of requests about Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. And so we do we were waiting for the state because we didn't push out any local guidance because the state has been promising us that they are going to push out guidance for Halloween, but it's right around the corner and we are using a harm reduction model. So we will be pushing out guidance today. It will be on our website today, basically just talking about if you're going to participate in these activities, how we recommend that you do them safely. And so I encourage you all to take a look at that. We can push it out on an IXL if we feel it's appropriate. We haven't really talked that far about it. Dr. G has reviewed that and it's ready to go out, so it'll go out today. Just a reminder, we do have the flu shot clinic. We're encouraging people to get the flu vaccine. It looks like we're gonna need to update our flyer here. It looks like we only have one more date on this flyer. Lynn, are you still on the call? Maybe she's off, sorry. I think we have other ones planned. I'm not super involved in the flu shots, but we will update that on our website as well. I call and it's appointment only, as indicated on here. Next slide. It looks like Public Health may have jumped off the call, but Dr. G is on the call if anybody has any questions. And we just wanted to remind staff that in order for us to lower tiers, we need to be ambivalent about the things that we know, which is face coverings, physical distance, wash your hands regularly, and just stay healthy. So Dr. G?
Oh, good afternoon. Yes, thank you, Tracy. Excellent overview. I don't have much more to add. As Tracy said, there may be a change in metrics. Right now, the proposed changes are more to do with moving backward in the tier structure rather than moving forward. But I do anticipate that going forward, excuse me, that we will see a different way of measuring rather than a per capita rate. It'll be an absolute rate based on based on the fact that we're a small county. So more to come on that. I don't have any other detail for you today, but happy to take your questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Ghilarducci or Dr. Ghilarducci, are you mentioning that because in a sense you're basically hinting towards the equity element of what this governor is trying to do now, where he's measuring according to disproportionate, the minority populations. Is that what you're alluding to?
Oh, great question. No, this is slightly different. The equity measure applies to counties larger than ours, so it really doesn't apply to our county. But it has to do with counties that have, a certain area of the county that has different testing numbers than another, and that really doesn't apply to us. What I was referring to was a different way of measuring case rates, irrespective of the equity issue itself.
And I appreciate the response. I think even in context, if it would, I really think it would be helpful to still educate this board on what that outcome is, because I know it's going to be a concern, and already there's a lot of, it feels like at every turn there's a decision that's made that ultimately it's doing more to divide our community than, I mean, the fact that you would measure according to, as if, according to socially disadvantaged or minority, it assumes this virus is, I guess, discriminatory. It chooses and picks, as if we can manage that. It just gets in so much into the weeds. It creates such an assumption. And you don't have to respond to that, doctor. I know that that's outside of your jurisdiction, but at the end of the day, I just know there's confusion, and if we don't have an answer, then that's our responsibility to make sure that we clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that the end of that presentation?
We still have one more item, Mr.
Right.
Chair, on this item. We're going to invite up Dulce Alonso. She's our management analyst, and she's going to be presenting to you a CARES Act budget update.
Okay. But in terms of the Tracy's, that presentation's over.
That was it for them, yeah. That was it.
Okay, go ahead, Dulce.
So a quick update on CARES Act allocation. So currently, workforce development, admin staff, our accounting team, and health and human services accounting team, physical team is working to get the money to the businesses. We're aiming October 16th through the end of October to get that out for the businesses that were awarded. So that was 1.5 million is going to support our local economy and small businesses. We have 500,000 that's going out to Community Foundation to distribute to the local nonprofits that qualified. We have 24,000 going to non-traditional nonprofit organizations. The 240,000 is going to rental assistance, and then we have 24,000 going to a utility program, another 12,000 to food vouchers, and then we have 133,000.
Should have one.
Oh, is it hard to hear? We have 133,000 divvied out into 3 different categories. One of them is going into rental, utility, food vouchers. So that would be distributed to the 3 categories above. The other is going to the cities. We're working on an MOU for the city of San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister, and this is for facility readiness, specifically getting ready for the winters and to continue operations in the outdoor locations. Another 133,000 is going to go to support local nonprofits, and we're working with community foundations to do a second round of programming to local nonprofits. 144 is going to 3 organizations that have supported the county and its administrative costs. 200,000 is going through an agreement to Hazel Hawkins. We're at approximately 500,000 for PPE, and that's to have supplies to prepare for the emergency. And then we have 1 mil for IT infrastructure and for elections, because there are increase in this year's elections, 110,000 from this funding. So. And lastly, 1.7 mil for approximately for county, and these are expenditures not covered through FEMA. So that brings our total to 6.357 mil. And that's where we are today. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the programming. Our local rental assistance program launched, the application launched on September 23rd, and it's going to close on October 22nd.
Questions?
Just wanted to say that thanks to staff and everyone been working on this. One of the things is we have about $2.8+ million going into our local economy, and about a little bit over $3 million to PPE, other infrastructure items that we kind of discussed before. But one of the key components is trying to get this spent timely. I know that's been a discussion, and we're, like Dulce said, that we're going to have a lot of money going out this month. So majority, well, probably about 4 million of it will be allocated. So we're definitely getting there. We have 3 more months left to spend, and we're on track to spend all the money. Just wanted to make sure that this board was aware of that. If there's any nuances or anything that comes up, we'll make sure you're notified on it. But right now we're tracking pretty good. Purchasing hardware, software for added security. Also for remote access, as well as trying to infuse better technology to the RMA office as well, to be able to help assist their office with the public to be able to do work or communicate with the RMA staff to actually do what they need to do to either get permitting or other things remotely, and less folks actually going into the office. So there's a lot of work that's being done, and I want to thank staff for all the hard work that they've been doing.
Hey, Ray, two questions. First question is, how much is Community Foundation getting in terms of administrative costs that they agreed in front of the whole world that they wouldn't get any money? How much?
I believe we already approved that. It was $38,000, if I recall, 38 for the chamber, 38 for the Community Foundation, and 38,000 to United Way for assisting us through the programming. So that was one of the things that your board did approve that.
Assistant to the program. So you say United Way did the allocation, not the Community
Assisted
Foundation?
with us with different programming, so like the Great Plates program as an example. So they were instrumental in helping us or assisting us with different programming that we have. One of them was the Great Plates program. I know that there was they also worked with the Community Foundation as well through the nonprofit element of it as well. So yes, that's.
And then on the second round of nonprofit relief, that's going to go back to the Community Foundation?
Sorry.
No, it's, they're going to make recommendations and we're going to make the contributions out directly from the county. It's the way I think we left it, right?
So
that's what so they're not getting it. We're write the checks through the county on their recommendation.
Okay, because, I mean, Supervisor and I went to the last allocation process, and I was there at the gathering. It was an experience for me. I mean, once in a lifetime experience. I'll be honest, I'll probably never attend another meeting like that because, one, they won't invite me, or two, for other reasons that I can't divulge. But it really felt that every person who made a presentation for a applicant was like their favorite applicant. And I said, wait a minute, somehow we're missing other nonprofits in the community. And I'd like to see that money go to these other nonprofits that didn't even get an opportunity to submit an application to either the Community Foundation or the United Way. I'd like to see this money being distributed fairly among those groups that didn't get anything or wouldn't even consider it.
Well, I don't think it's not too late. It's not a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
And I know one organization that I belong to, the Native Daughters of the Golden West, they weren't able to submit an application because they didn't think they qualified. But we could work on that, Mr. Chairman. We left it. We just kind of, did not. We didn't commit just writing a check to the Community Foundation. Here you go, and spread some more money. That wasn't the case, and so maybe Supervisor Hernandez and myself could get together with Duce and see how we could
Also
approach your issue.
Also points of clarity. So that was to assist them for administration because they didn't apply for any of these nonprofit. Because they were administered. They're exactly right. They didn't apply for it because they were administrating it, and there was a kind of a conflict there. In additional to that, though, maybe I wasn't clear with your question, there was also $133,000 for the nonprofits for the actual relief funds that Dulce highlighted as well, 133, and then also 133 for rental assistance and so on. So there was 3 pots of money that were also allocated. So I wanted to be clear with that. There was some money going to them for the actual running the programs, assisting us with helping us through this process, as well as the actual funds, additional funds being infused into those programs, just to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, but I mean, Supervisor Patel says that the second round of nonprofits, I think you should really target those who weren't given an opportunity to apply for any of the grant money through the United Way or Community Foundation. They're both the same groups.
Right. They were go back and vet through. They had 41 applications. Some of them got what they requested, some did not get anything, and I think we could go back and review that.
I mean, because I even asked the question, there was an art group that got funded, and I go, okay, there's San Benito Arts, there's another art groups, why weren't they also being considered? And I never really got a straight answer off of that.
We could review that.
I mean, just.
We'll have a meeting later on this week, do say.
But other than that, thank you, guys.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Supervisor Hernandez also highlighted the work that's been done with the city as well for the facility readiness within the downtown area, San Juan Bautista, as well as Hollister area for winterization, and that's the other $133,000 as well.
Yeah, and that's right, and there's to be some fine tuning as we go along. And, you know, Supervisor Hernandez has been keeping close eye on the downtown progress, and it's be a tight timeline, but I don't think, you know, 130,000 quite gets it all done either if they do it right. And I'm just thinking that their parklet idea is not a COVID crisis thing. It's how downtown is be perceived into the future for a long time to come, and this is just kind of the foundation of it. And maybe if there's a little bit of money that's tweaked, it could go to either of the two cities that could use it to support their business. So
that's all we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions before I open up to the public? Okay, let me open up to the public.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no speakers at this time.
Okay, anyone from the public? None? Okay.
We'll make sure we come back at the next meeting and kind of
Okay,
give another update.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Patello. All right, item number 24, Joe Paul, receive info presentation on the November 3rd election.
Good afternoon. At this time, Francisco Diaz and I will both be doing this presentation. It's a short one, unlike the one at the last meeting. So if we can share the PowerPoint. Is the PowerPoint showing? It was for a minute.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and get started then. First and foremost, my name is Francisco Diaz. I'm the Assistant County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters for San Benito County. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to do this presentation, and we're going to go ahead and get started.
Francisco?
So,
can you expand your screen?
yes.
It's a presenter mode.
Which icon to expand? Display. So I'm a little lost. I'm trying to.
Probably click the bottom button, go down. No, a little bit up. One of them. What does that say? The other one? The other one?
Back unlocked.
The other one? Yeah, hit that one. Oh, crap. Never mind. Double click on one. It's as good as it's gonna get.
Okay. Give me a second and then.
Well, Francisco's getting that ready. I'd just like to mention that I'd like to let everyone know that this is E-28. That's election day with 28 days to go before election day.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to figure out. I apologize.
Francisco, I think we can share the PowerPoint on our end.
Okay, can you do that?
So I'm going to be sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. And so if you could just, as soon as I share, you can just prompt me when you need me to go to the next screen. There we go. And screen.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. That's a lot better. Thank you. I apologize. Can you please go to the next slide? Okay. So Governor Newsom signed ABA 60 to deal with the threat of elections brought on by the pandemic COVID-19. The change in law required county elections officials to mail a ballot to every registered voter for the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election. Please go to the next slide. Now, one of the questions that we've received is, what's the difference between mail ballots and absentee ballots? The term absentee ballot has been historically used to describe a ballot that is sent to a voter outside of a polling place. Every U.S. state allows an absentee voting, but typically only under certain circumstances. However, California is a no-excuse absentee ballot state. What that means is that in California, you don't need an excuse in order to request an absentee ballot. San Benito County will be mailing a mail ballot to all registered voters of San Benito County for this November 3rd, 2020 election. In California, as it currently stands, there are only 3 counties that are permanently all mail ballot counties. Please go to the next slide. In order to provide a better service for the voters here in San Benito County, and in order to comply with Governor Newsom's ABA 60 bill, we will be providing 29 days before the election, which now they're currently installed and open, 6 permanent drop boxes. These drop boxes will have 24/7 video surveillance. Ballots will be picked up by a team of 2 people daily, twice a day. On election day, they will be picked up 3 times. The locations are currently as they show on the screen, but in addition, we do have 3 temporary drop box locations that will be located at the Dunville Market, the Tres Pinos Market, and also the Aromas Fire Station. These locations will have a drop box beginning on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and of course, Election Day on Tuesday. Next slide. For voters, we highly encourage voters to use the new service, which we partner with the Secretary of State, that's called Ballot Tracks. Ballot Tracks provide voters the ability to be able to track their ballots and receive immediate status notifications when they receive or when their ballot is returned to the elections office. They can access and get this program at sbcvote.us. But of course, we always encourage the voters to call our office at 831-636-4016. And we can also, over the phone, give them information on when their ballot's mailed or when it's received here at the elections office. Next slide. For those voters that need to vote in person, they will have various options available to them. California Governor Newsom signed legislation establishing the requirements for in-person voting for this election. Under Senate Bill 423, counties will have to offer 1 voting location for every 10,000 voters, and if they choose to consolidate polling sites, they will be allowed to do so in person for 3 days before election. San Benito.
If I can interrupt here. Early voting started yesterday, E-29. Early voting is really the opportunity to come to our office here at the elections office and vote here in person. That, we're asking people to, if they can, to call up to make an appointment to do so, but anyone coming to the door, we will let, vote. We are following public health guidelines with asking people to wear masks and social distancing. And of course, we are following sanitation guidelines with as well.
Thank you, Joe Paul. Next slide. Now, as mentioned before, for those voters that need to vote in person, they will have 4 locations. One of them is our elections office, of course. As Joel Paul mentioned, we already having in-person voting here in our office. There's the Veterans Memorial Building in Hollister, the San Juan Community Center, and St. Benedict Catholic Church as well. These 4 locations will be open on 3 days before election. So they'll be open on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. They will be open to all voters of the county of San Benito. And we highly encourage people, if they need to vote in person, to do so early. They do have the ability, like I said, to vote Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Next slide. One of the things that we're trying to do right now is trying to increase our social media presence in order to better inform the voters of their voting options, the drop boxes, voting location, and to give them the most up-to-date voter information and election information. We're using our social media and our social presence to spread the word. So we highly encourage the public and anybody else that wants to follow us to do so. We do have a Facebook account, and we also have a Twitter account where you'll get immediate notifications and notices of what it is that the elections office is doing. For example, the picture that we have here here in this image shows our temporary drop boxes being delivered to the elections office. And this is the kind of types of notifications that you can receive immediately if you follow us on social media. Next slide. Now, the Secretary of State highly encourages people to make a plan. Prior to Election Day, it's important that you make a plan to ensure that you're prepared and ready to cast your vote, whether it be by mail or in person. The Secretary of State is providing informational material like the one we have here in our image, which says, register to vote. Or if you're registered, check your registration information to ensure that your mailing address and your information is correct and up to date. In addition, they're also encouraging for you to track your ballot by mail. These right here images show the websites of the Secretary of State and how you can access the service. Of course, you could always go to our website at sbcvote.us to also get this information. And like I mentioned before, we also encourage the voters to give us a call. Give us a call at the elections office and we can help you with this information over the phone. Next slide. One of the things that we're trying to do right now is to inform the voters, not only of this election, but their voting options and different information. Here we have an image of one of the informational prints and material that we're doing and that we're currently posting at the different bus stops throughout the county of San Benito. In addition, we're partnering up with many local businesses to display the same image, but either inside or outside their storefront. We're also sending the voters various informational material. The one that we have here is a postcard that we send to all households of San Benito County. All the information that we're doing is in English and Spanish, and the main purpose and intent is to increase voter awareness and also participation and ensure that they have the most up-to-date information for this election. Next slide. So that's our short presentation. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk, and we're open to any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hernandez?
No, I don't have any questions.
Supervisor Medina? Sure. Okay, let me open up to the public.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or raise your hand icon. We have no speakers at this time.
Thank you. Anyone from the public? None? I'll bring it back. And this is just informational. Okay, we'll go to 25, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel and Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this item, it was an item that your board had asked to do a little bit of homework on. In particular, Supervisor Medina, I believe, was questioning the recology item and actually increasing cost associated with that. And with that being said, we came back and actually met with the two other cities the county did, as well as with Recology. And so today we have a report back from all of our work from Kathleen Gallagher, and she's going to be reporting on this particular item. Kathleen?
Sure. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll be as brief as possible. I'm happy to answer any questions. The item before you is a recommendation to adopt the resolution that is in your packet that authorizes the CAO to execute the first amendment to the franchise agreement that we have with Recology, and also to continue the public hearing to November 17th for the formal action to adjust the rates beginning January 1st, 2021. As Ray said, the regional agency members for integrated waste met after the public hearing process that we had and provided the public hearing process throughout the month of June. And we had the public hearing, as you might recall, on June 16th at the county. So what we did is after your board had directed Recology to look at options, that is what we did with senior staff, and that senior staff was Ray, Barbara, and Harry. We had also met with our other regional agency members, including Brett Miller and Don Reynolds. We met 3 times over Zoom, and the decision was made unanimously on September 9th to establish a balance account. This is a new mechanism that would basically allow the 6-month deferral of the rates, which totals $251,914. That is the amount that defers the rates for that 6-month period. So the resolution before you would establish the balancing account mechanism to allow those funds to be paid over time. And those funds would be paid over time through the liquidated damages and performance disincentive payments that Recology pays to the regional agency members. Ultimately, the 3 regional agency members felt that this was the most beneficial of all the options presented, simply because of the COVID-related impacts that all of our residents and businesses are affecting, that we wouldn't see the rate increase on July 1st of 2020. It would instead be deferred to January 1st of 2021. So the recommendation then is twofold. It's to adopt the resolution to authorize the CAO to execute the first amendment to the franchise agreement with Recology. And then the second is to continue that public hearing to November 17th for the formal action to adjust the rates beginning January 1st of 2021. The intent is to come back to, as I said, to come back to the board, and we would provide the follow-up information with the rates as established through the public hearing process that we completed. Phil Couchet is also on the line, and we are both happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for the board? None?
I have one. So
Yes.
from what I'm hearing, we're basically, all it is to January 1st. So the price is going to increase after January 1st.
Correct.
Yes, 6 months.
6 months.
So is this pandemic over in January 1st?
No.
I mean, I'm just curious what the thought is, because the public is going to pay for this.
Pardon me?
Supervisor Medina?
Well, once again, contractual, we're obligated to this. It's a contract, and, we were supposed to actually start the contract in July 1st. So what we've done, we've asked for an extension just to meet us halfway. But when you look at the contract does state that when we signed it for, is it 10-year? Forget how many years it is, but it is it's a part of doing business. So they were able to meet us at least halfway. So it's nothing, when you're looking at the pandemic is over in January, it's not. But once again, this is the happy medium, some type of give and take that Recology was able to work with us.
So I just want to make sure, in a nutshell, the first 6 months is being offset from their
Balance.
contributions to the account.
Yes.
And then after January 1st or 2nd, that it goes to the normal 4.5.
4.5, I believe.
Okay.
That's right.
But Supervisor Hernandez does bring up a good question, is what do we do after? I mean, I know it's an obligation through our contract. I get that point. Right, Supervisor Hernandez, that's
Yeah, I
your
mean-
concern, is what's plan B, I guess, right?
What's the, so we're squeezing the public for more with less, right? Which means by default that Recology will be fine, the county will be fine, and I'm not saying we shouldn't meet obligations, but is the public gonna be able to pay for this? I mean, are we ever gonna ask that question? What is too much? At what point is, this is the breaking point? We're hitting them at all angles.
And I think that's what Supervisor, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think that's what Supervisor Medina is saying. I don't think we had a crystal ball when we got into contract with Recology. They went and bought brand-new vehicles. They bought a lot of, waste bins that are brand new. Those are all the requirements that were through the RFP. And contractually, there was an obligation on everyone's part so they can meet their finances for that contract arrangement. And obviously, no one had a crystal ball. Recology, the board, and even the public that had input with going this route had no idea that COVID would hit and there would be, a major issue. So I think with that being said, there's a deferral. I think there's, a level of us working together with that. But at a certain point, we're in contract with them too. So there's an obligation, I guess, is I think the point that needs to be made. We can, probably look at this, in January a little closer as well, but I think this is what we have on the table. I mean, that's, so.
Yeah, and if I recall, Mr. Chairman, we went out to RFP. Garbage and waste is getting be expensive. There's a lot of regulations that, even the haulers have to pay, the landfill has to meet, and costs keep going up. Every week, the garbage truck comes by, picks up my garbage, and there's just inflationary costs. And, what we could have to do is try to conserve, our use of the landfill and things like that. But this is hard. It's hard on people that are really tight on their budgets. We recognize that, but this is kind of this is the contract that we had, and it was the cheapest one.
And I think when I refer to is we can look at it, there's options too. We have a lot of events that occur. We have a recycling event. There was one, I think it was just approved today, So there are a lot of things kind of happening that we maybe need to look at, maybe to tighten our belt a little bit with our partner, with Recology. But I think like has been said, we're kind of into this already, so.
Any other questions, Supervisor Hernandez?
If I may, Mr. Chair, to follow what Supervisor Vitello was saying, yes, we went to that RFP through 2017, 2018, and we had 3 proposers. Recology offered the lowest rates of the 3 proposers. That is, thank you for remembering that, Supervisor Vitello. It was a long process. Recology was the lowest rates for our residents and businesses.
I think we need to do something about bringing this back again.
The contract?
Well, ultimately, we need to be able to revisit this and address, because we don't know what's going to happen in January. And I'm not saying we say no to this, but I'm saying is we don't ignore it and assume that there's not going to be an issue.
Can you turn your mic, Peter, on?
Oh, it is on.
It is on. I think you're right, and I think Ray says that you guys will bring this back to talk about it.
Maybe we get into policy.
November 17th.
Maybe we get into policy where we basically say we need to shorten these contracts and keep revisiting them so we don't just kick the can down the road. And, you know, when you have a 5-year contract, it's very easy to just forget what happened the 4 years prior and the impacts, the consequences of that decision. To just assume that this rate hike is going to be copacetic, I think wouldn't be healthy in a time of economic struggle. I think bringing it back would be a good idea, you know, after a certain period of time. Maybe add to it an amended section that allows us to scrutinize it again to see if maybe this is something we got to revisit.
And I would agree with you, however, when these type of services, you need a certain amount of time to make sure they depreciate their expenditures and have that rate of return, and it's just an array of issues where a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year contract just, it's not doable, and most companies in this industry will say the same thing.
I mean, we're technically in contract. I mean, legal can probably elaborate further, but we're in a contract for X amount of years. And so we're obligated to be in that contract. What I'm saying, I think what we can do is come back and look at, you know, fine tuning, tweaking that maybe work for both sides if we're still in COVID. I think that's what we should do.
So, example, hypothetically, like if you're willing to increase the rates of the ratepayers in the future, maybe they'd be willing to defer more receiving it in the beginning of 2021. But, you know, it would be a negotiation, a trade-off with them. So it's a question about what the board would like to direct, if anything additional.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, the other thing too, is I think maybe for the benefit of Supervisor Hernandez, there's a formula that's needed to raise the rate, and I don't think we have this in the staff report today, and it's a set formula that all parties agreed to in the contract structure, and you know, I took base labor rates and gas rate, fuel rates and things like that, and maybe that might help in your mind justify the 4% increase. But it's not that simple to change garbage companies. It's very difficult.
Supervisor Medina?
And also, you know, when we're talking about the index, it has, I would say in the last 7 years, if I recall right, it's decreased once or twice instead of increased. So there's not always an increase. I'm optimistic, thinking of what the diesel and fuel is doing. It was down last year. This is in the rears, basically. So I'm not saying it's going to decrease next year, but we might see a modest or no increase whatsoever next year because of the price of fuel. But that's just the best guess, I should say.
Any other questions, Peter?
Yeah, all I'm saying is we should talk about it again. I get it. This is a contract.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think they should talk it, yeah.
Don't worry, you'll talk about it.
There'll be more opportunities. All right, let me open it up to the public. Anyone from the public?
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. Jackie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, once again from District 2, San Juan Bautista. I think it would be a great idea to defer until you get more public input on the cost increases and understanding how we get into the contract binding. And I think we all agree that COVID has hit some of us very hard, and so I think that plays into it. And then I guess I'm just going to throw this question or concern out there. I know you can't answer it in the moment, but I'm just going to throw it out. Being a longtime resident, living in my home for several decades, I just have to stop and wonder of the increasing costs that we're incurring has to do in relationship with all the housing being built over in Hollister especially, but also in San Juan Bautista. We've had 2 developments. And so I know that, you know, they have to upgrade their equipment, they have to buy more fuel because they have to go to more homes, et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't like that idea that I'm still putting out the same amount of trash and trying to be conservative and recycle and whatnot. And now I'm getting hit, and a lot of us are, with extra costs. And I just have to wonder, and it kind of ties into a smarter growth, slower growth, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
We have no more public speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back. Anyone from the public? None? I'll bring it back.
Yeah, I think Ms. Morris brings a good point, Mr. Chairman. But I don't really blame these increased costs on the growth as much as I blame it on state regulations. And before, you used to be able to throw all your garbage in one can. One truck comes down the road and empties that can, and you're done. Now, a lot of people have 3 cans out there, 3 different trucks come through, and at a very much higher cost. And so, we have to look at, how the world is changing. There's increased population and not an increase in landfills. So and we're trying to control greenhouse emissions, and you need special trucks that burn on methane or whatever propane, whatever they run on now, it's different. It's different.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Approve a resolution authorizing the CEO to execute the First Amendment to the franchise agreement with Recology, San Benito County, regarding deferral of a compensation adjustment for FY 2021, establishing a balancing account, and to continue public hearing to November 17th, 2020, for formal action to adjust the rates beginning January 1st, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 4-0. Okay. Now we'll go to public hearing, number 26.
Mr. Chair, if you may, you stated that you would come back after regular agenda to do
Yes, you're
public
right.
comment.
You are correct.
Are we still on regular agenda?
Okay, because this is the,
We're going to do public comment, then go, I thought. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I said after regular, and public comment is, okay. So now, we will bring public comments. This will be an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing in today's agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954-2. Do we have any speaker cards in reference to public comment to the board?
Members of the public who wish to speak on items not on the agenda, please press *9 or raise your hand icon. Edena, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Dana Freitas, resident of San Benito County. I have to express my displeasure for the things that happened today. We have those of us who've been having to operate off of Zoom, hosting Zoom, very difficult. We have a lot of grace for that. And we were denied our right to speak at the beginning of the meeting, and that is disappointing, but we have some grace for Grace, who's probably the assistant clerk of the board who's learning this. It's very difficult to host a meeting, I know, but we were denied our right to speak. I also want to express my displeasure at the length of this meeting and the fact that the emergency items were left till later in the public agenda. And you guys are on your own now. I guess that we are going to have to move the people to figure out how to fight against our supervisors who aren't reporting us. And I'd also like to suggest to you that there are several communities and counties who are opening up, and there's several states opening up, and we would like you guys to be leaders on behalf of your community and constituents and get this county open. And we would back you in going after federal funds and backfilling the budget, but not at the expense of our businesses and our families. We are called heartless, because we don't buy into the propaganda of the COVID flu. We understand that people are suffering, and we also understand that other people have lost many family members and have other tragedies. And you want to make the COVID flu tragedies bigger than ours, that's fine. You tell us to follow the science, it's been debunked, that's fine. So we're on our own now, we got that. We don't have any representatives in this board to protect us from the governor or to fight for our rights against the governor, and we got that. And we had asked that you look at what Placer County has done. They've removed their emergency order on behalf of their citizens, but for some reason our supervisors can't do that on our behalf, even though we have comparable cases and mortalities, and we're very disappointed. And just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Jackie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, San Juan Bautista. And I want to thank you, Board of Supervisors, all of you, for sitting through this long meeting. I've been able to do laundry, multitask, do dishes while you folks have been sitting there. Anyway, I just want you to stay the course and, realize that public health, the pandemic, COVID-19 is not just the flu, and it should not be taken as a political or divisive measure in our community. It is a real threat, a real public health threat. We have not seen it through. It's the tip of the iceberg. We're headed here into fall and winter season when there are lots of other flus and upper respiratory infections. And as I said before, we have not seen this thing through. And I want you to continue to leave politics out of your decision-making power when it comes into funding and accepting monies from the state in regards to our community and keeping us safe. We are still in the purple tier. I'm happy, though, to see that parks are open for families and children. That's wonderful. We just have to be smart. We have to listen to the science. We have to separate our personal politics. And I'm sorry, but the lady that just spoke before me, she does not represent the majority of this community. It's a small faction of people. I'm sorry, but as a public health person, medical person, I just implore you to keep on the course. Please see this through with COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
We have no more public speakers at this time.
Okay. Anyone from the public? None? Okay, I'll close it. Now we are to our last item, which is public hearing number 26, Resource Management Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have from our RMA office, Daryl Boyd. He's going to be presenting this particular item. This is in regards to following approval of the PUC code amendment and zone change to RMPUD for PLN 1900070, a vesting tentative subdivision map, and adopting an ordinance to amend County Code Chapter 25.19 and adopt ordinance to change the zoning map. So I have Daryl. Daryl's on the phone, or Daryl's on Zoom, should say.
Thank you. Can you hear me,
We can hear you.
Mr. Chair? Good. Okay. Let me now get the slideshow up real quick and share the screen with the clerk. I just have a few slides because I know the hour is late and you guys have been here for a long time today. So as was mentioned, basically we have 2 items for you to consider today. They're separate items, separate ordinances proposed, but they are related, and that's what I'll attempt to describe quickly here in the slide presentation. So again, I'm Daryl. So there's a proposed project that is a vesting, there's a vesting tentative subdivision map for the property located at 213 Enterprise Road. It's been proposed by a local developer, TTI, and as a part of doing the project, in order to be able to, for the county to approve the project that, as they're proposing, there's the need to do a code amendment and a zone change. And then CEQA, there was a mitigated negative declaration done for the project. So we're not really considering the tentative map today. That actually went to the Planning Commission. This entire package went to the Planning Commission back about a month ago, September the 2nd. The Commission approved the vesting tentative subdivision map subject to the board's approval of the code amendment and the proposed zone change. And so this is just a quick overview of the site. Again, it's 213 Enterprise Road. So this is the project site's outlined in yellow. Enterprise Road is here. Airline Highway, Highway 25 is here. The Oak Hollow subdivision, Oak Creek, are on the east side of the project. The property is about 50 acres. The existing general plan designation is residential mixed. That was applied during the general plan update process that was approved in 2015. The existing zoning, though, is rural residential, which predates the general plan update process. And it's important to note that there's some fairly significant slope on this site. The high end of the site is on the south and then generally slopes to the north to Enterprise Road, which are the lower points. So this is just a quick overview of the actual project. And the reason this is important is that in order, as I said, in order for the developer to do the project as they have proposed it, the rural residential zoning district does not work. So the existing zoning district would require, for instance, 5-acre minimum lot sizes. Well, the developer proposes 149 single-family detached lots with a variety of lot sizes. The lots run from about 4,500 square feet to over 16,000 square feet. And so a conventional zoning district would not allow this project to happen, certainly not the rural residential district. And the closest district, conventional residential district that exists in the code currently is the residential multiple district, the RM district. But even that district would not allow for this project, as the developers proposed it, to go forward because, again, of minimum lot sizes and so forth. And so the project includes a variety of lot sizes. There's some special setbacks that would not be able to be accommodated with the RM district and so forth, as well as building heights. The street width of the project is 56 instead of 60. That allows for a more compact development and is consistent with other standards like the city standards. And so because of the circumstances with the project, the applicant and the staff looked at alternative ways to facilitate the project, if you will. And so the proposed code amendment to the Planned Unit Development District is what I would consider to be like a process improvement. The existing district, the Planned Unit District in the code currently, hasn't really been updated, certainly not to reflect the 2035 general plan goals and policies. It also, the existing PUD code also, it doesn't really provide the flexibility and perhaps the amount of utility that could be derived for projects in its current state, because it doesn't really allow for, say, variation in setbacks and street widths and so forth. And it's certainly the existing conventional districts don't allow for much of a mix in the way of lot sizes. The general plan in 2035, also in the residential mixed and the commercial neighborhood general plan land use designations, allows for mixed use development like a commercial residential project. Currently, the county doesn't have a district that would do that. And so what staff did was essentially leverage the proposed changes from the developer to the PUD code amendment or code section. Staff leveraged that to go ahead and then make some other proposed changes to the PUD district that staff believes will help facilitate development, innovative development, a variety of development consistent with the general plan. And so that's what's reflected in the PUD code amendment in front of you. And then as we stated, in order for the project as envisioned by the developer to be approvable and found consistent with the general plan and zoning, a rezoning was required from rural residential. The residential multiple district, this is actually a typo because it should be residential multiple instead of residential mixed here, is also wouldn't work. And so what's being proposed for rezoning of the site would be a combination of the residential multiple district with the updated PUD combining district. The PUD is essentially an overlay district. And what that does then is allow for this project, this tentative subdivision map that has this variety of lot sizes and so forth. It also, this rezoning would also allow for a somewhat reduced net overall density. The existing general plan designation, you could actually do up to 20 dwelling units per acre, and over 50 acres, that's a lot of units. And certainly a project like that wouldn't be consistent with the existing surrounding residential neighborhood. And so the RMPUD district allows for a project that provides a little more density than the adjacent, but not drastically different. And then also what happens with this combination of the RMPUD zoning, it provides for a site design that really works with much better with the existing site conditions in terms of the topography and so forth. So there was an initial study prepared, and a mitigated negative declaration was prepared and circulated back in May, I think it was. Late spring, early summer. Public comments were received. The environmental documents were revised, and subsequently have concluded that there's no substantial evidence that the project's going to have a significant effect on the environment, and certainly no full environmental impact report was not required to be prepared for the project, including the code amendment and the rezoning. So what staff's recommending to the board today is to conduct a hearing, essentially on both ordinances, but you can combine comments, public comments, for instance. And then there's a draft resolution for CEQA findings and general plan consistency. And also subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, staff, county council realized there were some additional conditions of approval that should be put on the tentative subdivision map. Those are also included in that resolution. And then there's two separate ordinances. The first ordinance would be to amend the planned unit development code section of Title 25. And then the second ordinance would be to change the zoning of the property from rural residential to residential multiple PUD combining district. And so with that, Mr. Chair, happy to take any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah,
Supervisor Bato.
I have, thank you, Daryl. I appreciate the report. I have a few questions. I do have a lot of reservations about even voting on this today. I think I need a District 4 supervisor to kind of have a guidance on this. I always depended on the district of the project and that district supervisor to make sure that things are kind of addressed. And just off the top of my head, one of the things, as all this development has been taking place on Southside Road, Enterprise, potential development in Ridgemark, a few years back, you know, I suggested to planning that this should be more of a consolidated effort between all the developers. And, you know, it did have some traction at the time a few years back. I don't know when you came on board with us, Daryl, but they hired Gary Coates and tried to put something together. We were concerned about the school, Southside School, high school capacity, water, things like that, parks. And I think it basically all but fell apart. And now we have a number of small developments that really individually aren't, you know, a big impact. Let's do a mitigated negative deck, when it probably should have had a little bit more of an environmental review. In the attachments, one of the things that really stands out in my mind that I have a real bitter pill to swallow too, that needs to be resolved, is the Sunny Slope Water District wastewater treatment capacity. Last year or 2 years ago, we had a slide onto Southside Road, and the source of it was wastewater being perked up on top of a hill in their pond. And it cost the county about $1.3 million. And Sunny Slope Water District said, oh no, that slide just happened. Well, I know this ground and how water works through ponds and percolation and all that, and it's a problem right now. And I have an issue with Sunny Slope providing service, and we don't know where that water is be perked at. And they have underutilized pond 5 or 6, that's right above county property at our labor camp. And they say they have capacity. They need to put those percolation ponds back in operation in Ridgemark. Maybe it costs them more money. That's fine. But I saw nowhere in our attachments in our staff report as far as the detail of the management of all these hookups that will increase water, and I think we have an obligation to protect county property and resolve our issues in the past. That's one of the things I would hope that the next supervisor from District 4 and the future board will address as this goes forward. All in all, I do like the mix of housing. It's a good project. I think it's the way we should be growing, and it looks like that's a positive. But the parks, all those projects could have been working and got a really decent park out of it. Instead, we have, I don't know if this little project, it's not that many units, but it probably has a little community park where you take, you know, a kid and stand underneath a tree, and that's about it. But it would have been great if 2 or 3 of these projects got together and made a nice park where you could play football or baseball or soccer or something like that. Instead, we got a Brigantino project that has the land but no park, and we're not going to build a park. And so I think we learned a bitter lesson from that. And, you know, it seems like this project is early enough in the stage where maybe those questions could be asked. And that whole community, when the developer gets his map and sells it to the next builder, the this is addressed. But those are some of the concerns I have. I probably won't support this today because I feel very strongly that a District 4 supervisor ought to be sitting in order to represent some of the concerns that the public had in the CEQA process. And I think they would be better served if they felt that their voices were heard. That's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Patillo. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, I actually talked to my planning commissioner about this, and it sounds like he supported it. But definitely after talking to him, I was a little confused on the game plan for the inclusionary housing. I know that it mentioned, it's like there was, 23 units, right, we're supposed to have. And then, even the in lieu fee, $4,500 for maybe helping them, and ultimately that being like a down payment assistance program, I guess. And the ADU, I know that really confused me is the ADU are supposed to be basically low income, right? So, but I wasn't sure. Maybe there could be some clarity, but if you're gonna have a low income ADU unit in a moderate or market rate home, how are you going to rent out if you're a homeowner, right? So it's assuming it's a family that has a home and they have this ADU that they're supposed to rent out. Is there really going to be a motivation to rent out these units when you're, a moderate income person and maybe if renting it out there might be concerns of renting it out. Are we supposed to force them to rent it? Or, it's their property, so how does that even work? I'm just a little confused. There'd have to be a vetting process. Are you gonna do Section 8? How low is low? I just know that it seems like a simple answer, the way it looks on paper, but I feel like it's a little bit more complicated, trying to rent out an ADU unit. So I had my own questions. I don't know how successful it would be to make it happen. And then my other question is, I know historically when it comes to developments, it's always the low income or moderate income homes that are at the back of the line. And I might have not seen it. I read through this language. I didn't see any intent or focus to put those at the front of the line or at least concurrently with the development itself.
It's phased.
So it just, and I get it, for profit's sake, right? You want to develop your market rate homes, and then you want to, but I just don't think that's fair to the public because there's already cynicism around that. So again, I have my own questions that I feel like makes it hard for me to want to support this right now.
Okay, let me open up to the public hearing and then hear from the applicant first. I will conduct the public hearing and then have the applicant come up if they wish to come up. And, yeah, thank you.
So Ann Hall here on behalf of the applicant. I'm the engineer, and as Daryl. Microphone. Is it not on? Here on behalf of the applicant, as Daryl said, you are looking at the rezoning, which would bring, as you know, when the general plan was done, most of the zoning in the county was not updated to agree with the general plan. So this property zoning is one of many that needs to be updated to agree with the general plan and also accommodate this project, which is in keeping with the neighborhood and what the general plan wants for the neighborhood. Additionally, the PUD ordinance before you was to update and allow some more flexibility in the PUD ordinance. I've been here now a long time, I guess, doing some PUDs, 20 plus years, bringing PUDs to the county. This ordinance has been interpreted differently over the years. In fact, sometimes in the past, it's been used to do things that aren't clearly spelled out in the PUD ordinance. And this is going to update and clarify what you can do under the PUD ordinance to have some variety within your subdivision and give planning and engineering some flexibility on things like road widths and having varying setbacks that aren't necessarily covered in the ordinance. As long as you can support them through the CEQA process, the PUD would give you that flexibility. So those are the two things you're looking at today, the rezone and the PUD. And if you have any questions as to how they apply to our project, please, I'm here to answer those questions.
Actually, I do have a question, but I don't know if it's to you or to
Daryl.
Daryl. And I guess, let me ask Daryl. Daryl, are you requesting that we amend Chapter 25 just for this project, or this is a global amendment to every other development?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question. Yes, this would be a global amendment that would apply to any project. So the impetus for looking at evaluating the existing code was because of this project, but this code amendment would actually be a permanent change that would apply to any future projects that would come in. So it's not, the code amendment is not just for this project.
Okay.
No.
Okay, and then, and again, Daryl, Supervisor Batalla does bring up a good question about park. You know, I still have that bad taste of the Brigantino where they just have an empty space there and the kids can't even play. So how do you intend to mitigate that situation?
So obviously we can't address Brigantino, but we do have a requirement for park space. I believe our requirement is about 2.2 acres. We were actually setting aside about 3.4 acres between open space and park space. And we were proposing, we had a proposal that went to the Parks Commission. What we have is a long trail that goes up to the top of the hill. The park is located at the top end of the development, and so there's a view, and we also had a large flat area. We had shown a bocce ball court. The parks people asked us to relook at that, and we're taking they want something different there, and we're taking that back. But we do have, it will include some play structure or play equipment to be built as part of the park. It will not be just a blank space, and it will be the end of the trail. It'll be the trailhead for a walking trail that will go up the west side of the property from Enterprise Road and then connect to Oak Creek. So it would be usable by people other than just this development. So we do think we're providing something more than just a tree with grass.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, Ann.
Would Joel or Daryl like to discuss the new condition of approval that we asked, and also what their position is if the board did or did not want to act today versus, so whether that would be a decision for the board as far as actually considering the question, because there's some provisions, what would happen if the project was not approved today? It'd probably be better to continue it if the board wasn't ready to act.
I'm sorry, Barbara, you just lost me.
We'll see whether Joel can discuss a couple issues.
Go ahead, Ted.
Ted intervened. Here to answer your question, and anybody's question. First of all, we're not going to sell the property to anybody. We build locally, and that's how we do it. So get that out of your mind now. We are here because we thought we can do a better project for the area. We want to be something that's like Oak Creek, but again, we can't be like Oak Creek because there's new conditions. Like you said, government rules. So we're following your government rules. And that's the problem. That's how we got this. So what we asked for was a workforce housing, like I talked to you before about workforce housing, which means the little guy or the middle guy gets a chance to buy something. And that's what we've done. So we've made it 16 units for a middleman, the guy that's paying the bills and he can't afford to buy a market rate home, and he's not qualified for a low income. So we gave him a shot at buying some homes. And so we've done is do the $4,500 for the down payment assistance. We've especially targeted teachers. This is how it started with Crystal Lamano. This is the whole conversation that went this direction. So we want people from this community to live in this community. We don't want a school teacher that works here and goes to Las Vegas or wherever. The whole idea is to keep people in the community. And if you have a community that's united, again, we're, be divided. That's what we're trying to do here. So the deal with the, we wanted to have, instead of having a separate place for people to be put in a subdivision, we want them to be incorporated in the area. So we're gonna have houses scattered out throughout each phase. There's 4 or 5 in the first one, several in the second one, but that's what we've done. So we've made it accommodated for the workforce housing. So we want the middle guy that pays the bills to be able to buy something. That's the way and so that most of the time, what I've got from the teachers was that they were unable to have a down payment. And that's how this $4,500 came into effect. So that gives them the down payment to do this. So the idea is to keep locals that are working here in this community. And there are deed restrictions for the ADUs, that they are for low and very low people, community people. So we want them to be in the community also. We want them to live in the subdivision. Why put them in another subdivision 30 miles away? You know, why not have them live in that same subdivision that we don't do usually? Or we put them in a separate part. You know, we have a subdivision on a hill over here. Let's put them all down 5 acres over here on the bottom. We don't want that. We want them to be incorporated in this project. This is something that never been done before. That's what we're talking about. So if you have any questions about that, you know, it's all deed restricted. This is no game. This is how it's, you know, we're looking for the community. We live here and we want to be in this community. And then we want people that work here to stay here, not to drive out of town. That's the idea. And so if you have any questions, please ask me and I'll try to answer them.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have one question, you know, because you've heard what I said.
Yes, I did.
And, you know, I'm still I have reservations about this before having the District 4 supervisor, and it's bad timing, unfortunately, for your project. But one of the, reading through the concerns of the citizens in the EIR process that you went through, the comments.
Mhm.
The road connecting up there at the top of your development,
Right.
it really serves no purpose. All it did was piss off people in Quail Hollow, and probably you're just meeting a requirement, and I think it got determined to be a bike path, pedestrian path, just a connector thing, and I honestly don't see why the fire department's requiring that at all.
That's what it is. It's a fire department requirement. We don't care. If you don't want it in, we don't want it in. We've told that at the planning commission meeting. If you don't want it, just don't put it in. It saves us room. It saves us money. And
Yeah.
the idea is, everybody thinks they're gonna be coming through or we're gonna be going down their property to get to Enterprise Road. If you look at it logistically, it's a lot quicker to go down Enterprise Road off of ours and down the South Side Road and out. It doesn't make sense. Even the traffic engineer said that. So
Yeah.
basically, we've made everything, you know, they asked us about height of houses. We made them 1 story along their side. We made them so that they on grade most of them. I think there's 1 or 2 where the terrain doesn't let us do that. But as a general rule, we've done everything they asked us to do. Height-wise, you know, the roads restrictions, the only reason we're putting it is because of the fire. We don't necessarily need it. We don't need it. It doesn't help us.
Yeah, I am
It's
not
an
even
extra-
sure.
it's an
Yeah,
extra thing.
I don't disagree with you, Ted. Looking at it from
And
my
a-
fire
and another-
background, I would not take that route either,
Yeah.
anyway.
And another thing, Anthony, one of the planning commission members was Gibson, and he's basically in District 4, running for supervisor. He was the one that was, you know, asking all the questions, and we gave him all the answers. He's the one that voted for it. Matter of fact, he was the one that spoke the most on it. So if you're asking about District 4, he was for it. You know, the other thing in schools, that we've talked to our school members, and they all agree we need to help the teachers and other people that are in that situation, not just teachers. We need the local people to stay in this community, and that's what we're trying to do.
Jaime?
Okay?
Hey, Ted, I mean, not to, you know, but Mr. Gibson is not a county supervisor. He is a planning commission.
No, but he's in the district, that's what I'm trying to say, you know, he's
agree,
running for it, yeah.
But he's not the elected one from that
No, I
district.
get it,
Supervisor Medina?
Was Supervisor Gilio in support of this?
absolutely. He was in absolute, you know, I
He's the one
hope you
that-
could call him and talk to him, if you want to talk to him, he was in favor. The only problem we had was the road, and like you said, that's not our choice. That is the fire department's choice. We can't do anything about it. The road was there, and what am I gonna tell you? It was not,
It
if you
could
want it
probably
out,
be
we'll take it
designed
out.
where it would
Yeah,
be.
I mean, I can look into that.
Yeah. So if that's the case, talk to Jim. We've talked to him several times about the project. It was not the first time. And he was one of the ones that reason we brought it up, because he was an advocate for the project.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay? Thank you.
Let me open up to the public. Well, we already are open. Next speaker.
Members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press the raise your hand icon or press *9. Nancy, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Nancy Girton, and I live in San Benito County in the Oak Creek subdivision, which is District 4. First, I'd just like to point out that there's been no communication to myself or my neighbors, actually one neighbor, that's the only reason I know, that this agenda topic had been moved from last month to today, which is once again the result of having no District 4 supervisor. I did send an email to the clerk prior to that meeting last month, so I won't go over all of those points today, but hopefully you've all had plenty of time to read that. The primary issue that I have is that we were assured by Jim and Harry that the Quail Ridge Way access point into our neighborhood would be for emergency vehicle access only, and it would not be a thoroughfare for regular traffic. But it seems that the Planning Commission approved, again, with no District 4 supervisor, and noted that it would be a restricted or narrowing or some kind of one-way access now. Despite the fact that no data has been provided by the battalion chief or the fire department to indicate that it's unsafe just for emergency access for our neighborhood. In fact, we even had a firefighter in our neighborhood testify that the EVA access was never a problem for him to quickly attend to any emergencies. Aside, I'm thinking about Supervisor Botello, your mention about Sunny Slope Water. So here's my concern as well. If we add 149 more houses behind us, I hope they can provide water to that park, because they certainly can't do it to our park. Our park is a dead zone right now. It's burnt up, it's terrible, and nobody seems to have answers. Once again, no District 4 supervisor. So I will say that I do not have huge issues with the developer and the plan. I think it looks good. I think it seems okay. I think they're working very hard to help us to be okay with this new community coming in, despite the fact that our grazing land, our views, and frankly, our home values may drop because of this. But in conclusion, I just like to say that I propose that this rezoning approval be delayed until after we have a District 4 supervisor elected, so that that tentative map can be amended with our neighborhood needs in mind, and specifically that road. That's a big deal to us. We bought our homes because this community was quiet. There was no thoroughfare. There was no traffic. And so that's a massive disappointment. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bob, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. This is Bob Tiffany again. Again, a longtime San Benito County resident. I am running for District 4 supervisor. The reason I'm speaking on this project is I was contacted by a number of Quail Hollow and Oak Creek residents, and spoke to one or two. And just following up with what was just commented on, I think that it sounds like, the biggest issue with this project is not the project itself. In fact, hearing Ted explain it, I think that it sounds like a really good project. The county and the community in general needs more affordable housing. It needs, these kind of lower than market rate single family homes in some cases. So I think it sounds like a very positive project. I'm not tremendously familiar with it, but I'm on here because I wanted to comment on behalf of some of the Quail Hollow and Oak Creek residents. And again, it sounds like the biggest issue they have is with this access point that was raised by the previous speaker as well as Anthony. And it sounds like it's something that is being insisted upon by the fire department. I think it needs to be relooked at. The concern is not only traffic, but if people are going to go through that access point into Quail Hollow or Oak Creek, they're going to be impacting the roads. And there's a CSA issue as it is in that area. And so they're greatly concerned about that. So I think if that issue can be addressed, then I think that will resolve a lot of concerns that some of the residents have. Whether it needs to be delayed till after the District 4 supervisor is seated or not, I'm not sure, but I think there is that key issue that should be addressed before this project moves forward. And that's basically all I had to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Charlie, please state your full name for the record. You would have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Charlie Bedell with the Hollister Fire Department, San Benito County's Fire Marshal. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this development is a well developed and well planned development. We did have some issues about that. It's not even issues about the connectivity. The general plan states that we do have connectivity, and the very well prepared Plan Commission did agree and did approve this project with connectivity. And the connectivity was built in the plan. We are approving all of our projects connecting. Recently, Fairview Corners, we made Bonneview connect one little street for those few homes that are going down there, as well as Miller Road and everything. So I was willing to make a variance on this. We don't do EVAs because EVAs are locked up. So in the time of emergency, when the emergency has happened, we're unable to go to the EVAs and unlock them. So that's why we encourage, and we don't support EVAs. We don't use EVAs, but we have full connectivity. So the variance that I did make for here is we could have a one-way road out of the Oak Creek and Quail Hollow Way, and even narrow it down to 20 feet. That way the people from this new development don't need to use that roadway, but that's not my main concern. Quail Hollow and Oak Creek, I guarantee, was built with 3 exit routes, and the other one was planned in the future. And this was in 2013. This was planned to have a 3rd access route already there, and it was built there. So it was built for that. So we have 200 plus homes where we need to evacuate that are unsprinkled homes. It's more for the protection of Quail Hollow and Oak Creek than it is for the new development. So that's where we're at on that part right there. If you have any questions, I can hopefully answer them also.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
Jackie, please state your full name for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, San Juan Bautista. And I agree with a few of the speakers before me that you really should wait till you get your District 4 supervisor seated before you proceed with the rezoning request and with this project. Me living in San Juan Bautista, you're probably thinking, well, what do I know and what do I have to do with this project? It's not in my town, but it is in my county. You know, I've heard the discussion about the access roads and whatnot, and other homeowners that bought there because they like the landscape. That seems to be the issue with everything that's being built in Hollister right now. The overflow, the traffic comes through our San Juan Valley, as Supervisor Botello is aware of. It comes on 156, connects north on 101, or south going to Monterey if you work in Monterey County, or north if you work in Santa Clara. So everything does affect us in San Juan Bautista. The other thing is that I really like the sound of the project. The developer that spoke, I think it's wonderful that he's considering affordable housing for our local teachers and whoever else wants to stay in our community that can't afford the homes that are going up. Too bad this developer didn't come to our San Juan City Council or Planning Commission meetings and talk to our folks, because it sure sounds like you've got a great concept. I back that part of it, but please hold off until you get District 4 Supervisor elected. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Okay, and anyone from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Let's go. One comment.
Yes.
You know, I know the common spoken word was wait till the new supervisor is sitting. Well, I think this project, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been over a year. I think we've been going through this 2 years. And Jim was that sitting supervisor. Jim was the one that brought this. He and Ted together worked on the idea of this affordable housing for moderate. So when you're saying a sitting supervisor, he was your supervisor. He brought it and he did want this project. So just wanted to let everybody know that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I did have one item, if the board was going to take action on it today. There was one change in the conditions of approval. There was some language that was presented to the applicant. I know that they redlined it, and then there was some discussion of them going back to the Planning Commission, but I thought that perhaps it could be addressed with just a little amendment to paragraph A. It would to add it at the end of it where it talks about development fees, and just to say as well as the enterprise basin fee / assessment at the then applicable rate, because we are in the process of raising the enterprise basin fee, and that's very specific. It only applies to the enterprise basin, and I thought that that might be acceptable with them instead of having to go back to the Planning Commission, and it's very limited in scope.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I had a question, Mr. Chair, if it's
Yes.
okay. Is there any way that the developer can commit to start building these low-income homes parallel to the development of these other houses? Or would that be too much of
We are
a?
the board of supervisors. We can put conditions on any applicant.
Mr. Chair, this is Daryl. If I can help answer that question,
Yes,
let me
Daryl.
take a shot at it, if
Go
you
ahead.
don't mind, sir. So the way the county's inclusionary ordinance works is that at the time a subdivision map is proposed, the applicant is required to put together a proposal for how they would meet the inclusionary housing ordinance. And so this developer has done that. But then what happens in terms of the process is that prior to the final map being approved and recorded, the applicant has to enter into an affordable housing agreement with the county, and that affordable housing agreement would deal with more specifics. So essentially at this point, what's being proposed is, say, the bones of such a deal, but the actual details would then be worked out and approved by the board prior to approval of the final map. And then in addition to Supervisor Hannah's question, there's also a requirement in the inclusionary housing ordinance that requires each phase of the development, to provide its required proportion of the affordable units. So for instance, in this project where they're required to provide 23 total affordable units, and they're proposing 4 phases of development, each of those 4 phases is required to provide its equivalent number of affordable units. And so that's already taken care of as a code requirement, essentially, and then would be memorialized, if you will, in the affordable housing agreement. So hopefully that helps answer the question.
Did that answer your question, Supervisor Hernandez?
I'd like to hear
Ted,
Mr.
you wanna come up,
Intervilla share a
please?
little bit.
We have 4 phases of the project, and we've dispersed these houses throughout the 4 phases. So each phase will have a certain amount of houses in it. We call them workforce housing as opposed to so that's how we did it. So each phase will take care of their amount, and also the ADUs, same way. So we're doing it as we go up the hill. And like I said, and the other thing about the parks, we're required to put 2.33 acres, I believe. We put 3.85 acres in the park. So we thought it's important for people to stay here in the community. And also about traffic. If you have people that work here, they're not going to go anyplace. They're not going to come back in the community. So it's going to make less traffic in the community. And that's the point of this whole thing. It's a better project for our community than most, because we want to keep people here, okay?
Thank you.
Ted, while you're there, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Would it be that much of a hardship to wait till January to hear this with the sitting supervisor? Is that too big of an ask, what I'm asking for?
Well, Anthony, this thing has been going on for several years. I think we talked to you probably 6 months ago about the project, and told you how we thought. And we had on board with Jim Gillio, was one of the first persons we talked to, because he was in that district.
That's right.
So we had issues with the road. So we said, we don't put the road in. We don't care. It doesn't benefit this project whatsoever. But what it helps is it helps the people in Oak Creek. That's the whole thing. And so whatever you guys want to do about the road, we don't care. Put it, take it out, put it in, we don't care. If you want a 3-lane, a 3-foot wide one, we'll put it in. It's up to you guys to tell us that. It doesn't benefit this project whatsoever. Matter of fact, it hurts it more than it helps it. Even in the traffic study, it says that. So,
Right.
You tell me what you want to do, but the problem is, we've been on this thing for quite some time, and the people that were, that the Lico family has been very, very good about waiting for this project to be done. Well, it's been more time, but the COVID, we have 6 months of COVID in this whole thing. So now we're behind time, then what, next supervisor comes in, we understand, we know most of the supervisors are applying for it. Bob, Mike, we know them. So the whole thing is, Jim was for this whole project to start with. He had an issue with the road. He had an issue with the height of the houses next door. So we sat down with him and said, okay, this is what we want to do. We'll give you the single family homes on the one's level on the side next to Oak Creek, and what we'll do is we'll take the road out. But through this whole process, Charlie wanted the road in for emergency access. It's more benefit to them than it is to us. To us, that's less pavement, less curbs, makes it better for us. If that's what you guys want, we're good with it. We're good to go. That's the whole thing. So, and waiting does not help us a bit, because we need to get people going on this thing. Like I said, it's been 2 years in the process, 3 years in the making, which is a difficult thing. And then with the COVID, that's another issue.
Okay.
Okay?
I appreciate your comment.
Okay, welcome, thank you.
Anthony?
No, I'm done with Ted, of course.
Thank you very much.
But I have a question for staff now, because the other thing that has caused me a lot of heartburn on this is the Sunny Slope Water District. And, I don't think we've done anything. Maybe Daryl has a little bit of insight, but, they start putting water in that Pond 6. Are we asking for the same thing that happened at Southside Road?
Maybe Daryl could, or the applicant, or Ann could clarify. I thought there was some discussion at that. Was there some discussion previously about that they would not need that pond to, was it during,
Yeah. I think what they agreed in the discussion was on Pond 5, which actually slipped. It was 5, but Pond 6 is right over our county property.
Oh, Pond 6, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know of any specific discussion regarding Pond 6. I do know, I believe that Pond 5, they declared access.
Yeah.
But this property has been in Sunny Slope's district for a long time and was included in all their calculations when they were sizing their, their
Yeah, I don't
treatment
doubt
area.
that, yeah.
This isn't a new addition to their service area? this has been in their service area. In fact, this moves that lift station out of Oak Creek, which they're excited about. So it has, they're interested in it from that perspective. But I don't know that there was any discussion particular to Pond 6. Like
Yeah.
The discussion I remember was relating to Pond 5, I think.
Yeah, that's right. That's what, I went down there and toured it, and I know where all the ponds are, and it's giving me some heartburn about it. That's the only thing that's kind of holding up
Yeah.
my,
No, I understand what you're saying.
know.
Anthony, this is Ty in Trivia. Just want to let you know, and as far as I know, they have either extremely slowed down or shut down the problematic pond. And from what I've heard from people that are working for the Sunny Slope Water District, is they are currently either using Pond 6 or they're going to. So, which
Right.
is the one that's
Yeah,
above the
and that's
river
what I don't want them to do, is use Pond 6. I would like to see them use Pond, what is it, three on, what hole was that on? Yeah, 3 and 4.
Which one was 3?
In the golf course.
Oh, in the golf course. Okay, so the one on the
Yeah.
other side.
And now.
But like I said, I can't be 100% sure on that.
Yeah.
So.
Can we get clarification?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Daryl. If I can help a little bit on this one too, I'll try. First, I would say that with regard to the CEQA process, this project is really only required to make sure that it has water service available. And if I'm understanding Supervisor Botello's concern, it sounds to me like that's an issue that's above and beyond this project to necessarily address and take care of. That doesn't mean that it's not a very legitimate issue that should be brought up with Sunny Slope. I would also add that I'm the project manager for the Ridgemark residential project to convert a portion of the golf course to 190 units. And so to the extent that the pond that's being referred to is within Ridgemark, the Ridgemark project sounds to me like that would be the best opportunity for the county to engage in discussions with Sunny Slope, just as a suggestion and an observation in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, hold on, Daryl. I'm trying to get this here, what you just said. So you're saying that the level of discussion of this applicant has nothing to do with the Sunny Slope situation. Is that what you're telling me?
Right. Yes, Mr. Chair. That's essentially what I'm saying is that under CEQA, this project, what I'm understanding to be described is more of an operational issue for Sunny Slope Water District, and that operational issue is outside of the ability for this project to deal with. Now, certainly because this project would be connected to Sunny Slope, it's an issue, but I would say that holding this project up to resolve that issue is really not the responsibility of this project to take care of. That Sunny Slope operation.
How long have you worked for the county?
It certainly provides the opportunity to raise that, but this project, it doesn't have the ability to go fix the Sunny Slope operation.
I get it, but my question to you: how long you work for the county?
3 years.
3 years. So you remember when there's a big lawsuit going on between Sunny Slope and San Benito County right now? You do know that, right?
Oh yeah, right.
Okay.
Right.
Don't you
but,
feel that?
But that I'm just saying, Mr. Chair, that issue is above and beyond this particular development proposal. That's all I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but you're adding grains to the bag of sand by moving these projects forward. And sooner or later, one of these
correct, but
grains is going to cause the issue.
Correct, but Sunny Slope has provided to the applicant an intent to serve letter. So they're saying that they have the
capacity
to serve this project, and that's really what's required.
Well,
For this project.
I
It's not
understand.
that the other issue isn't a legitimate, important issue.
I understand what you're saying, but the reality is that we are in a pickle jar right now with Sunny Slope.
You know, if the board has a concern about that, we could also postpone it and brief that matter and bring it back to the board, you know, as far as the options, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, like, whether they've demonstrated adequately to the planning department that they have adequate ability to serve, et cetera. So, I mean, we don't have to, if you wanted to, we could describe that further to the board.
I mean, I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
At what point in time are we not endowing basically the Sunny Slope Water District to make that lawsuit harder on us if we ignore this issue?
Well, I think that what we'll be looking at is whether they have adequate capacity to serve and whether they've shown that to the county. It's not really, so I want to avoid, you know, it's not specifically that we have an issue with them regarding the lawsuit. That's not at issue. The issue is whether they have adequate capacity to serve this project and whether we can make the zone change findings that are necessary. So if the board has a question about that, whether that's been cleared.
I'm just surprised it's a negative deck. I mean, it's up a hill for starters. And Ted, I want to apologize to you right now. I met with you earlier. I want the public to know that I met with you earlier. And I honestly, my fault, I honestly thought that this project was at a different location. I want to be honest and upfront with you at that, and with the public too. I really thought that this project was a different place. And it's not. It's at that Enterprise Southside Road. There's some issues on that slope too. I'm surprised that it's a negative deck.
You're not an engineer.
You know, one of the concerns I have is if we are going to have more hookups, we're adding more water to these perk ponds, and I'm not 100% sure. You know, Sunny Slope is saying that they have capacity to serve, and when I took my tour of the Sunny Slope Water District facility, oh yeah, we got all kinds of capacity, and that's great, but where you put the perk ponds? Well, here in Pond 6, we'll hold it all. And, well, that's still on a hill, and we're asking for it. And I'm not entirely convinced that they'll be utilizing some of these other ponds. And I kind of would like to have those answers, especially in the case that we have, you know, an issue with their water percolation system. And we're trying to sue them to get recovered the cost that they had on the county, and then we're giving more hookups. Are we weakening our case?
Those are not connected. I mean, I think that we have two different issues in front of us.
Oh, yeah, I don't expect these guys to straighten it out. They got a good project, but, you know, it's between agencies now.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, from what I'm hearing Supervisor Patel is mentioning, is it's not within the jurisdiction of the project to address the sewer, but it is within ours, and we can't ignore it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're adding hookups and adding more volume, you know, is that the right thing we should be doing?
Maybe, and I want this in consultation with Ted, is I would highly recommend that we delay this to another meeting so some of these questions could be answered. That would be my recommendation, Ted, and I don't know, and the board could just say, you know what, we're just gonna approve it right now.
That'd be nice. I will look into that. You know, what we're doing is we're actually helping Oak Creek by taking the water, or the sewer water from there. They have a pump station on the lower road. So we're taking that out and putting it in back onto the right side of the project. There was talk with the city, and I think Ann may be talking about that, but they were talking about maybe connecting to the sewer line on Southside Road. But that was the idea that Sunny Slope was going to try to take over the water treatment plant for Hollister, which I doubt very seriously. But we were told that they had more than enough capacity to handle what we had. So that's what we said. Now, it's up to them to put the water in the right spot. Anthony, I understand, but I can't tell them.
No, you
go-
can't do it.
Yeah, you
Go
can,
put the
yeah.
water over there because that's right. So
Yeah.
basically, you're telling me that I can't do a project because they won't do what you tell them. Well, you know, that's, how do I tell them that? I don't have no jurisdiction over them. Matter of fact, I'm asking them for a hookup is what I'm asking for, right? So we're trying to do the best we can. I can, you know, talk to the local engineer down there and ask him. I don't have a problem with it. But I'm here to ask you for my zoning and stuff, you know, that's what I'm doing. But I'm willing to go to a step further and say, okay, I'll go talk to him for you. I will. I don't have a problem with that. But again, you know, the delayed, and we've already been delayed several times. I like to get this thing, you know, whether you guys like it or don't, you know, tell me. Okay?
Well, I would prefer, and I want to feel comfortable, and I'm not going to vote on it today. I don't know how the other board's going to feel.
You gonna look where it's at?
Huh?
You gonna go look where it's at?
If I have to, I have to. Yeah.
And again, a road thing, you know, you guys tell me what you want. I really don't care. Really, it doesn't, like I said, it's cheaper for us if we don't put it in. So if you guys want that, perfect, do it. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Ted. We appreciate it. Okay. What does the board want to do?
Can we, make it contingent upon addressing, so it's not so much, I believe the project's a good project. You know, my planning commissioner supported it. I sense Supervisor Galeo, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because I haven't, I didn't talk to him specifically about the project, but I sense that he supports the project. But on our end, we just have to make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's with the perk ponds issue. But I think the project's a good project. It definitely becomes a catalyst for an opportunity about inclusionary housing that I know is something that we haven't really been able to overcome yet.
Oh, make a motion if you feel it can pass.
I make a motion, we approve the project with only contingent upon the addressing of our sewer hookup issue.
If, to the maker of
Second.
the motion, to the maker of the motion, Joel, would there be a condition of approval that you would suggest to incorporate what the intent of that motion would be? Because it would basically be take all the recommended action as amended by staff with that one condition of approval, and then it would be addition of a second condition of approval that would read, if you had some wording for that?
I don't.
Okay, okay.
I guess I would suggest that the second condition would be to address the enterprise basin fee adjustment amount.
No, but we've already done that. The question is about the Sunny Slope issue. And I don't know whether or not, or would your recommendation be to continue this till November 17th at 9 o'clock?
Barbara, I would really recommend, Supervisor Hernandez really recommend that you withdraw your motion, and staff, you got two legal counsels can't even come up with a recommendation. I really recommend put it to the November 17th meeting.
Yeah, if I can't get legal clarity, I would agree with Supervisor De La Cruz. I can't speak for the law, right? That's something you guys have to iron out.
Yeah, and this gives, and you're right, this is a good project. It's just some of these things have to be hashed out, and I think it'd be better to be on the side of cautious. And I know it's gonna hurt a little bit, but, you know, on November 17th, everything will be cleared.
That's give me a little bit more time to look into a few more things too.
Yeah, and just
Because
as,
it's, the sewer thing is not their issue, it really isn't. Yeah, but I want more clarity of the feeling of the community if I can, and maybe talk to a few people. I'd feel better about it. Because my gut feeling is to wait for the supervisor for District 4. But I understand the applicant and that family has waited for this project. It is a good project. It is houses for people that work here. And I want to
understand a little bit better how that's be a guarantee for the future, that's be the case. But, you know, I don't doubt that, but I want to understand it closer.
Yeah, no, definitely put on my running shoes and go there and run up the hill.
This would be a good test run to invite all the candidates for District 4 to be directly involved with
Behind you, Jaime.
I like that
I'll
one.
be behind you with the wheelchair.
I'll make a motion and continue this item to November 17th.
Is there a second?
9 a.m.
I'll second the motion. All at 9 o'clock or thereafter.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 4-0. Oh, is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, if
Barbara.
I could report out of the closed session that there is no reportable action.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn now?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Sotelo, second by Hernandez. All in favor say aye. Against? Thank you. Very good education session.
Goodbye.